Hello everyone, welcome on in, good to see you. Today I'm going to be working on my Bloons-like Game Jam entry. It's the game-like jam, but this time around we are doing Bloons Tower Defense as our topic game. So what is this game-like jam? What does that mean? The game-like jam is an opportunity to not worry about scope. You have your game's scope decided for you already. That means you don't have to come up with the idea, you don't have to figure out the mechanics, you just have to build your game. And this is a jam I've wanted to do for a while, and I'm super excited. We're on our second one now. The first one was Frogger, and was really proud of myself for what I made and what you guys made, and I just know that this is something I'm going to be doing for a long time. So Bloons is the latest one. Now, which Bloons? The first Bloons, not the puzzle game, but the tower defense game. And it just has you putting down some simple towers and then popping some balloons and stuff like that. And my concept is very similar. I want to go as close as possible to the original, personally. You don't have to for your own. There's 2 categories. Last time there were like a bunch more categories, but I'm just experimenting with how that goes this time. And this time there's only 2. So there's most like the original and creative twist on the original. So you can still come up with, you know, mechanics that are way out of scope if you really want to. You are welcome to try that. But I'm gonna go for most like the original, perhaps with some creative differences. So how is mine going? It's not bad. It's not going too bad, actually. I'm a little worried that I'm behind, so I might even have to schedule an extra live stream to work on it. We'll see. But my concept is toys versus candy. Although it's not really candy, it's like sweet baked goods. So we've got for towers, I've got a toy soldier, I've got a snow globe, and a spinning top. I've been working on these assets during the Monday member streams. Those are exclusive to members of this channel. I see we got Jonas in the house. Jonas was there. Welcome, Jonas. Good to see you. We also got Derek. Welcome, Derek. And Frank. Good to see you, Frank. How you been? Welcome. So hit that join button below the video or on the channel page to learn more about becoming a member, and you'll get access to that live stream. I mean, I went over 12 hours on Monday working on this game. So, and I tend to focus on the visual aspect in the member streams, and here I try to do more of the hardcore coding. But sometimes I do art here, sometimes I do coding there. But hopefully you guys here publicly get the most overview of how it's going. So let me show you where it's at in its current state. It needs some work. My UI buttons don't do anything. They're placeholders and nothing happens when you click on them. I would love to fix that today. Today, I would love to have placeable towers. Because right now, I just add them in on the editor and then that's where they are. But I want you to be able to add them, to remove them, to check them out and upgrade them. I don't know. We'll see what today turns out like. I'm going to be here for 8 to 11 hours. So anything could happen, but that's going to be my goal to get set up. All right, so I do have a way to start the waves, the balloons. So as I mentioned, it's toys versus baked goods. And we've got some brownies that spawn in first. Those are like the lowest level. You can see some of my UI up here is also not complete. You're gonna score brownie points when you destroy them instead of like money like the original game. But yeah, so the only tower that actually shoots things right now is the toy soldier. That's like the base tower, the dart tower from Bloons TD-1. And I want to have projectiles. Currently, there are no projectiles. They just kind of, you know, the toy soldier animates, and then the target just gets attacked. We also don't have like a little explosion effect, like when a balloon or a target gets hit. There's no feedback to let you know that you hit it, besides it disappears. I would like to fix that. So there's a few things that I need to do here, but we do have all of the rounds. So, you know, round just like in the original Bloons, there's 50 rounds. We got them all in there. They have tiered, or like, you know, the way that a Bloons tower defense is different than a normal tower defense is the Bloons tower defense targets kind of like have tiers where there's, let's say, a yellow balloon, and if you pop a yellow balloon, it breaks down into a green balloon. If you pop a green balloon, it breaks down into a blue balloon, and so on and so forth. And so this is similar, although as I was saying that out loud, I realized there is something that's missing here, because in Bloons TD-1, when you pop a black or white balloon, they break down into 2 yellows. Mine doesn't do that yet. So I definitely have some things. Oh, I'm behind. But at least you can spawn them in and they get shot. So that's progress. So yeah, so I think I'm gonna get started on being able to actually place towers, modify them. Now I haven't made all of the towers, right? Because there's gonna be 5 towers. I have made 3 of them visually, animation-wise. However, I have not made them functionally be different. So I need to actually have the spinning top shoot out multi-directional bullets. I need to get the snow globe to actually freeze targets, which I think is going to actually be pretty easy. The way I've got it set up, I can freeze them pretty easily. So I don't think this is going to be too difficult. It just needs to be done. The multi-directional one will be tough because I do still need those projectiles. Reminds you of Candyland? Nice. Yeah, right? I love that. That's great. I also want to put a baby at the end. Like, all of the food is going into a baby, and that's why it's bad, because you don't want a baby to be eating a bunch of sweets. But I'm not worried about that really right now. I think I need a lot more of the mechanics in there. Yummy sweets, exactly. Jonah says, I also don't have the duplication for black or white yet, or their immunities. Oh yeah, the immunities. It's actually a pretty complex game to replicate, but the reason why I chose it is because it's only got 1 level, it only has a few towers, and they really don't have that many complex mechanics. But when you take it all together, there's a lot of components to it. You might end up not doing it. Yeah, right? And that's the thing, like when I did my Frogger, like, I made those same kind of decisions. Like, how similar to the theme game does it really have to be if it means I'm not going to get it done in time? Like, I need to cut some things. And so yeah, I think triaging, like, okay, what's the most important stuff that's going to make it feel like a Bloons-like, that's going to make it feel like a Frogger-like, and how can I ensure that that does get in there, even if everything else that would be nice to have doesn't. We do have Kat, who has joined us momentarily. We'll see how long he stays. Welcome, Travi. Good to see you. Thank you for being a part of the stream. If the balance ends up feeling not right without it. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. You might want it right, and that's fair. Yeah, you should be willing to change things. And because that's just it. Like, I want it to be an opportunity to not worry about scope, but at the same time, you should still have some freedom. Originally, I was going to call this the copycat jam until I realized that was full-on plagiarism we were encouraging. And I'm actually, besides that, glad that it's not the copycat jam, because I think it's much more freeing to say, you know, maybe I won't make a strict copycat. I think that's nice. It allows for a bit more variety. All right, well, I guess I'm going to start working on it. I do need to go grab my dunch, dinner lunch. I gotta go grab my dinner lunch. It's in the microwave. Give me 2 seconds. Give me like less than 30 seconds. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go grab it, and then I'm gonna get working. I gotta do it. Alright, no problem. Dunch acquired. Let's do this. Let's make a game. We aim for the scope, but take stock before we shoot. Whoa. Yes. Whoa. We aim for the scope, but we take stock before we shoot. Gunalogy. Yes. I guess that is what scope. I don't know. Anyway, I love what you did there. Okay, so what do I want to start with? I mean, I would love to be able to place towers. I mean, we talked about a lot of things there. There's a lot of things to do. I think placing towers would be nice. I really want to start with that, so that's what I'm going to do. Now, these are all instanced and pretty easy to just, like, plop in. That's totally doable, not a big deal. So if I go look for the towers, and I drop in a new toy soldier, it looked really small at first. I was a little worried. I don't know what that's about, but boop, there it goes. Now it's regular. It'll work, and it will function correctly. So, you know, the placement, in theory, should be fine. They can be, we just have to find a way to instantiate them. Oh, actually, it even added it in on the runtime. Amazing. Godot 4.4, let's go. Okay, well, it's not actually functioning, so let's restart it. I hope that it not functioning is because of the runtime. Okay, good. Great, excellent. Yeah, so it works. We put it in there. It works. And if I want those okay, oh, I need those buttons to look better too. So what I want those buttons to look like are the towers themselves. So just like an icon that is the tower, basically. You know, I might even take like a screenshot of the tower from the game and put it in there or something. That'd be kind of nice. I think I'm gonna start with that because it's like a nice like warm-up task, not a big stressor. I like that. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pull it up in Blender first, or because I could screenshot it from the game, or I could take the original render in Blender. Whoa, render in Blender. Welcome, Vadim. How you doing? Thanks for coming through. I could take the original render in Blender and then put that in to an image program and fancy it up. I think I want to just pull it out of the game itself. I think that's what I want to do. I'm doing really good. I'm excited to sit down and do some game dev. It's like my favorite thing. Glad to hear you're doing well. I like when we're doing well. Oh, I also like likes. Did you know that? I like liking live streams, and if you like liking live streams, I invite you to press the like button on this live stream. I almost forgot to ask. The more people leave thumbs ups, then the more likely people are to find these streams, so I really appreciate it if you're willing to do that. Hyper smash that thumbs up button. Let's get those likes up. Get those likes up. It'll do a nice animation like this. It's very satisfying. It's actually very satisfying. Thank you, Frank, for the thumbs up. Appreciate it. BTD1 has too little for 11 days worth. BTD2 is probably a perfect range because BTD3 is too much. Okay. Oh, I don't know that I fully understand what you're saying, but if you say so, look, Vadim, I don't know if you've tried making a Bloons game yet, but it's kind of hard. Now, I will say, there are some people in the Discord who have been sharing their progress, and people who haven't been sharing their progress, but I know they've got progress. Let me see if I can, there we go, get this full screen to drop down. There's folks who've been sharing their progress, and you're not wrong that some people have been able to make quite a lot, like even in the first couple weeks, but it remains to be seen whether they are complete Bloons games. I think there's a lot of like hidden scope in there, like getting all the upgrade system to work, making sure you can place everything, getting the assets in. You know coding is hard. You haven't tried, but you know it's hard. You also know that anyone who knows what they are doing can make a lot. That's, yeah, you're not wrong. But I think it's a little harder than it seems, unfortunately. But I don't think it's too hard. I've never played Bloons TD-2, but I have a feeling it's a bit much. So we actually have a month, by the way. This game jam is a month long. So anyway, over here in here, we have a bunch of progress people have been doing. And so people have been pulling off a lot. Yeah, it's different. People have been pulling off some really cool things. Is this one animated? Actually, this person has, this is Mervkins. Mervkins has a whole playable game already up in Atom. So you can see how similar it is, which is cool. So if we start that out, look at that. And then we can put this down. Nice, right? Look at that. Mervkins has been busy. Looks good. So many good things here. Love it. You can see the colors are changing too. I think it's starting out on the hardest level as like a test thing. So people have been making amazing progress already, which is really cool to see. That's on the Discord, link in the description box if you're interested in seeing how people's are coming along. All right, so I think I actually just want to pull this image out of the game. I just think it's going to be easier if I do that. So let me... One thing that's bothering me about the toy soldier, there is like a little like blemish on the mesh. It kind of bothers me. Makes Santa the strongest enemy. Oh, because of toys. I'm gonna get rid of all of this stuff. And when we first place it in, what's it gonna look like? By the way, like what angle does it come in? It comes in facing to the left. Okay. But it's also, I would really love to get the same angle. So that way, like, what you place looks exactly like what's on the UI. So maybe what I'll do is I'll hide the ground. Yeah. I'll hide the ground. And I'm gonna place a new soldier. Oh, but it is different depending on where you're looking since this is a 3D situation. That's okay. I'm gonna hide the track as well. Okay. So now I've got this. And I'm gonna screenshot. Whoa. A soldier from around the center here. I don't really need to do much image processing to it, to be honest. But I'm going to export it as a PNG, and we're going to get it in as an icon, just so it already exists. I kind of like to build things along the way when I'm working on something by myself like this. Okay. Oh, I want to make this in Blender. I want to make a wave icon, and then for every like round that increases, I want it to be a wave on there. We'll work on it. Let's put this up here. And then I'm going to get that image that I just screenshotted and see if I can't upload it in. I don't think I need to do much like post-processing to this because I really want it to look like it does in the game. Now, one problem with that is if I change like the lighting or something, then this is not gonna match anymore. I'd almost make, you know what I want to do? I kind of want to make it a sub-viewport. What if we get a little crazy with it? Like, I don't think that'll be too much scope Dude, then they could be like animated even. Wait a minute. We're gonna get really godot-y with this. Arguably, I'm distracting myself from the task at hand, which is dropping in towers. But I need the UI to look good. Okay, let me try something. Let me cook. So I'm going to, in here, I am going to add in a, viewport, a sub-viewport. And then, if I remember, which I kind of don't, do I need to do like a sprite 3D? That's for like 2D things though. This will be a 3D thing. Let me open up another project that I have. Because I've done this recently, but I already forgot how I did it. Oh, you're talking about this? Oh, no, it's not broken. I choose not to put up messages that I don't want to respond to. So. Or I wait to respond to them later when I feel like it. Sorry. Okay, so let's get the topic wheel, because that's where I've used this recently. Where is it? Wheel, there it is. Take your time, Godot. It's loading. I need this because what if I make changes to the 3D model? You know? If I make changes to the 3D model, I want that to be reflected in my UI buttons. I don't think this will be too bad on performance either, because there's only one per button. And what I'm not sure of is how good it's gonna look. Oh, okay. So the way I set this, I know how good it's gonna look when you like press the button and stuff. Okay, so this is how I set it up. Sub-viewport, and then we have, so I can literally just put the toy soldier right in there. Maybe like a meshified version, like a version that doesn't have a script on it. And I can just drop it right there. And that's it. And then we got a special button. Welcome, Henry, good to see you. This is gonna be fine. Okay. So, let's do that. I'm just gonna drag the toy soldier scene as a child of the sub-viewport. And then I'm gonna make it local. Are you sure you wanna do that? Because you kind of want it to be able to update from other things, right? So you know what? Maybe we will keep the script on there. I could add in a special export variable here. Perhaps. We could say export variable mesh only. And that's a Boolean. And we'll say that that's not true typically. And if that's the case, we don't need any of the code at all. Which might be a little tough. It might get a little goofy in here. It might just have like, if not mesh only, like everywhere. But I would like it to have like all the same things. Okay, I have another idea. What if we don't do that? Because that's really messy. What if instead of doing that, we go to the instance scene here? If this works, it's gonna be cool. And we just take the base mesh. Can I save this as a scene? No. Okay. All right. I really don't want that code running. Because then it's gonna, that's just like Bugtown waiting to happen. And if I were to add that mesh only mess in there, I feel like all I have to do, you know what? No, I'm gonna do it. It's messy, but it's a game jam. Sometimes you gotta make a little bit of a mess, right? Export variable, mesh only, boolean equals false. We're gonna say if, I don't wanna put it there. If not mesh only, oh God, I zoomed in. If not mesh only, then set up all of these functions at the beginning. Otherwise, don't bother. Because I think you only need to put it there and here. I probably don't even need to put it in the process. But we'll do it. That should be all I have to do, because everything else is coming from the ready function in the process. So I think that'll be fine. Okay, now I'm gonna go back to the main scene. And we're going to set this, oops, cat's in the way. Get that cat out the way. I'm gonna set this to mesh only, so it behaves correctly. Okay, but obviously that's not enough because I don't see it in here yet. So let's go back to the other project and see what I'm missing. So you've got the sub-viewport, and you can actually see in the sub-viewport preview that the 3D object is inside. So let's see if I can make that work. So it's not showing up in there. What if we do this transparent background? Okay, all right. Okay. What else is different in there? The only thing that I changed is transparent background. Do I need to expose the mesh? Let's try that. Let's give it editable children. So I'm right-clicking on the node that I instanced in, right there. And then I'm choosing editable children. So that way the mesh is available here. I wonder what's different. And so here, if I can get it to be visible, there's this animation, ideally, in 3D. Maybe it doesn't show up there. Maybe that's not where it shows up. So if this is gonna work on the wheel here, thank you, Vadim. So there's a 3D object here, right? I did this before, I just don't remember how I did it. So this is a 2D scene, but we've got a 3D object. Now, this isn't a 2D situation, but I do want this sub-viewport to put it into like a 2D context. If you add a texture button and set the textures to a viewport texture. Oh, is that what I'm missing? Oh my gosh, you're right. I just did this like a couple weeks ago and I already forgot how I did it. So what is this sub-viewport set to? So this wheel is something that we used for our 1 hour game jam, which there's only 2 more left. There's next week and the week after. We've been doing it for 2+ years, the 1 hour game jam. But this game jam is much more interesting to me, so we're pivoting to this one fully. So what this has been used for is when we pick a topic every Friday for our 1 hour game jam, we add everybody's suggestions, well, up to 8, onto here, and then we spin the wheel and it picks one for us. And then the coins was like a new mechanic that I added in recently, so that it would be a chance for me to override the topic. So there would be a 50-50 chance if it landed on one of the coin flips for me to say, let's actually do something different. So that way, in our final 1 hour game jams, we could get some interesting new topics. Yeah, it's not related. It's separate. I wonder where I did that, where I set it on here. It kind of doesn't matter, but... Oh, texture, coin. There it is. Dormouse. I gotta give you props. Oh, the cat's over here now. I gotta give you props. I didn't remember that you have to do that. All right, so we do like to give credits where they are. Oh, thank you. What? These or? It's kind of funny. We hid everything, but it still should work. Except for the one in the center won't work, and the path is not visible. That's okay. You're getting destroyed before the spinning tops get to do it. Okay, so let me add a credit. Do love giving credit where credit is due. Thanks, Henry. I worked on that in the member stream on Monday. Okay, what do I say? I think this is Godot consultant for Dormouse. I think that's what that would be. There. Credit given. Thank you. Derek is learning your paths better. It's trying to make the asteroids move more slowly. Nice. Are you using Godot? I can't remember. It's just half of his body. He's over there. I don't know if I can extend my camera. Even if I can, it's gonna look a little goofy. But for cat, it's worth it. Oh, I can't extend it, unfortunately. I'd have to move the whole camera, and that's not gonna happen. But he's over there. Alright. Got your gun turret. Nice. Nice. Using Unity. Okay, alright. Well, I can't help you, but that's okay. I think there are others doing Unity for this jam. Okay, so I need somewhere to put the sub-viewport. So let's... I wonder if I can do it right in here on the panel itself. Let's see. Yes, I can. Bam. Okay, so I've applied it. I don't know that that's going to be visible here. I'm still a little worried that something is not set up correctly. You try Godot and gotta learn it more to get a handle. You download a CryEngine. Nice. Okay, so this is definitely not working. I see, just trying different engines. That's a smart move. So that is nothing. All right, if this takes too long, I will just put a 2D icon. All right, I am going to give myself a time limit here. I'm gonna give myself 15 minutes to figure this out. If I can't figure it out in, you know what, 10 minutes. I'm gonna give myself 10 minutes to figure this out. If I'm not on the path to getting this resolved in 10 minutes, I'm moving on. Does it need a camera? No, it doesn't have a camera. Oh my gosh. You're doing me a great favor here. Okay, so in 10 minutes, I will move on from this. And I'll just do a 2D icon. I totally forgot about that. You always wanted to learn to code, but you've always been too lazy. Probably will convince yourself eventually, but for now, you clicked on this because it had Bloons TD in the title. Wow! Amazing. Yeah, I'm glad that you're here. I'm glad that you're here. You didn't just click because of balloons. You kind of are interested in making games, too. Yeah, you know, Godot is a great engine if you're starting out. There's stuff like Scratch. That's also a nice starting place for learning how to make games. I know, I better hurry up. All right, so a camera. What? Oh, it was Dormouse. Thank you. Thank you so much. Immediately it worked. Okay, all right, this is good to know. So let's give Dormouse another credit, which I will put in the game at the end of all this for whatever it's worth. Posterity. Stop drinking water. Okay, so let's get it in the same camera position. So I'm gonna grab the camera from the main scene, and I'm gonna copy the position, and we're gonna paste it in over here. Paste. Then we're gonna come back to the main scene. I wanna get the rotation of the main scene camera. We're gonna copy that too. And I also want it to be orthogonal. There's a lot of, I actually should, you know what? I think I'll just copy all the properties. We're just gonna copy every single property and then paste that because we want it to be exactly the same. All right. Okay, so not great because it's not centered. So I do have to adjust it a bit so it's actually visible and stuff. Okay. I'm a little concerned because it has now vanished. It has gone away. Something has gone wrong. You were looking for a Bloons Tower Defense stream, and yet you're still here. Okay, so let's see. What is wrong now? I wonder if it's just like, oh, it's on there. Oh, wait. Wait. When I copied the properties and pasted them, I think it might have pasted the path too. Because it's literally like it's looking through the same lens. Which is incorrect. I mean, look, at this point, I think I don't know that I need the timer. I think I'm devoted to this. Thanks to Dormouse, we at least know how to get there. I wonder why it's showing the main scene camera. I guess because it is in the main scene. Is it because I have the editable children? What if I make it not have editable children? That's so weird. I mean, I'll tell you what. You know what I could do? I'm very surprised at this result, but I know what we could do instead. Instead of putting this in here at all, I'm just gonna delete that. And we're not gonna even put a camera into here. Instead, I'm gonna have a special toy soldier off camera. Okay, let's put it somewhere that won't be seen. And now we can put the ground and the path back in. Not only will it not be seen, but it's gonna be out here in the middle of nowhere. And then I'm gonna have a camera out here. I'm gonna duplicate this camera. This is going to be camera buttons. And I guess I'll just put it into HUD for organizational purposes. All right. And then we'll just move it. Oh, Jonas, that's so nice of you. You know, I'm not the best teacher, but I'm learning. So in that sense, you'll witness me learning at the same time as you learning, which can be nice. Okay, so let's look through this camera here. Oh, it's hard to look through it and move it. So I just want to find the same position out here. You know what? We're just gonna click on this soldier. -64, 117. Go to the new camera. -64, 117. Bam. Found it. Found ya. And then let's move this so it is focusing that. Now I would actually like it to be a little closer, but that's going to be different because what, you're going to have a different camera for every button? Or, yeah, you're going to have a different camera for every button. That's pretty crazy. Camera Tower 1, which is starting to feel less performant all of a sudden. But my curiosity is driving me, so we're gonna figure it out. And to Jonas's point, I think like the community helps us learn so much. Like folks like Dormouse coming through and teaching me things that I didn't know or forgot about. You know, we're all the teacher here, which is nice. Yeah. Good question. I started taking a picture of them, Dungeon, and you know what? I realized, what if I change it? What if I make it look different at some point? I want it to be able to update. And from a technical perspective, I'm interested in trying it. So it's a balance between those two. Welcome, Dungeon. Channel community is great for co-learning and motivation. Yeah! I mean, that's why I'm here. That's exactly why I'm here. Because of you guys. Keeping me motivated and co-learned. I hope we get a Pac-Man-like thing. Definitely possible. I would say it's likely that we'll do Pac-Man eventually. It's almost certain. At this point, I'm just trying to get a variety in the first year of the Game Like Jam. You know, so we did an arcade game. So now let's do this type, whatever the heck you would call this, a flash game. That's tower defense style, and then the next one could be something else, and so at least for the first 6, I want them all to be from like a different thing, and then after that we can just, what I want to do after that is that we actually hold votes, so that way it's not just me curating it. Although I'll curate it a little bit because I think I'll come up with a list, but the list will be based on suggestions you guys give. But that's kind of my vision, at least for now, is let's establish it. 30 seconds remaining. Yeah. I mean, I think we figured it out. At this point, I think it's gonna work. I think we've managed in 10 minutes to figure out how we're gonna do it. Thank you, Vadim, for keeping very track of how this timer has been going. So we'll see. And again, I might decide against this method, but I'm just kind of curious. Oh, it's over. Time is up. Time is up. But that's okay. Because the timer was more for, am I going to figure out how to do this? And we did figure out how to do this. So I think we succeeded. Okay, so let's zoom this in. Move it down. Yeah, and then the other thing, Dungeon, we said mesh instance. The other thing is, yeah, we're learning if it's a good idea. Exactly. The other thing is, you know, there's like the outline shader and all that stuff, and I could just make them so well, it's tough because like there's the Blender instance. It's just easier if I use this one. But you're right, there's other ways to do it. Thanks, Vadim. Okay, so let's make sure that camera is in the right place. It could be better. I'm just gonna hit preview on this. This is impossible. Move it till it's like centered on here. I'm just curious, and I want it to like be able to adapt to all the changes. How dope will it be if it's like animating? Like, that could be so cool. Okay, so it's not showing up here, but does it show up on the runtime? Does it? This cat is killing me, like half cut off. It doesn't. Oh, because I need to put that in the sub-viewport, probably. There it is! It's on there! Bam! Yes! Okay, we just need to make it bigger. It works! Look at that. Now, I will say, it does, the UI, it doesn't look, hey Rorik, it's nice, right? I think it could like be bigger, like there's some, you know, other changes I'd want to do, but overall, I mean, it's working. Yeah, we're getting there. Thank you, Henry. We're getting there little by little. Change how frequently the camera updates. Oh, maybe to like save on like performance or something. Maybe. My buttons are just Text Mesh Pro because of scope for now, but we'll add UI image later. Yeah, I mean, look, I've had this like little gradient for so long. You gotta do what you gotta do. Thank you, Rorik. I appreciate it. I'm trying to like let go of the fact that like he's cut off over here. It's just he's so close to being on camera. Okay, cool. So I wish it was bigger, but oh yes, it's here in the editor. Let's go, dude. Okay, great. So now I can sort of adjust it, all right? Make sure that background actually allows it to stand out. Now I'm kind of curious if like other things work on here. I kind of wish it had like more of an outline to it. Yeah, I guess there's really not much else we can add to it. You know, like could I add like I can't put an outline on that. Yeah, that's crazy. But it would be cool if I could. Sounds impossible. So I think I just have to make this background look a little better. We could add another panel in here. I'm gonna duplicate this. I don't want to spend too much time on designing this, but I do want to spend a little time designing it. But not too much time, but a little time. But not too much, but a little. Oh, I'm surprised that that's sorting it that way. Weird. See if we can reset its position or something. Layout, transform, position, reset. There we go. I just want to see. Oops. Oh my. Okay, here, put this above that, and then put the sub-viewport above that. Then take this and reset its position. Oh, I was hoping it'd be behind. That's too bad. Like I could put a background on it or something. And then putting it in here isn't gonna help, is it? No. Pity. Alright, that's good to know. That's good to know. It's making me less enchanted with this idea. I know, right? I'm trying to make the 3D be on top of the UI while it's in this same thing. I can obviously do that with this background, but then it's not going to be like aligned. It would just be cool if I could keep it in the same like tree here. Oh, okay, okay. I can do the ordering. So what if I make the bar underneath be ordered the lowest? I'm not giving up on it yet. Whoa. Okay. Oh, there we go. Yes. All right. That's what I wanted. Cool. Beautiful. So then we can design this differently. Yeah. Then we can design this differently. So I'm just gonna say this is button behind or something. It's the buttons behind. Like a separate square sprite behind it. Yeah, just like that. We got it. But yeah, I kind of do want an outline. Well, I mean, well, I think we'll modify this. I ended up going with JavaScript with my tower game. Nice, dude. I honestly want to learn JavaScript. I'm pretty sure I am going to do JavaScript learn-alongs on this channel because I really want to learn JavaScript. Seeing the things that you've made, Henry, has inspired me, and doing web development has inspired me. It's so useful. And it's like a fairly readable language. I think it'd be good. So I do want to actually do JavaScript streams probably next month. Almost certainly. I hate relying too much on ChatGPT, but it's become so helpful. I know. I relate. I mean, look at it this way. Think of it as an accessibility tool. You know, more so than something to do the work for you. Like, you know, instead of like getting quote unquote lazy or whatever, I don't like that word. Instead of inhibiting yourself from learning, use it as a way to help you learn better. You know, ask it to explain things. You know, rather than just spit out code that you need. Because it can be hard to wrap our heads around certain concepts, at least for me. So, and often we have a very specific situation that nobody has asked about online, or if they have, they didn't get good help. And the documentation isn't going to have anything in there about it. So, you know, using it as an accessibility feature to help us learn better, I think is super, super, super valid. And is a good use case for Gen AI, text-wise. Jonah says, selfishly, I would love that because I barreled through the computer science 50X course until JavaScript and then noped out because I anti-clicked with it. Oh, yeah, right. The way they teach JavaScript, that's why I've avoided it. Because when I look at like videos, tutorials about JavaScript, they're so dry, and they're so they often have like an institutional feel to them. That's so real. But like for the website, because like there's speaking of over-reliance on AI, there's a survey that's up right now. And if you have participated in the 1 hour game jam or watched our 1 hour game jam, it would help me a lot if you took this survey. But I coded this myself with a lot of help from DeepSeek and ChatGPT. But it's like this survey. And so if you click on these questions here, it will reveal or hide different things. And then it also has stuff like checking requirements, if you've typed enough into the box, how many of these we checked. Some of you used this before it like had bugs fixed. So, you know, those are bugs that I have to fix, right? Because I made this myself. And I did that all in JavaScript. And I just had to rely on ChatGPT and DeepSeek so much because I did not know, I still don't really know JavaScript. And just through using it that way, I'm like, this is a cool language. It's so useful, and it's not really that, you know, it's not like as low level, is that the right word? Feeling as like C++ or something. It's not as dry as that. And so I think there's a lot of fun to be had with JavaScript, especially since, and folks have been making games, like, I don't know if I can find, I think Henry's name on itch.io is different than Henry. Oh, it's Nova something, right? But Henry, for example, and others, I think, I'm blanking on her name, but somebody else has also made JavaScript 1 hour game jam entries. And it's just like embedded on the page. It's not even embedded, right? You can just like put the HTML or the JavaScript on the page and bam, it's a game. So there just seems like there's so much power to using JavaScript to make games. Nova Vertigo, that's Henry's name on itch. See if I can find a Nova Vertigo page. Somewhere in one of these jams. And you can just tell how cool it is because you can like right click on it and just like save the image of it. Where's the last Nova Vertigo game? Space. Henry definitely did Space, right? No. I'm gonna find one. Sometimes being distracted is the right choice. There's Oh, Henry changed their name to Henry on here. Okay, gotcha. But it is Nova Vertigo. There it is. There's Henry. Oops, I smacked the microphone. 1 hour game jams. Well, which one? Maybe this one? This one totally looks like JavaScript. Yes, bam, found one. Okay, check this out. I'm sorry for all the wait, for all the buildup. But this was made by Henry in 1 hour using JavaScript. Obviously, this is a mess. But like the code is like in here somehow. I don't even know how you do this. Do you like type it up and then upload the like HTML file or something? I don't even know how you do this. But it's this whole game that's just made in JavaScript. No UI, right? As far as I know, like no GUI. So you know, it's not like Henry was placing objects like I'm doing in Godot, setting up a node tree and loading in images. It's like you're raw coding this. I want that. I want to be able to just like type a game into existence. I think that's so cool. Anyway, all that just to show what's possible with JavaScript. And yeah, I've just been relying a little too much on ChatGPT to try to get all that together. Derek says, I'm an artist first. Respect. Okay, let's get this background looking better. I'm not gonna obsess over it too much right now. I just want it to look a little less terrible. So this gradient, I don't know if it's unique, so I need to make sure that it is, so I don't mess up something I didn't mean to mess up. Okay, good, we're safe. So I'm gonna actually make this not visible. We should get rid of most of these. Let's just delete them. And then I'm gonna make it kind of invisible in the middle. Let's get that purple color. So we just get kind of a border around it. I really want that to be a pretty thin border myself. Now I'd like it to generally have more space too. So I'm gonna adjust the spacing. I think we could even, maybe not that. I think we could even afford to make the whole thing a little taller. Oh, that's moving in a funny way. That's not what we want. It's like not moving the same. It probably has a different anchor point. You know, maybe I won't adjust the size in retrospect. Is JavaScript game engines like Phaser? You've set all your sprites and positions manually in code. Oh, maybe I should learn that. I've heard of Phaser. I don't know anything about it, but I've heard of it. I kind of want like a background. I don't want it to be transparent. I think that's not good. I think it looks bad. But I don't really want it to be white either. Let me try copying this color, putting it on here, and maybe just adjusting it a bit. There's a lot I don't like about this. There's something about it I don't like. Because it's also going to be different, right? Depending on the color of the tower. Like what's going to make it stand out. Maybe that's okay. Maybe that's fine. What if it's like, sort of like the color of the track? That like pink color. But like I said, I really don't want to obsess over it too much. Just a little bit. Just a little obsess over it. Let's grab that color. Cool. And then maybe for the border, we could grab... Oh, he finally moved. Grab some of these. Some of these you really don't even see. Just to try to make it look a little cleaner. I'll work on it more in the member stream. But so at least for now, I can stand to look at it. Okay, let me see what this looks like in the game. Nice. It's okay for now. It definitely has room for improvement. But it's cool. What's up? Girthy Lemon. Welcome. I love a big lemon. Delicious. I think there's something design-wise that could be improved here. But I'm not gonna worry about it. We're just gonna keep on trucking. Let me get the other buttons on here. I feel good enough about it for now. But there's room to change. You wanted to thank me for the streams? You're welcome for the streams. Thank you for checking out the streams. Helped keep you motivated on a game project of your own lately. My heart is warmed. My heart's feeling girthy. Thank you. Thank you. That's so nice. Welcome. It's good to have you here. Cheers. Oh, it's invisible, but it's here. Cheers to your game progress. Nice work. What kind of game you making? Where are you making it at? Unity? Godot? Phaser? No pressure. Okay, so let's call this tower button tower 1. Try Godot to make a simple FPS. Nice. I love hearing about people making 3D games in Godot. Godot deserves more 3D games. Alright, we're gonna replace that with this. And we're just gonna go down the line. Now, I haven't actually made all the towers yet, so I do have to do that. I could finish all the towers today, I think. I think I could do the rocket today. So way out here is where we're putting the button cameras. And now that we've got a second one, I need to move it. Where is the soldier? Where does that even live? Oh, I forgot to mark it as mesh only. That's very important. Can we make this in here just for the sake of reducing chaos? Working on the character controls and weapon management and shooting for now. That's important stuff. There's a lot of good learning in there. Dreading enemy AI characters, but it's my first game, so I'll try not to be ambitious and hard on myself. Yeah, you know, some simple like hit scan, like some raycast stuff that looks for the player. Make sure there's not a wall in between. There's a lot to think about for sure. Yeah, right, and then like pathfinding. You know, Godot does have the Nav Agent 3D, which might help a little bit. But yeah, try not to be ambitious and hard on yourself. And that's why I made this game jam, because I started working on a game project called Harvest Earth, and I thought it was going to be a small game. I really did. You might have even noticed some of those streams, and I haven't done them in a while. Because I planned on working on it off stream because it was getting so complicated, it was hard to work on stream. But I've worked on it like 4 times since then on stream. Because I thought I could keep it small, but I have no idea what scope is, apparently. So that's why I'm pivoting myself to this game jam for now. Because it just lets me make sure that I know exactly what the scope of my game is going to be. And hopefully that will train me to not be too ambitious. But I believe in you. If you focus on that, if you make sure that it creeps into your nightmares, well, if you make sure you're aware of that, you can be okay. This is so real. I'm gonna switch to the local view. No? Okay. Okay. I thought they would let me move it locally, but the gizmos didn't change, so I guess not. Guess I was wrong. At least in 4.3, I remember clicking on that little icon would allow you to move things in local space. Okay, it's fine. No problem. Now I do want to make sure that we're not overlapping with the other. That would be ideal. Put this in here. Well, actually, I feel silly. I should be not making it this at all. This should be the spinning top. But what I will do is I'll grab this position value and we're gonna apply it to that new spinning top that I just dropped in. Wherever I dropped it in. Did I drop it in? I thought I did. Let's go back. Spinning top. Oh, I named that spinningtop.tscn.tscn. That's a little typo right there. Look at that. That's a whoopsie. I better fix that. We can't have no typos. Okay. We'll just drag and drop that. No problem. Super easy. Oh no, not the whoopsie. Anything but the whoopsie. Okay, then I'm gonna put this in here just for organizational purposes. And shift over the camera. So it's looking at our top. Error warning, a big whoopsie. That was warning sound. What if I don't? I wonder if it's like an, okay. What if I don't do it this way though? Another morbid curiosity. What if I do set its position to the same as the soldier? And what if I only move it like that? We got one of those the other day. Yes, we did, Dungeon. And you saved me. During the Monday member stream, I had like a fatal error in my project. Like I had this this array that was just filling up hundreds of thousands of data points. Just exponentially increasing and ballooning. And it also wasn't even doing anything. It was like old code that had nothing to do with anything. It was just like a pure memory leak. Luckily, Dungeon found it and saved me. That was a Monday member stream freak out. Thank goodness for you. Thank goodness for you. And welcome to being here for real. Every good game has a memory leak built in. Yes, that's what I was hoping for. That if I just move it on one axis, then I can just move the camera on one axis, and it makes this a lot easier. Okay, good. Then I just need to go to that viewport. Oh, it's already set up. Okay, let's see. Is that already, do we got another button? We got buttons? Buttons for days? Nope. Wrong button. You need to put that on your feature list, memory leak. Get to it. I wonder if there's, that is the issue. I need to change this to the new viewport. There we go. It's in. It's a little tiny, if I ask me. And I do. But it's good. I mean, it is smaller anyway, but yeah, I'm gonna zoom it in as much as I can get away with. Then just center it a bit. It's pretty good. It's not that bad. If you set the focus style of the buttons to null, it'll look better. What is that? Oh, I see what you're saying. You know, I'm still a little undecided if I want that. I kind of like it. I don't really like the background, but there's something, I like the feedback that it has. I think I'm going to work on designing that a little bit more in the member stream. But you're right. That'll definitely do stuff. Girthy Lemon says, I'm kind of new to all this. How are your little green guys playing animation in the editor? That is an animation tree. Yeah, that I don't I guess you're right that I don't really need that there. There's something about it I like. But you're right that that's not really in games. That's kind of like a program thing. And this isn't a program. This is a game. I see what you're saying. You didn't mean like all of the stuff that happens, just the little gray box. That's fair. But yes, that's an animation tree. I'll tell you about it in just a second. Let me move this around just a little bit. That's better. So, okay, so here's how that's working. So on each of my towers, I have this animation tree on here. I really like animation trees a lot. Did it send your message twice? I don't know. Maybe. Are you asking because I clicked back on it? So I gotta have like a note for this somewhere. I don't really know where to put it, but I choose when these messages come up here. They're not actually automatic. I'm clicking on them and then they appear. It confuses everybody. I don't really know the first time they come here. I don't really know how to make it more obvious. There's gotta be some way. There's gotta be some way I can do it. But yeah, it keeps from like spam being on screen, and I can moderate more easily if someone says something untoward. And it lets me deal with the flow of conversation a little bit. So if someone says something off topic of what we're talking about, I can make sure I come back to it. Or if I'm saying, you know, okay, oh, that thing so-and-so said, I can put it up here. Oh, yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I don't really know how to make it more obvious that that's me putting it up there. But there's something there. Also, I can just explain it. That also works. But yeah, so this is an animation tree. And I've always used animation node blend tree. It's one of the options in here. It's just the only one I've used, so it's the only one I know. This one. And what it does is it gives you this like visual editor, visual node kind of thing, where you can have this animation. So there's already an animation player that has like the idle animation on it. So that's the idle animation. And then in the animation tree, I set what animation player I want it to be based on. Just like the sub-viewport thing, we just pick one of these. And then I load that idle animation in here. So I could also load attack in here. Although attack isn't a loop, so it won't loop. But because this is a looping animation, it's going to also loop here. And so if we plug that into the output, so I'll get rid of this for demonstration purposes. If we plug that into the output, that's all that's needed, and it's going to keep playing even in the editor. Now the reason why I'm using an animation tree is because it lets me have this one shot in here. So when the attack happens, I want that attack animation to blend into the idle animation. And then I want it to blend out and go back to the loop. So this one-shot node, and you just right-click to like add new nodes in here. This one-shot node has the attack animation loaded into it. And then when I click on this little thing here and hit fire, it will blend it in. Yeah. It's super useful. And so you can see, someone in the chat taught me this like a year ago, if not longer. You can set the fade in time and the fade out time. So, and you can even add a curve on there, so that way it just like gradually does it. You can even go further too, and you can edit filters. So if you have like an armature with bones, let's say your idle animation has the character like breathing, right? And you don't want the chest breathing to be included, but you do want the arm to go like this, right? Usually it's standing like this, and then you want the arm to do that. So you could go into edit filters and say, ignore all the breathing bones and only animate the arm bone. So that way it doesn't stop the idle animation. And then, yeah, so then in code, I access this via some slightly clunky code. Yeah, it's good, right? But it works. So whenever I want it to attack, we just say animation set parameters attack request 1. So it's kind of goofy. I'll show you the documentation on it. But that 1 corresponds to fire. Yeah, I actually do exactly, Dungeon. I have this on my list of videos to make, because I don't think there's enough good tutorials out there, and if they are, they're very fractured, like they don't have what it's like to get animations from Blender into Godot and make it work with this whole system. Yeah, this is absolutely on my list of videos to make. So then that 1 there corresponds to these here. So there's the default, which is just like, you know, what you see in the editor when it's just sitting there moving. So that's 0, fire is 1, and then abort is 2, and fade out is 3. So then further down here, you can see I use a 3 and a 2 for the other tower types, which will make it either just stop immediately or fade out from that animation. So that's kind of generally how that works, and let me show you the documentation page for it. It's not the greatest, because it doesn't really format things in the most useful ways, but it's the best you're gonna get. Animation tree, here it is. Like, for finding that, like, code for setting those parameters and stuff, I wish so badly it was more clear. But, so here's that right here. Parameters request, and then it doesn't even like, it does it, you can do the enum. So yeah, you don't have to do a number, you can do an enum. So that would probably be nice. It would probably be better because it's more readable. But it's all, you gotta scroll over here, it's all the way over there, and it's just, to me, it's like not very well constructed, because it doesn't really tell you to use that. It just says after setting the request. It's just a little confusing. But this is where you would find all that information on here, basically. And there's other node types as well that you can play around with. I was thinking about doing animations for enemies in my game for when they get hit, and I was gonna try and blend that onto their animations when hit. Yeah. That'll do it. You'd be interested in that vid. Noted! It's on my list. It is 100% on my list. Do I feel okay sharing my list right now? I don't know. Let me see. Because I actually just revised that list last night. The videos that I want to make. Let me see. Yeah. I don't know when I'm gonna get to all these, but I'm obviously prioritizing shorts right now. I'm working on the 1-hour Game Jam post-mortem video. I really want to make this one, this like, kind of like candid, sort of, just like sit down, like, hey, this has been my experience learning game dev in Godot right now. I really want to make that because I think it's going to help me figure out, like, my video style. The tip about recording game dev to YouTube. Sort of my actual whole story, where I started in Dreams, which was a PlayStation game about making games. And then I've got the Blender animation to Godot pipeline video. So it's on there. I have plans. But I don't know, and it might be before then. I don't know. I'm not sure. That's just kind of like my list for now. Alright, game dev. Right, game dev. Yes, of course. Hey, Timeless. Welcome, how you doing? Oh yeah, buttons. So let's do the snow globe. Oh yeah, it's in the preview. So I'm gonna duplicate this button again. Let's get rid of that. Oh, and then the focus thing Dungeon was talking about. Yeah, we should do that. It's a good call. And what was it? Focus mode null? Is that what you said? Focus style the button to null. Is that in theme overrides? Where is that? Font hover, icon, outline, constants. Styles. Focus. Empty. Let's see if that does it. I think that's what you were talking about. Let me make sure that actually happened on both of them. It did. Restart the game. Nope. That was incorrect. Okay. Yeah, because there's nothing that says, like, null. But I'm sure it's around here somewhere. I'm worried if we say focus mode none. Yeah, can you be more specific of how that works, Dungeon? Because I'm not really sure. Maybe icon focus color? What if I make that invisible? No pressure, obviously. We could look it up. I've tried so many things. Anyway, I'll worry about this later. It's not that important. Use focus mode to none. I can't say it's working. Style box empty. Done. Style box focus empty. Sorry, you can't see that. Actually, let's do it this way. Like that. Focus empty. Icon focus color invisible. Mode none. So there's something funky going on here. Okay, so I'm gonna get rid of, we did get rid of it. Okay, then I'm gonna duplicate this one. I know. Come back to the 3D. Let's add in a snow globe. Well, first I'm gonna grab the position of the spinning top. Copy that. Drop in a snow globe. We also need, oh, I forgot, I need to make sure they're marked as mesh only, so no code runs on them. Would be great. We got some new instructions from Dungeon, understood. I'm gonna put the snow globe at the same position as the top, drag it away. Adjust the camera think I need to rename these cameras. I'm just gonna call them Cameron. I don't think I need to be so specific. There's really no point. Okay. And I want this to focus on the snow globe. Oh, it was tripping me out. I thought I was moving, but it's moving. Oh, I didn't even realize the house isn't facing forward. Whoops. That's just the kind of change that if I make in Blender would be nice to have follow suit on the icons. Okay, let's see what that looks like in 2D. Not updated yet. Maybe I have to like reload it or something. Oh, the texture. That's what it is. We gotta come down here. Hey, Mervkins. Yay! Thank you, Nickba. Oh, because you just saw the snow globe come together after I was working on it on Monday. Thanks. Yeah, so that shader I got from Godot Shaders. And I think it's called Focus Ring. Yes, this one. Which I think one of y'all originally found for me for my Harvest Earth game. So that's the shader. And then I just animated it so it kind of grew from the center and then vanished when it got to the edge. Thank you. Okay, so we need to make sure we set this icon uniquely. Well, I could just remove it. Set the viewport texture to the new one. Bam. Oh wow, that one's definitely gonna go outside of the boundaries of it. That's okay. Yeah, some things are okay. Let's make it fit in there a little better. Kind of wish it would stop animating for a second. I kind of want to tell the shader not to be there because it's just like constantly attacking, which is not really supposed to be. So we're gonna tell it not to do that. It should be idling, which doesn't have any animation at all. I don't really even understand why it is animating. Abort! Stop this! Okay, there we go. Come back to the main scene. Oh, I should save it. Come back to the main scene. Okay, now it's behaving. This is better. Because it just doesn't make sense for it to be attacking all the time. It should be at its idle at most. I will say it's a little strange, to have the toy soldier animating but nothing else, but the other things don't animate when they idle. So it wouldn't make sense for them to suddenly be animated. There will be the second toy soldier at the end, the super soldier. And so that will also be animated. Which might also be weird, like on each end, like bookended with like animations. Yeah, whatever. Let's see if we can't get a little more fill on there. Okay, cool. Buttons. We got them. Now I just need to make them do something. Okay. styles focus style box empty. Styles focus, but I did do that. Wait, I have this. I didn't know this was a button. Hold on a minute. I've got an extra button in here. This was not supposed to be an entire button. I deleted normal. That's okay. Does that matter? I did that on purpose. I want that. Empty. Kind of looking forward to learning shader code. Looks like there's a lot of cool things you can achieve with those. We actually did that in a member stream, which I'm not trying to sell the membership to you, but we did do that because we have the learn-alongs, which I've only like the first couple streams I did with Godot were learn-along streams, and then it started becoming devlogs instead, and I want to bring back learn-alongs to a public format, but I wanted to practice a little bit, so I practiced in the member streams, and I did do a shader one. Now, I was, again, learning myself, so, yeah, maybe what I'll do, if there's anything that could be, like, you know, released as, like, a public thing that is, like, shared as like a teaser for the membership, this would definitely be one of them. But we also could do it again, you know, for a public learn along, do the shader stuff again, because I just really didn't know anything about it, but I learned so much, and it would be good to go over it again. So maybe we'll bring back the shader learn along. But there's a lot of good stuff out there, too, about Godot shaders, for sure. I mean, even just, like, going to godotshaders.com and looking at that code and picking it apart and playing around with it can teach you a lot. So, yeah, learn-alongs are going to come back, but there'll only be a couple every other month, is the plan. What's going on in Debugger? Is it just because I'm changing things? Oh. Yeah, because we're on-readying things on these towers that I don't want to be on-readying because I can't find them. All right, well, we can fix that. I mean, it would be nice if I didn't have to change that. I wish I could put if statements out here in the initializer. Yeah. I need to get rid of that second button. That second button is not intentional. Well, I'm just gonna put an arbitrary shoot point in there, even though it's not gonna be shooting anything. I hate that. I despise that. I hate that with all my heart. But also, why is it not find? Oh, it's looking, so it, oh, wow, it's looking for the animation, the radius, and the shoot point, because those are all unreadied. There's no way to do that, right? I just have to put it in the ready function if I wanted to have an if statement. No. Already variable function process if. What is this? I'm just gonna do it this way. I hate to do it, but I think it's just gonna be better. We're gonna lose some like autocomplete stuff potentially, but that just has to be okay. So this error is just related to the fact that I have those like in this other place. This is a bit messy overall, I admit. But that just has to be okay. Shoot point. Make it that. Visible radius. I'm gonna forget. I guarantee you I'm gonna forget that. What? There's an emojis and symbols? Is that new? That must be some 4.4 stuff. We can put emojis in here? Nah, that's not real. Is it? That's cool. Okay, 4.4. So I'm gonna need to remind myself. Don't do on-readies. Can I do like a warning one? Yeah, I can. It doesn't delight me, but it'll have to do. Okay, so now we won't get that error anymore. Derek is just doing one gunship for today, and tonight you're gonna make a freeze gunship. Nice. I like that. I like how you're like deciding what you're gonna work on, sticking to that. That's smart. One step at a time. Yeah, don't burn yourself out. Okay, so we're good. Now back to this focus stuff. Certainly, I need to get rid of the behind button. Really, all I want that to be is a panel. So let's add a new panel in here. And I want that icon. So I'm going to copy this. The emojis don't work in browser, but they work in the editor. That sucks. We can have comments with emojis. Who doesn't want that? That's good to know, though. Heard. Oh, I can't paste that on there? Dang. Well, it's not a texture. It's a... I don't know what it is. Wait, what is it? Maybe do I want a texture rect? What is this? Yeah, because that's a gradient. So I think you might want a texture rect. Well, no, if you do texture and then come in here, there we can paste it. Bam. Emoji variables! Oh my god. I gotta try it. I have to try it. You can't. You cannot use emojis as a variable. This place is a prison. I want to see it with my own eyes. Let's make it a film strip. Invalid character. Sad. Too bad. Can I put it in a comment? Submit a bug report. Variable oo equals. Happy! Yay, I'm commenting. You can comment emojis! Can I put them in functions? What am I gonna do? Stop trying this? Why did I type it, the word emoji? Sure. No. What a shame. Right? That would be so fun. I can see a good case for it being a terrible idea too. Just like the money variable. Maybe Godot 4.5 will have Unicode variables and functions. That would be cool. So unnecessary. I was just wondering if you could behave like the other one. Minimum size 100. Okay, let's do that. Okay, that's better. We're getting there. You want me to set a minimum Y? Oh, okay. All right. That's better. Maybe this one is set to expand, but I don't even see an expand option here. Oh, well, at least that fills it out. This is Alan. This is for the Game-like Jam, which is a somewhat recent game jam. We've done one so far, the Frogger Game Jam, and we had some awesome entries to that one. The idea for the jam is that you make a game similar to an existing game, and you have 1 month to do it. So this month, it's Bloons TD, the first Bloons TD. And the idea for this jam is that you know the scope of your game, so you don't have to come up with your mechanics, your idea. You can just make something really similar to this game. I tried to pick a game that was achievable in this time frame. The original Bloons Tower Defense has one map, a few towers, and it's fairly straightforward in complexity. So I'm working on my Bloons-like right now, and we've got a bunch of other folks who are doing amazing progress already, way further ahead than I am. That's okay. I get distracted by things like icons. But, you know, for me, I am kind of setting like a sub-goal for myself. I want to get better at making visuals. So I think it's worth investing some of that time in. But yeah, there's still 11 days left. I think that's a little bit short for making one, but there's a proposal in 2020 trying to get the variables and or Unicode. Zang. The popular C# and Python both support Unicode, and if Godot wants to have more users in the non-English speaking world, oh, that's a great point. It must support Unicode. That's a very solid point. We've been working 2 months just to get your FPS controls right. Yeah, it's tough. Well, you know, and you have to make sure that you let go of some things. And not necessarily try to make exactly the whole game. It'd be kind of fine if these buttons were a little bigger, honestly. And they're like centered better. Honestly, this is kind of better. So I'm gonna remove that, and I'm gonna put this on these other ones too. Oh, I gotta change the visibility layer so it doesn't appear on top. Spend a lot of that time making sure you can scale it up later by avoiding spaghetti code. Yes, smart. Since I want to make more shooters afterward and might use this as a template. Smart. That's a good plan. That's the way to go. You're gonna participate? Yeah, 11 days. It might be possible. It might be. Dude, people had so much progress in like the first 2 days. So like if you've got the time in the next 11 days, you could totally make it happen. Nice, Alan. Let's go. Me too, Girthy. I am too. At least I feel like I'm still a newbie. Okay, make sure that renders behind. I do have to adjust some positions a little bit to get it to be in the new frame, but that's okay. And then just to make sure this is like responsive and everything. Yeah, okay, good. Beautiful. So I'm gonna adjust those cameras as well. I just realized I need to get rid of the little dots in the middle. See, there's like a little dot. That's not supposed to be there. It's just from the gradient. And hopefully they're all linked, so it won't be hard to change it. Which one is the dot? Is it that one? Is it this one? I guess it's both of these. Get them out of here. There we go. You added mobile and touch support to your Bloons-like today, just for fun. Nice. I want to do that. I want mobile and touch support for all of my games. I want that so bad. That's definitely going to be a learn along. Speaking of, I need to add that to my list. Yeah. Same dungeon. Same. Controller support, nice. Mobile game template. I hate how when I click on a camera, if I'm a camera 3D, if I'm in the 2D, it jumps me to 3D. Like, I get it. Most of the time, you do actually want it to do that. But sometimes I don't. It's not a big deal. Okay. And the last one. Touch stuff is finicky in Godot. Yeah, my solution feels a little bit hacky, but it's functional. Yeah, because Godot doesn't really have like a built-in mobile. They have like the touchscreen node, but otherwise you pretty much have to code like gestures and things yourself. I think Godot could really use that stuff being like built-in features. Like ASAP. Good idea. I think I want to try to add like an options menu just for like round and full screen. Haven't done anything like that. Yeah, I did that for my little side project I did that was based on a so here, where even is it? I think it's on here. That I did for a 1 hour jam. I don't know if I can show you because it's not currently mobile. Oh, I have the secret URL. If you are on mobile and you go there, you can try it. But I did make a menu that pops up. I don't think it's gonna pop up because I'm not on mobile. But it lets you change like settings and stuff that otherwise you can only change on the computer. It's cool. It felt cool to like add that. And honestly, I was really proud of like that code that I came up with to make sure that that menu appears. But like making like a dark mode toggle. Yeah, it's just a game. And so if you're on mobile and you try that, there'll be a menu in the top left that lets you do stuff. I do have the, I don't know if it's open source though. I do have the repo. It might be private. It should be public though, because it's kind of useful. It's kind of nice stuff. I'm gonna make it public. This one. There's some good learning in there. Well, maybe I won't make it public, but I'll share with you the code. Because this really saved me a lot of trouble. Where is it? Oh gosh, I don't even know. It's been a while. Is it this? There's something on here that detects if you're on a mobile browser or not, and it took me a lot of work to find it. Maybe it was like browser. Oh, it's I see. I can't search it. Okay. Dang, it's in there somewhere. I wish I could find it for you. I'll tell you what, I mean, at least for the learn along someday. I'll make sure we come back to it. Maybe it's in globals? Oh well. Yeah. Yeah, they do let you detect it, but they don't have a lot of like nuance, right? So like I said, if you want to do gestures, yeah, you can make it so, and that's good for testing the mouse click thing. Totally. I'm surprised that it's, oh, maybe it's in UI. Oh, it's totally in UI. That's definitely where I put it. Right? Probably. Maybe. Maybe not. Okay, maybe it's not where I put it. I know I'm distracted right now. I know it. I already know it. It's good code. Alright, let me just make it public. How do I do that? So if you want, this is a distraction stream, I know it. So if you want, okay, you can you can check it out. Okay, we public? We public, baby? Yes. Alright. There it is. All that. Anyway. Oh, the game is running in the background. I'll make sure that whenever we do look into it, relaxing bubble pop game, that I go and I use that as an example project. Okay, do we have these buttons set up yet? Am I ready to make the towers do the tower things, or no? There's still the focus stuff. You found it immediately! Thank you. That's funny. That's so funny that you found it so fast. Oh my gosh. It's my code, and I still couldn't find it. That is silly. Oh, I guess I was gonna add like more stuff, but I didn't or something. Okay, here. This is the thing I was trying to tell you about. This is where it checks if it's a mobile device. So it checks like what the operating system that the user is on. It checks if it's Android or iOS. And then this was for me an important extra bit, because I was testing it in browser, right? Because this wasn't a game that you could download and install. It was a game on itch.io that you could access. So I wanted to also make sure that it was checking if you were on web. So that took me some time to get all this together so it would work. And then it's gonna return whether we're on mobile or not. Or what kind of mobile we're on. And then if we are on mobile, then it'll show the special mobile menu. All right, we got there. There's a link to that if you're curious. Thank you, Dungeon, as always. Let's make sure that button focus situation is set up right. Okay, so on the third button, we have empty. On the second button, we have empty. And on the first, we have empty. I don't particularly want all the other focus stuff to be gone. So I want to make sure that that stuff, that this is still set to all. I think those are all the focus settings that we changed. Oh, and then in colors. Okay, so I'm noticing that the buttons currently aren't working. At all. So I actually need to fix that. That's a problem. In the meantime, let me fix this. Set that to all. All. Reset that. Okay, so the buttons are not working. I wonder if it's like an ordering thing. I think we need to have the mouse input go through that panel. So I will select each panel. Mouse, filter. Let's try ignore. Okay, ignore does it. Bam. All right, we're clicking stuff. We got clicking. Cool. It looks a little scuffed because it's like the area is like outside of that button, but I'll fix that another time. We got feedback. That looks good. Awesome. Okay. Now, let's do the coding part. Let's do the real hard part. That's hard too. Yeah, we got it. Derek got themselves a good running game now. Yes! Running game! Well done. Been working away while stream is running. Got myself a gun placer, an asteroid wave spawner, as well as money system and lives. You're ahead of me. You're ahead of me. Nice work, Derek. Let's go. I mean, that's like pretty much everything. At least, you know, obviously there's still more stuff to add on top of that, but as far as base systems go. All right, let's make these towers placeable. So, in order to do that, we're gonna need to track the button behavior. I'm gonna make all these buttons accessible as unique names, so that way I can easily reference them in code. Simplicity. Simplicity is a smart way to go. A smart way to start. Go to the HUD script, button start wave, label wave. Okay. So let's on ready. Button tower 1, button tower 2. I think we're gonna have it be like a toggle, like when you click it, it's toggled onto your mouse or your cursor or whatever. And then when you press it again, it releases it. Now for mobile, that's gonna be a little tricky potentially. Because I think you're gonna have to click and drag it, let go, and then tap it again. Because if you click and drag, let go, and try to move it again, it's gonna place it. So these are definitely not mobile friendly settings. If it was mobile friendly, it would be click and drag, even on PC. You know, maybe I will just do it click and drag and drop. It's a little bit punishing because if you let go early, you might put it somewhere you don't want to put it. Which I don't love. The other way you could do it on mobile is if you tap it and drag it, you just have to make sure that when you release it, you're in the right spot. Now, obviously, I'm not necessarily making this mobile friendly, but I do just want to think about that, because if I do want to make it mobile friendly, how is it as easy as possible to convert to it? Or I don't have to convert anything at all, because it always already works. Okay, let's set up these buttons, and then I can make these decisions. Yes, we must think about the mobile, Frank. Button tower 1 pressed. Connect on tower 1 pressed, we'll say. Okay, we're gonna add a bunch of these. Two and 2. We don't have the others yet. Well, it probably would be nice if I just set it up. But they don't exist. So we'll just do it later. Now I gotta make the functions. On tower 1 pressed. I'm just gonna copy it. Two and 3. All right. Now, when that happens, I want to instantiate something at the cursor position, and I want it to move around. This is gonna be a little complex. Luckily, I have a script that I recently shared on the Discord with somebody, with Nickba, I believe. So I've been refreshed thanks to Nickba having the same problem. This is a code that I put together with the help of chat for my Harvest Earth game, which is to be worked on someday again. TBW. And what it lets you do is drag an object on a 2D plane in 3D space. So what this code does is it creates a plane, a virtual 2D plane. In this case, it's creating that plane on the Z-axis. And it's basing that Z-axis on the player position. Then it takes the cursor position and it casts a ray from the cursor, from the camera to the cursor. So if I have the cursor here, here's the camera. Wherever the cursor goes, this ray cast is drawing between those 2 points. Now, because we created that plane on the Z-axis, it means that we're tracking a value of where that raycast intersects with the plane. Like, imagine this Mega Man game is the plane. Let's put it this way. Is the plane. And so the raycast will go through it, but where that raycast intersects with the plane, we're gonna get those values. And then I can say, okay, tower, or whatever I'm grabbing, move to those positions on that plane where that raycast is hitting. Now, I don't actually want it to be on the Z-axis. I want to say on the Y-axis, so it's flat. Because my game's orthogonal and we're looking top down. So I would want us to be able to, so that raycast would kind of be like this, and we'd be moving it along like the flat path plane. Yeah, I'm glad that you asked about it because it just gave me an opportunity to refresh this a bit. All right, so let's see if I can quickly get it implemented. Okay, so I'm gonna create a special target node in the main scene. So I'm just gonna say node 3D, and I'm just gonna call it grab target. And I'm gonna move it up just so it's easier to get to. And then let's attach a script. I'm gonna call it hold target. It just feels more appropriate than grab. We're not really grabbing. We are grabbing, but whatever. Okay, hold target script. And then in here, we're just gonna put all that code in there. Just slap it in. Now, I don't care about the player Z position. I do care about the ground Z position. So that's what we'll base it on. So the ground is this. I'm gonna make it accessible as a unique name. I think that should be fine. I don't think I need to do get tree, get current scene for this. I don't think that'll be necessary. So drag that in here. I could be wrong, but I don't think I'm wrong. You heard about some programmers having rubber ducks on their desks, and when stuck, they would explain their code in detail to the rubber duck so that any holes in the logic might pop up. Yeah, y'all are my rubber duck. Y'all are my rubber duck. You have a pet rock. Nice. Perfect. Very good. Yeah, it is so helpful just to talk it out. To see, like, does that logic actually follow? And I can't always explain it. I mean, I have ADHD, so it's kind of hard for me to understand what my brain is doing. But sometimes I'll realize something, you know, like, oh, that doesn't make sense. Oh, I need to do this next, or whatever. Or I shouldn't have done that. You know, reading it out loud will make me notice something that I wouldn't have noticed if I hadn't read it out loud, for sure. It's such a good tactic. I think, do I even have that in the future channel emojis list? I feel like a rubber duck would be a good channel emote. Oh, it is on there. Okay, we got it. Just making sure. Just making sure. Yeah, that's smart, Lemon. Lemon, you're in it. You're in it to win it. I see you. Okay, so we're gonna do ground, except I want the Y position. So we're gonna make this 0, and we're gonna make sure that that plane is existing on the Y axis. I'm pretty sure that's what I want. Okay, now we also need to set up the camera, which just needs to be made accessible as a unique name, and then it will fit in this code already. Okay, so that should be good. In theory, this should already be ready to go. We'll see. Now, I need to make sure every tower knows when it is in the hold phase that it should be at that position. So we're gonna need to be able to access this grab target from the towers. In which case, I am going to want to do get tree, get current scene, and all of that. So let's do that. Now I said no on readies. Okay. Variable hold target. This is going to be a node 3D. I'm only a little worried that I need that to be an on ready, but it's probably fine. Hold target equals get tree, get current scene, because this is going to be instantiated, so it needs to go find the current scene, because it's I mean, it will be in the current scene, but I can't right here reference it because it doesn't exist. And this will make sure that all this stuff actually is ready or something. Get node Let me make sure the hold target is accessible as a unique name as well. Just makes it easier in case I move it around. Even though it doesn't really matter here, I don't care, I'm doing it. No reason not to. Okay, we want to make sure that's in double quotes. Okay, so we set up our hold target. Now I would want to say, as soon as it exists, it should teleport to the hold target until we release the hold, but it should probably know that it's held. I would say a signal is probably best here. So I'm gonna go to my signal bus. This is just a global script that holds all my signals on it, and then I use them throughout the project. I have to put this warning ignore because unfortunately Godot is like, hey, you have an unused signal. Even though I am using it, I'm just not using it in this script, which is what Godot is looking for. I don't particularly want to turn off this warning in the settings, even though I could, because I do want that if I'm using a local signal, but since I'm using a global signal, I'm just going to tell it to ignore any error it might pop up for it not being used in this script. So I'm going to say tower dropped. Now it's going to need to know which one is dropped. Probably we should have a tower held. No, we could just do a tower dropped. Tower placed. We'll see, I might have to change this. So this is gonna need an argument. I like to describe my arguments. So I'm gonna say argument 1 is going to be I think it's a node 3D. And it's just the tower name. That reminds me, I had the loads of unused signal warnings messages in my game as well. Looks like you can use warning ignore start unused signal to ignore all unused signals in a single file. Really? Because it's really annoying having to set this up on each one. I would love... Okay, big if true. Okay. I'm excited. Let's see what happens. A worthy distraction. Okay. Hardly a distraction. Oh, wow. Is that new? Did I just not know about it? This is awesome. And then I can just get rid of all of these and they won't show up. I still have a few warnings that I need to deal with for other things. But yeah, no warnings. I see, because it would be down here. Like if I comment this out and save it, look, I don't even need to save it. But it pops up right here. Unused signal, unused signal, unused signal. Comment this in. Yes! Nice! Dormouse! Ah, oh, Dormouse. Thank you. Oh, you teach me so much. You are such a great teacher. Okay. Or at least a timely one. I mean, this is just like an overall life upgrade credit. Let me sort these. Not that it's all about winning or anything. But I still haven't done it. There we go. Thank you. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much. That is such a great tip. Wow. Wow. You've done me a great favor on this day. Okay. Beautiful. So this is going to have an argument. These don't have arguments, so that's why... I don't think they do. Does target added to path have an argument? Nope. What about start next wave? Doesn't have like the wave number? Nope. Okay. I just wanted to double check. Cool. Alright, so for placing the tower, that would only be after we click it again. So we're not going to worry about that just yet. Let's just make sure it actually teleports to the cursor where I want it to teleport. So we've set up the hold target, but how's it going to know that it's supposed to go there? Lise, you have to put in a tower held. You have to. You don't have to. I don't think I had. I think I do have to. I don't think I do. No, I think I do, because otherwise, how is it gonna keep doing it? Like, you can place it there at first, but in order to keep that going, that has to be in process. So we're gonna do that. We got to. If held, we want to say that its position is the same as... Do I need to multiply this by delta? No, this isn't overtime. There's no speed. Global position equals hold target position. And I'd actually want to do else here. So all this stuff only happens if it's no longer held. So we just broke all the towers. Because I want it to start out held. I'm actually going to get rid of all the towers in here, which means for a time until I get this working, I can't show off the game because it's going to be broken. That's just the way it is. Sometimes you got to break it to fix it again. Whoa. Okay, delete. Let's get them all out of here. Dude, this is going to be cool to like finally place towers. It's gonna really start to feel like an actual game now. I've really just been trying to build the underlying systems before this point. But it just means that I haven't gotten to enjoy it feeling like a game yet. Alright, let's put this up here. Variable. Can we do is held? I just like that better. I want it to be held. If it exists, if it's been created, then it should be held. Okay. Now, in the UI, or the HUD, which isn't really a great name, but that's okay. It is. When Tower 1 is pressed, I want to instantiate Tower 1. So let's set up Tower 1 as a node, a packed scene. And we're going to preload. Love this pop-up. That's got to be new, right? This is 4.4 stuff. I don't remember this being here before. This feels very new. And I love it. Oh god, it's so convenient. Okay, put this in here. And it's gonna find it for me. That's so amazing. Call this Tower 2. Paste this in, Tower 3. Snow globe. Done. Now that work is gonna pay off. Delayed gratification owns. Yeah, it is delayed gratification. I know. Oh, I'm antsy for it. Yeah, because I've often, I mean, look, there's like some excellent game development advice out there, and I think that it requires a different mindset that I'm not ready for. To prototype a simple version of your game before you commit to making a full version, which is excellent. It's such good advice. With that said, I think there has to be like a good process in place about how you're going to remake it exactly, because if there isn't a good process for that, and so let me just say what I've done that I don't think is a good process, is I make that prototype and then I'm like, okay, this is fun. Now I'm gonna make this into a full game. And so now I've got this kind of sloppily unprepared thing put together that isn't actually ready for all of the complexities that the rest of the game is gonna have. and it becomes quite difficult to turn that into the full game. And so I think maybe what would be better would be to make that prototype, throw it away, and then start again on the full version. Anyway, I don't know why I said that, but it's you know, the way that I'm doing it now, it means that I'm assuming I'm gonna make the full thing, which I know I am, and so I'm laying down all that groundwork first. But maybe there's also a way to make that prototype so it is ready to have a full game built onto it without wasting time. But I'm definitely not ready for that. Not yet, anyway. Hold on a second. Okay. Sorry about that. Okay. Good. Now I want to make sure that we do instantiate those. Would be ideal. So I'm going to put that in here, and I want to make sure that their position Tower 1 instantiate. No, other way around. Wait, I forgot how to do things. I see. Let's call it Tower 1 spawn. It's gonna be a node 3D. And we would want to say Tower 1 instantiate. Like that? Okay, there we go. Then we say add child, Tower 1. Now I don't just want this to be any old place. Wait, now I'm confused. Cannot assign a value type of node to variable Tower 1 spawn. I'm confused. Wait, why am I doing this so wrong? Why am I sucking at this so bad? Totally, I feel like after I learn more, I always find I could have done things better. I think just throwing away the first prototype completely might be good advice. Maybe. It might be. I appreciate that you feel me on that. You know, again, if you're at a certain advanced level, maybe you can build it in a way that allows it to be upgraded. Not me, though. Why am I doing this so badly right now? Well, I think you want this to be a node. I don't think you want this to be a pack scene. Wait, I'm confused right now. I've done this a few times, but I seem to be just blanking. Oh! I forgot to add spawn. Okay, thank you. I knew there was just like something like stupid I was doing. Okay, thank you. You got my back. You got my back. Is that eagle brain or eagle eyes? I think that's eagle eyes. Thank you. Thank you very much. I kept trying to put the wrong thing in here because we want the spawn that's being instantiated to be the thing that's added. Tower 1 is the pack scene. You know what I probably could have done to also help me? And I'll do this for myself. We bring good here on Hyper. That's absolutely correct. I think I'm just gonna, in the future, like, make sure I clarify that this is scene. So then maybe I won't make this mistake again. I think part of the problem was that I was naming it in a way that wasn't helpful. So we're gonna say this is Tower 1 scene. Because then if I were typing this in here, it probably would have been a lot more obvious. Like, oh yeah, of course Tower 1 scene is not a node. All right. If I had $1 for every time I did something like that, I know, right? Oh, make money off of sucking at game dev? Wait, is that what I do? I guess that is what I do. You know what? You could have $1 for that. I think I make about $1 on each of these live streams from ads. Like $1. It depends, it depends. It's a little more than that, but not much. Less than $10. Okay. Same thing for the rest of them. 2 spawn, 2 scene, 2 spawn. Now, I don't actually want to add these to the HUD. So I need to actually set up a place where they're going to go. Thank you for the like, Mervkins. I appreciate it. Yeah, that's a good point, right? Have you guys hit the like button yet? Have you pressed that thumbs up? If you hyper smash that thumbs up button, more people are going to find out about these live streams. It does work that way. So thank you so much. If you do, get that little animation when you press the thumbs up button. Means a lot. Get those thumbs up. Thank you guys. Appreciate it. If you're holding out on me with the thumb up, I understand. You want to wait and see if you actually like it. That's fair. If you're on mobile, you just tap on the screen. It's in the bottom left, the like button. If you're on desktop, it's underneath the video. Like maybe right around there or something. Depends. Thank you guys. It means a lot. Well met, Mervkins. Well met. Okay, so I want to set up where these are going to go as children. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a collector. So I have my target collector, projectile collector, just like a place where I can easily find all this stuff. I actually want to move this up anyway. It's just like kind of out of the way. It'd be nice if it was up here. And then I'm going to create a new one. Oh, and it's all the way at the bottom. There we go. And we're going to call this Tower Collector. It's not really a collector. It's more of a, I don't know, something. A spawn point? A spawn, nah, I don't know what it is. It's not a spawn point. It's a collector. So I need to make sure that that's accessible. Well, I don't need to, but I'd like to. No, you can't need to, because the HUD script can find it. So drag this in here. Makes it a lot easier. Let's put that at the top. Tower collector. So then instead of just saying add child, which would add it to the HUD node over here, which I don't want it to add it into here, I want it to add it into here. Alright. Jonas is in the optimization and polish stage. Congrats! What? Yours is the musical one? Dang, that's a nice place to be. You're gonna finally learn how to use Godot Profiler. Nice. It's alright. It's helpful. Yeah, it's definitely a weird thing. Not that you asked, but it made me think about it, and I'm honoring quite a few distractions today. Oh, we got bugs. I forgot about bugs. If you have assignment appropriate global position with a value type of nil on a base object of node 3D. Oh, you can't find... What? Okay, wait, I actually have to deal with this. I've decided not to honor the distraction. Because I can't run the game and I can't test the profiler. So I can't even do it if I want to. Invalid assignment of property or key global position. So it has no position. On a base object of type node 3D. Why does it have no position? Who told it to have no position? Did I? Did I tell it to have no position? That was a mistake. It looks like it has a position to me. It looks like it's at 000. That's what I'm seeing. Welcome, Raphael. Good to see you. I'm trying to get towers placed today. It certainly appears to have a position. So what are you on about then? That is a surprising issue. Okay, tell me this. Print its global position. Do you have a global position, right? Right. The origin. Nice. Good. This is good. What if I say self global position? Do you have a self global position? You do. It continues to print. Okay. Nice. So then what exactly is it that you don't have and you can't find? Pray tell. Oh, it's working. Oh. When I drag it off screen, its position is getting lost. Let me show you. This is an interesting problem. So if it's funny because it's actually moving the one from the menu. But I do have a tower on here somehow for some reason. Zoop, 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 zoop. But as soon as I go off the screen here, we get the error. Can assign nil to global position. Mouse isn't on screen. Mouse coordinates are no. Oh. I'm surprised that that even happens. Why haven't I ever had that before? Like, what if I make this Z-axis? And we do it. Does that error not occur? I wonder. Oh, it immediately occurs. Something weird is going on here. Not the error. The error isn't the cool effect. Something is the cool effect. The moving is good, right? Pulling it from the UI, it's like a toy box. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, totally. Well, I do kind of want it to be like that, right? And then when you click on it, it goes away. And then when you put it down, a new one pops in. That's a good... I actually hadn't thought of doing that. Quite. I was thinking of kind of doing that, but not actually making it disappear. Yeah, you're right. That is a cool effect. Well met. Alright, well, I guess we just... I don't know why I have to add this, but I've never had to add it before. But I guess we'll just say, if it's not nil, then update it. I can do that. Thank you, Dungeon. I gotta give Dungeon some credit there. I gotta give Jonas some credit, because that's a good idea. Let's say, HUD design. Jonas isn't even on here. That's a crime. Jonas Newhouse. Jonas at least should be on here for moral support. Of course. If nothing else. Let us correct that. Toot sweet. Oops. There we go. And then Dungeon, thank you for helping me. We're gonna give that a debug credit. Okay. So let's say, see, what would I do without you guys? I know what I'd do. Take much longer. So we don't want it to update the cursor position. It's a little tough because we already have this set up in here. I guess we'll just say, this might not work. If, I guess in here, if cursor position is not null, we'll just say null. If cursor position is not null, then do all of this. I mean, you could still update that. It's just, it's the only thing you don't want to do. Is have it move to a new spot. Okay, we'll just do it like that. Okay, let's see if that works better. Okay, good. Nice. Nope, not nice. Really? Are you sure that's it? I see. Right. Don't assign, or it's assigning null to global position. I don't think it's the cursor, it's go to. Not cursor. Close enough. Okay. Let's see if that helps. So far so good, because I'm over on the other screen and nothing has gone wrong yet. Nice. So there we go. Come over here. No error. And we come back. Yes. Okay. We got it. Yes. Beautiful. I can't say I understand why the spinning top is going there. Oh, I know why. Because I probably didn't make the top mesh only. Well, it worked out because now I was able to test this quickly. Okay. We got progress here. Unfortunately, I can't be here for more than 20 minutes on Wednesday, so I don't know what you are trying to do. Oh, that's okay. Yeah, I think starting next month, I'll be streaming on Fridays and Mondays. Mondays for members, and then Fridays for the public stream. I think that's what I'm gonna do. And then I'll do Wednesday streams like sometimes, in addition to the Friday. That's the plan. But yeah, I'm just getting it so we can place towers down. I had a little error. We fixed the little error. Thanks for stopping in, though. It means a lot, Raf. Hope your Bloons-like is going well. And your other projects. What do I want to do now? I want to make sure that this is set to mesh only up here, so that way it doesn't teleport. And we want to say that when that button is pressed, please spawn one. See if that works. Let's get a toy soldier. Bam! Toy soldier. Love it. Cool. So now let's get it so we can actually place it down. Now, there is something that I haven't done yet, and I need to do, which is deciding where things are allowed to be placed and where they're not allowed to be placed. As of right now, all of the collision detection, that is to say, the towers that see the targets that move around on the path, all of that is done mathematically. That is to say, I don't have area 3Ds or collision shapes on the tower or the targets. So I could also mathematically detect if the tower is too close to the track. I don't want to do that. Because the reason why I'm not using collision shapes on the targets and the towers is because there's going to be like hundreds of targets at once. And a bunch of towers as well. And I just don't particularly want all of those collision shapes calculating collisions for no reason. So, for this, I think I could just have like one, maybe two collision shapes, right? We could have one for the path, which I don't love the sound of that either, like making... I mean, no, we could do that, because I could actually make it in Blender, and that would not be bad at all. So we could have a collision shape for the path, and a collision shape for the cursor, right? So have one shape that will just follow the cursor around when you're grabbing a tower, and that determines where you can place things. That way we're not adding hundreds of collisions in, or even that many. Or let's say I'm not adding in a collision per tower. It would just be following the cursor. It'd be on that grab target, that hold target, basically. And I get to enjoy the convenience of using Godot's built-in collision shapes. You can't be here Mondays either. Only can be here every day except Mondays and Wednesdays. Oh no. I am sorry. You can make a raycast do that. I could. I don't want to. But you're right. That's essentially what we're doing for the towers that detect the targets. We're creating sort of a raycast. But I just think it's going to be easier if I just make a collision shape. But you're right, the raycast could be on there and detect a certain closeness. But, you know, then I have to use like a shape cast. At that point, I might as well just use a collision shape. I don't know. That's kind of what a shape cast is anyway. Probably a shapecast is better. It probably has more appropriate, like, functions. I think that's smart because I am using collisions on both towers and targets and suspect it may be part of my performance issues on the web build. Yeah, that's exactly why I didn't want to do it. I've had that happen. Am I understanding right that collision shapes check for collision every frame when they're active? I think so. More so if they are actually detecting something. So like, let's say you have, for example, on your path, a collision shape, and then the target has a collision shape, and they're overlapping. If they happen to be looking for each other, even if you're not doing stuff with that collision, but if they happen to be looking for each other, like their mask and layer are matching, then that'll run code. And that'll do stuff and affect performance. But I'm not an expert. But at least that is true. And I've had that problem before, where I didn't realize that I had like a layer and mask matching. I had no idea that they were matching. And even though there was nothing happening, like I didn't have like a signal connected to a script, to a function that said, do this thing if these are overlapping. But because they're layer and mask, you know, they were, the area was on mask 1 and the ground was on layer 1, just by virtue of those matching, even though there was no code associated with it. When those collisions overlapped, it would run code, or it would do stuff. In Unity, there's a thing called a sphere cast. It does exist in Godot. It does exist in Godot, yeah. I've not had a lot of success setting it up, but that's just a me problem. I could do it, but I already know how to do the other one. A tip if anyone wants it, by the way, I have my towers locate and snap to face the nearest point on the path once placed. Nice. Yeah, I think my plan is just to have them, like, just face a default position. I mean, you're not saying for aiming at targets, just like once you put it down for the first time. That's cool. But that looks nice. Sometimes I wonder, is it possible to have more collision layers and masks than the 32 we see in the editor? Oh yeah, I think so. I could be wrong. Yeah, on collision, it emits stuff. Exactly. That seems like a very Googleable question, for sure. Oh, I don't have any collisions. I was gonna try to look it up real quick, but I don't have any collisions. Oh, I can go to the mesh, though. I thought there was a way that it would show you more if you added more. That one says 20. Where's all the others? I think you can, but I don't actually know. Maybe useful to use that so we only check against certain shapes. Shapecast? Maybe. Bodies have 32. Yeah, it might be a hard limit. I would say if you're using that many, it's concerning. There's cause for concern. But yeah, I mean, I don't think there's really that much difference. Godot difference between shapecast and collision shape. When to use Area 3D versus Shapecast? Reddit post from some point. Shapecast gives you more control over performance, according to this person. You can toggle detection of bodies/areas separately, You can limit the amount of results. You can set a margin, so you can trade accuracy for performance. Area 3D is convenient when creating game logic because of its signals. It does a ton more, like audio and gravity stuff. Shapecast is simple. It detects objects, that's it. And the simplicity is reason why it's more performant. So always use Area 3D unless performance is a concern, according to this person. Using Shapecast by default could be a premature optimization. Shapecasts can't be detected, and areas have a bunch of extra features like gravity. Right. If you had 32 and need more, it's time to refactor your layer groups. Yeah, I agree. So I don't know. I don't know what feels right to me. I mean, like, if we look at a shapecast, what kind of node's doing it? Child entered tree? Oh, this isn't. I guess we can just see when it returns. I don't really want to use a shapecast. Is that bad? Like, I just, like, don't want to. Maybe I need to get over that. Yeah, functions. That's what I was about to look up. Shapecast. So I just end up creating my own signal to send that information along, basically. So it would just tell me if something is colliding. It's not going to tell me what is colliding. It's just going to tell me, oh, get collider. Oh, there we go. That might be it. Returns the collided object. There we go. That's what I need. The collided object of one of the multiple collisions at index. Or null if no object is intersecting. Actually, maybe we will. You know what? Let's use a shapecast. Okay, let's do it. The reason why I didn't want to do it is because I've never used it. And the one time I did, which is not never, obviously, but the one time that I did, I couldn't figure it out, so I gave up. But I think I can do it. You know what, you guys? Let's do it. Screw it, let's do it. It still does feel like a premature optimization, but I have been doing some premature optimizations anyway. Oops. So maybe we'll keep up with it. Okay, so I'm gonna make this a child of the hold target. Just to make sure that's working correctly, I'm gonna add a mesh in here, just a little debug mesh. I believe that's gonna be following the cursor all the time, even if we haven't grabbed anything. Which, you know, I kind of don't need. There you go. You can see the little sphere on there, right there. I'd kind of rather it not be detecting the path all the time. So I could, like, turn it off and on at different times. Probably. Yeah, we got it enabled right here. Okay, you know what? I'm liking the shapecast. I'm getting into the shapecast. I guess I got to give props to Raphael for mentioning it. I guess I do. Let's say coding consultant. How about that? Does Raphael have a credit on here yet? No. Nigh is the time. I optimized the heck out of my game and it runs so well. I could probably have 1,000 enemies running and it'll still go fine. You do have to know what you need though. Yeah. You want to play the game with 1,001 players? Welcome, zombie. Okay, so we got a shapecast. It needs to have a shape. I think a sphere will probably be the most performant. And that's what we're into here. Is it not visible? Or is it just hard to see? There it is. Oh, it's just like, it's like down a little bit. Your game is gonna be a surprise, but it's for the Bloons-like Jam. You haven't really it off yet. Okay. Yeah, I know you don't want to share it yet. You want it to be a surprise. I respect that. So this shapecast is like below the origin. Oh, you haven't really shown it off yet. Gotcha. Why? Why is it down there? Why are you like this? I hate that. Because I guess it's like almost like a mace. Like it's like shooting out, and then it has like a pole and then a orb at the end, like a wand or something. Okay. Why? Why are you doing that? I hate that. Maybe that's why I didn't like this. Because I don't want it to be... Is there like a way to change that? Ah, there we go. Target position, y-axis, 0. Ah. Clearly I gave up on a shapecast way too fast last time. I was like, this is weird. I don't like it. Okay, it's still pretty hard to see in the normal camera, so we'll stick with this for now. I mean, this size is probably totally fine. But, well, I need to change it, right? Because I want it to be adjusted to however big I want, or however close I want the towers to be able to be to the track. So we'll have to fix that at some point. Now, in order for that collision to work, I am going to need the path to have a collision shape on it. I will say, I have been meaning to update the shape of the path, and this might be a good time to do it. I don't know, the shape of the path is fine. I don't think I need to change it. It's fine. Jonas's game runs great, except for in browser where it only runs fine. Yeah, and that's kind of like what I'm thinking about. Because like my Frogger like struggled in the browser, and I really want it to be optimized for the browser. I like in general want to like focus on making games that are browser friendly, ideally mobile friendly. So I'm trying to get in the habit of optimizing for that, but it's definitely not necessary. $2,500 and barely a performance hiccup. Nice. Add a Mega Doom mode? Do it! If you can, you should. That's what someone probably always says. Did you guys see Blender 4.4 is out? Like, what? They just released the last one, 4.3. Now it's on par with Godot, which is pretty funny. 4.4, 4.3. Okay. So there's this. It doesn't really do much, 4.4 Blender, but it does a little bit. Okay, so I'm gonna take this exact thing and I can generate a collision. I think I could just use a flag, but I don't remember exactly how it works. Is it if I like duplicate this? I kind of hate to do that because if I change the path, it won't update the other one. Excited to get a taste of the new grease pencil stuff. Oh, there is some new grease pencil stuff. Nice. I would love to learn grease pencils someday. That's learn along material. I gotta add that to my learn along list. Do I have any space? I have just enough. Grease pencil. If I remember correctly, to create a collision, let me look it up. Godot, Blender, flags. Create collisions. The option -COL will work only for mesh objects. If it is selected, a child static collision node will be added. Oh, so I don't even have to create a duplicate. I can just say -COL. Sorry, the cat's in the way. So right up here, I just add a -COL at the end. And I think what that's gonna do, so I just save it. I think what that's gonna do is create a collision shape. Huh. Hope I saved that texture. It did create a collision shape. It also made it a static body. I don't need it to be a static body. I wanted it to be an area. Oh, I don't like that. I don't like that at all. This is not acceptable. No, 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 no. No physics here. Collision only will remove the mesh upon importing and will create a static. No static body. Stop with the static body. Enough. I don't think we can get rid of it. Body type. Oh, wait. These options are only visible if some of the above options are enabled. What? Oh, we can change it. Only if generate physics is enabled. So if I say generate physics, then I can make it area? Doesn't make any sense. Okay. We can fix this. This is cool. Learning stuff. Okay, so what I gotta do is I gotta go find the table, mesh, the actual blend file in Godot. Whoa, look at that debugger. Let's close that. Click on the cube, I presume. This physics here, click it. Body type, area. Shape type. Interesting. Wow, we can even be sort of specific about that. What's going on over here? I don't know. Physics material, don't care about that. This is very interesting. That is not an area. What has it done? What has happened? I'm confused. Maybe I need to like reopen it? Let me try reopening it. That is still a static body. Does this work? Physics, check, body type, area. Well, that didn't work at all. Controls the physics 3D body that should be created. Static creates a static body 3D. Dynamic creates a rigid body. Area creates an area 3D. Not true. What if I make a new, what if I take this and I save it as a new branch, or I make it a new inherited scene? No. And there's 2 collisions in there too, which is really weird. Oh, it is an area. I see. Look, the top level, it's not a mesh. Wait, it got rid of the mesh? Okay, this is so not correct. What? No. Not right. This is not correct. So it creates a static body anyway, which is weird. So no, uncheck this, please. I could say skip import on the static body. Let's try that. Because there is a collision shape already out there. But then it gets rid of that. So that's for the area. Dang. I wish it would create an area as a child and then give that the collision shape. That's what I want. But I don't know if it can do that. So in that case, I have an idea. I don't like this idea. It's not really what I want. Because what I want is for it to be able to dynamically change. So if I go into Blender and I change this mesh, I'd love for that collision shape to also update. The other idea I have is we just let it make it an area, export that collision shape, and then bring it back in, and we'll have this nice collision shape. But that means that if I change the mesh, it's not going to be the same, unfortunately, on the collision. It's so interesting. I really wish there was some way. And there's not like another flag I'm missing here. I don't think there is. Because if I do collision only, it's going to get rid of the mesh. So I could put them both in Blender, and at least they would be kind of nearby each other. Okay, I think that's what I'm gonna do. So we're gonna make sure that this has physics off. I'm gonna come to Blender, and in here, I'm gonna duplicate it. Now there is a way to like link things, but it never really works the way I want it to. Not in edit mode, in object mode. Duplicate this. Let me just double check. Blender. Link mesh share edits. Select the objects you want to transform. No. Oh, link data. Press the space bar and click link data. not the space bar. Ooh. Link object data. Did I do it? Oh, nice. Now they're both happening, I think, at the same time. Yes. Oh, yeah. Cool. Oh, you can do it. Great. So now, if I modify one of them, they both are going to get modified. So that means we can come to this one. We can come to this one up here. I took the collision flag off of that. And I'm going to go here, and we're going to say this is collision only. Colonly. Colonly. What an unfortunate name. Save it. And it should import it. Mesh. Now that's coming in as a static body. We can fix that. Open this up. This is another thing would be good for a tutorial. This is another good tutorial right here. I think this one could be a short, actually. It does require the context of having Godot and Blender linked. Not necessarily, though. So then we come to this. Oh. Okay, so this one, unfortunately, isn't giving me that option to make it an area 3D. How dare you? How could you do this to me? So that doesn't work. I have to actually make this collision. Okay, save that. Come in here, not there. Come in here. I'm a little confused why it doesn't have a collision when I added the collision flag on here. Re-import. Oops, not re-import. Open this. See what it says. Oh, there we go. Oh, we're skipping the import. Okay, good. Good, good, good. Okay, to click on this, physics, area, re-import. Ta-da! Ta-da! Okay, wow, that's so confusing. Okay. Great. Now I have a cube, or a mesh, that represents the track. And I have a collision and an area 3D, all imported from Blender. And then in Blender, I now have those linked, so any changes I make to the mesh will also affect the collision. Wow. I'm taking this note down, y'all. I'm taking this note. I think this is a... I don't even know if it's just good for a short. Blender collision flags, area 3D versus static, etc. GLJ devlog, March 19th, about 3 hours, 15 minutes in. And this could potentially be a longer tutorial as well, not just a short. It might be too short as a short. We'll see. What I'll do is I'll say Godot, Blender, collision stuff. And there's some way you can kind of like link to a page. Whatever, this is not necessary. I must get back to work. Okay, now that this is good, I need to obviously put my mesh or my material back on here. I didn't save it. Did I at least save the texture? Okay, I did. No, not Godot path. Fairly delightful, but no thank you. Okay, there we go. I think I might have had my albedo set a little differently, so I might have to adjust that. But let's see where are we at here? Does it still work? Are we still a game? We are. Just want to get that table texture right again. I don't think we had it at the brightest. Maybe I did. Okay. Now, on the cursor, we're finally back to this. On the cursor, we're gonna have the shape cast always following it. But what I would like is for it to not be enabled by default. We also want to make sure that it only looks for areas and not bodies. And then in the code, we're going to need to actually track it. So let's make the shapecast accessible as a unique name on Reddit. I'm just gonna call it shapecast or collision. I'm just gonna call it collision. And in the process function, I think I'm gonna set up or let's do set self position, just so I can kind of organize this a little bit. And I'm going to take all this code out of here and add it to set self position. Or maybe I'll call it follow cursor position. Let's do that. And then I'll make another function for check for a collision. Type it a bit. Okay, now I want to say if collision is colliding, we want to go back. Well, actually, we don't have a signal for that yet. So what do we want to happen if it's colliding? We would want it to say you cannot place a tower. Right? I'm gonna not worry about this right now. First, let's get a tower placeable and then decide where it can't go. So we've got that started out. Let's get it so we can actually put it down. So the tower itself knows if it's held or not. And we can say if it is held, do stuff. Return false. Why? Is that... I saw you did that, actually. But I don't want this to just be a Boolean type. I want this to do things. I'm not gonna use it that way. I could. I see what you're saying. So if you know, if we were saying like if that or something, but I don't think I'm gonna use it that way because it's just returning void. But maybe if I do end up using it that way, I do need to remember to make sure that. But it would remind me anyway. I don't know. Maybe I'm not understanding what you're saying. Yeah, I know, but I don't want to do that. I want to have this do stuff. So I want to say that if it's colliding, find what it's colliding with, and then do stuff because of that. And I want that to just be all in there. I feel like that's okay. So if the tower knows that it's held, so far it is setting its global position here, but we also want to make sure that we're checking to see if it's been placed down. I think an input function would be good here. An input event. And we'll say if held and if input is action just pressed. I mean, I might want to say released even. Do we have a mouse click yet? We do not. I literally have no controls. So we're gonna say left click, or maybe not left click, just action. The action button. I'll set it to left click. We can do other stuff like joystick controls, or we can do more with that at some point. But for now, we'll just make it left click. Okay, so if input is action just released action, we don't want it to be held anymore. And that might honestly be enough to put it down, because then it won't be at that position anymore. I think that might even just work. Let's find out. So I'm gonna grab spinning top. Bam! 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 Towers for days. Uh-oh. Wait a minute. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Something weird happened there. I'm not sure what. There's something funky. We might want to say you can only press it once. So if something is held, you can't select a different thing. Or if you do select a different thing, it's not going to instantiate another. There's a few issues here to work out. What happens if I run it? It should be fine. Ooh, it is not fine. Oh wait, it is fine. Why didn't the... snow globe or the spinning top work? The soldier works good, but not so much the spinning top or the snow globe. Interesting. Only one soldier is working? Soldier? Oh, they're all going at the same time? You're right. Well, this is concerning. Why are you this way? Do I have to do like local to scene stuff or something? So the soldiers are mirroring each other, or mirroring the first one, and the snow globes and the spinning tops are just doing nothing? Let me try this again. Oh, we got problems. Oh, we got problems. And what? I didn't even place that anywhere. Oh, because that's the default spot. So it didn't have a cursor position when I pressed that. And because I didn't have a cursor position, it moved it to the origin, which is not good. We do not want that. We would want to say that you can't even press a button if there is no known cursor position. Oh, this is gonna be tricky. We got some stuff to do here. It's just gonna require a lot of testing and then fixing the problems that arise based on that. Okay. So right now, just any old button pressed, you're good to go. It's gonna instantiate it. But we need it to be a little bit more careful than that. We need to make sure that the hold target is ready to hold something. So back on the hold target, where we say if it's null, if it's not null, do this. Here we could do a function that's a Boolean, and that could be quite useful, I think. And we could just set a variable for cursor, is cursor available, Boolean equals false, and say if, not that, if cursor available, or we could even say is cursor available equals cursor available. A little confusing, I'm not gonna lie. And that can return a bool. But that needs to run, I actually don't think that should run there. That should run in here. Hey Gab Games, GG. GG's all around. How you been? Hope you're doing well. I'm getting towers to be placed in my tower defense game. I did not really prepare for them to be placed. So I'm having to make sure that everything is okay with them being placed. You been doing good? You missed me? I'm glad you're back. Welcome back, Cab. Let's put this somewhere. It doesn't really matter. But we'd actually want this to call with go-to. We're just gonna call this cursor pause. That's kind of not true, but it's okay. And then we'll just say return. Well, I do need to say if cursor pause. There might be a way to write this differently, but I don't really know what it is. I don't know if it is empty. I don't think is empty would work here. If cursor pause, doesn't really matter, is set to null, we want to say false, otherwise true. So cursor is not available if it's set to null. If it's not set to null, it's available. If is cursor available? I don't like the way that. I'm not really sure what the right way to write this is syntaxically. Not all code paths return a value. What do you mean? What you talking about? Which ones? I got if else. Oh yeah. Forgot about you'll return. Okay, there we go. So this should just work the same. And then now I have this variable that I want the HUD to access and say that we can't be pressing these buttons if cursor position isn't available. Okay, it looks good. Back on the HUD, we haven't actually set up the hold target on here. Nigh is the time, so we can track it. Yeah, this is fine. I feel like I would like to do this in some other way, but that's okay. If hold target I don't like the way this is written. I want this to be different. Maybe I'm crazy, but I think I want it to be like this. I think neither of these are ideal. If hold target, cursor available, then allow the instantiation. Otherwise, no thank you. Now that does mean it's still gonna let you press it. I don't particularly want to disconnect. I don't know. Like we could. That might be nice feedback for the player. Ah! Wait, it didn't even listen to me. No. It dropped it down at the origin instead of making sure there's a cursor position. Well, that didn't work. That didn't work at all. Print. Man, this is... I don't know if we're going to get that much done today. Other than this stuff. I swear, guys, I'm going to need an emergency live stream to work on this game. It's complex. There's a lot of things. This ain't Frogger. Okay, yeah, but... Okay, so I think what I need to do is I need to have my cursor off of it and then enter the window at the UI. Dang, I can't even reproduce it. Maybe the first time? Okay, there, it just did it. And it says cursor position was true. Well, then why didn't it... I don't understand why it's going back to the origin. Okay, let me try something else here. I'm going to bring back the debug mesh and make it a little larger so it's easier to spot. Give it a different material just so it stands out. And what this should tell us is where the grab target currently is. So when the game starts fresh, it's at the origin, which I don't love. As soon as I hover my mouse over the window, it's over there. If I come click around somewhere else, it's not going to the origin. Click on this, not in the origin. Click on that, not in the origin. If I double click on this, I don't even know what reproduces it. That could work, but the problem with that is then we might spend money. I hate that, because that's just like working around instead of solving the problem. Because then I have to do all kinds of extra things, like say, well, if it's not within the area, don't spend money. Like, it's ridiculous. I hate that. I'm actually glad that it's visible, because now I can see that it's not working correctly. I just wish I knew how to reproduce this. You know, we could also say, if it's at the origin, that would be a workaround that I could get down with. If it's at the origin, don't allow the buttons to be pressed. Why ever it's at the origin, I don't know. But if it is, that ain't right. Oh, there it went! And it wasn't at the origin. At least I couldn't tell. Let me look at the replay. No, it didn't go there. So it doesn't seem to be related to the cursor position. It's spawning it at the origin for some other reason that I don't understand. Huh? Why are you like this? Like, and then just to test it, what if I move the whole target by default away from the origin? I still have to try to reproduce that bug that I don't understand how to reproduce. But when that bug does happen, will it still spawn at the origin, or will it go to that hold target position? Of course, I just don't know how to reproduce the bug. Oh, there it goes! Origin! Okay, so it has nothing to do with the grab target position whatsoever. Something else is making it go to the origin. But what? Why? Why are you like this? Tower collector. Tower collector's at the origin. That's what it is. It's because it moving to the cursor is being controlled by the tower itself. So the tower is getting unheld somehow, immediately. Which I don't understand how that's happening. Which is unfortunate. It's when we release click. So it might be some weird timing with the input event. A top level thing? What do you mean? I wonder if we could make sure that the release input event cannot be done right away. Because like right now, I have code, or I'm setting up tick box called top level. Oh, I see what you're saying. Oh, yeah. Which makes it inherit the parent or not. I don't know. Because I think what's happening, that's a good guess. I think, though, we would still have a problem. Because it would place the tower and they spawn at the world origin too? If I did that, because I think the problem is that the problem isn't that it's spawning at the origin. The problem is that it's not being considered held. So I press the button and then it stamps it down. So it doesn't really matter where it appears for this problem. What matters is that it's not. What matters is that it's automatically like purchasing it, right? So the player would just be like accidentally purchasing things they didn't mean to purchase. So I think what I need to fix is again, this is not my favorite way of dealing with it, but we could have some kind of delay that says, hey, you can't place anything, or we're not even going to track that something can be placed until some time after it's already been instantiated. I don't love that. So an alternative could be adding in a detection for if, that is to say, it doesn't check to see if it's time to place a tower until it's sure that we're hovering over a valid spot. And I think we can also add in the delay. Now the problem with this is, it just means that I would have to define another collision area where you are allowed to put something. So for example, this whole area down here would never be valid. So anywhere that you're clicking on here would automatically be considered an invalid spot. You know, and we could say, you know, if you try to add your tower over here, invalid. Alternatively, I also bet you could add stuff out here. Alternatively, I could put a disallowed zone under here, but you know, I want the UI to be able to be hidden, so you can add stuff out here, which means that if there was a special collision on the menu, it would have to be taken away when the menu's hidden. I don't like that. I think the delay might be enough. So then I just have to decide how I set up the delay. I won't use an await, but I do need something. We could do a timer. I don't love a timer for this, but it does kind of have to be something. We could do a signal. We could say that you can't place anything until it knows that it's been instantiated, which I would think is already true. I kind of barely understand why this is happening. Because if on the tower script, we have this input, it shouldn't be checking for input if the tower doesn't exist yet. But maybe that's not how this order of operations is going. You know, I don't know. I'm just kind of guessing what the solution might be, but I'm technically not sure. I think what I'm going to do to test it is I'm going to use an await as a test. Okay? I'm not going to leave the await. But if I add the await and it doesn't solve the problem, then there's no point in going down this path. So we're going to do that. But the problem is, Lise, is you have an input event. How are you going to await an input event? You can't. No. This doesn't work either. Doesn't work either. I would say get rid of the input event. Try that. Try just like not doing the input event and instead putting it in process. Less performant, but it might actually work correctly, which would be nice. Make sure I set this up correctly. These moments are when I just start using print all over the place to track how things are processed. Yeah, same. I did that a little bit, but we'll see if this actually works. No, that's a good way to debug. There are other ways to debug, but that is a good way to debug. That's definitely valid. Okay, so that immediately did not work, because now it's even quicker. Input event already had a bit of a delay, but oddly, Alright, this is a mess. I know it is. It's just for testing purpose. Okay, so there you can see that it goes out into the distance first, then it goes to the cursor. Obviously, I don't quite want it to be this way ultimately, but I want to see if this fixes that bug. We also need to make sure we prevent double clicks. I mean, this does seem to work better. You know, instead of it going out there and getting stuck there, at least we have a second. Why are we passing the ray position to where you are spawning the towers? I don't understand why you're saying this. What are you talking about? Why would I do that? I can't imagine why I would do that. It doesn't make any sense. So that's not even where we're at yet. Oh yeah, so there's also an await on the release. So they don't spawn at the ray collider point rather than origin? What are you talking about? I don't understand what you're talking about. So they spawn at the ray collider point rather than the origin. I just don't know what you're talking about. Sorry. I don't understand. So this is me trying to test if this bug is fixed. So the only reason it's spawning at the origin first and then going to the cursor is because having it start out at the cursor the way I had it set before was not working correctly. And so I'm doing this simply as a test to find out if this avoids the bug. And then if it does avoid the bug, I'm going to come up with a more permanent solution. Because before it would spawn at the origin once in a while and get stuck at the origin. And that's not good. So I'm setting up an unsticking method, and then we can set it up so it doesn't get stuck there for a split second. Yeah, I just have no idea what you're talking about. It's okay, I don't expect everyone to always be following along every step of the way. Now again, I'm not sure. I think this is better, because then when I like do like the double click thing, I think this is better. I think the problem was using the input event, and like the timing was weird. So okay, now I don't obviously want to keep an await here because that's horrible. Instead, I wanted to make sure that it is time for placing. It is placing time. It'd be nice if it could report that it exists or something. But we just have to make sure, because if I do it just like this, then as soon as we click on it and release, we're in danger. I almost wanted to check for a second. If I'm being honest, I needed to first check for if we're holding it. Because yes, it says is held, but that doesn't mean that it has... I really wanted to use an input event. That would have been nice. I'm not really sure how to divide this up. I mean, what I will say is this will give me the drag and drop effect. That's what this should be. So if I click on it and stay holding. Oh, that didn't work. Because it's looking for pressed, and pressed requires you to release. I think you can change that. Change it. Change it right now. If we go to the buttons, because I do kind of want it to be click and drag. Button release, action mode. We're gonna say button press on each tower button. And see if now I can drag it and drop it. Yes. Nice. Drag, drop. Drag, drop. Beautiful. Perfection. Wow, and it's not even receiving the other inputs anymore. Oh yeah, this is the way. Now if you just tap it, it's gonna place it right away, which is not good, right? We don't want the player to be accidentally spawning them. So I might still want some kind of protection against that. Right, if you just tap it, it's just gonna be infinitely spawning them right underneath the UI there. Does the release trigger when you move off the button somehow, maybe? I don't think so. I think it was happening immediately when the bug was occurring. But, yeah, so I just switched the button from being considered as pressed on release to being considered as pressed on press. So the release was triggering at the wrong time, but now it's triggering at the correct time, and it's working quite well. Now the issue is, to me, that it's kind of cruel to the player to allow them to accidentally click on this and just purchase something and place it immediately. If I wanted to fix that, we would somehow have to be able to detect that the player has moved away from the UI in order to place it down. Which, you know, I obviously want them to be able to come back and put it here if they want. Honestly, I'd like the UI to disappear. Or maybe the player just gets punished for for placing it there. I wish I had a game I could pull up that has a drag and drop feature like that and just kind of see how they handle it. But yeah, I do also want to say that when you grab a button, I want it to hide the UI while you're placing your tower. The boss enemy is the UI. So real. Oh, that's actually a way I wanted to change my path. I wanted to move this up more so that this doesn't interfere with that. But then I have to change my path itself, not just the mesh. We've all played games that feel that way. I don't want to be that game. But that's tough too, because then if the player just like clicks and releases on here, as soon as they move, if they're not held down, it's gonna drop it. So I think somehow the player just has to like find out the hard way. I don't know. You know, maybe we can have even a little pop-up that says drag. You know, when you hover over this, it just like says drag, drag, drag. Just to like give you that clue about what's gonna happen. Yeah, alright, let's make the UI disappear once you've grabbed it. So how's it gonna know that you're holding something? Well, I mean, as soon as you press it, and it's gonna need to know when you drop it. It needs to not only know that you've grabbed it, it needs to know that you've put it down. Signals. Just signals. Signals are the way. Period. Oh my, it's windy outside. Jesus. What's going on? I need to check the weather. Oh my gosh. What in the world? It's just windy. A little bit of rain. Oh, it's like a fire weather. So it's gonna be dry and windy. Alright, well, as long as it's not storms. Well, just some fires. Okay. So I think I want a signal to emit when we have held something down. So I'm going to create a signal back in my messenger bus. Oh, we have a tower placed. No, I haven't actually done anything with that yet. We're not emitting that anywhere. Not yet. Wait, I have a function called tower placed? It's a little confusing, but that's okay. Signal tower spawned. Do I need to know what tower was spawned here? Maybe. At least for now, I don't. It's tough, because technically, just because a button is pressed doesn't mean it spawned. It'd be a lot better if... Yeah, let's actually not put it in the HUD, because then I have to put it in there 3 times, and technically, we're not confirming that it has spawned. So I think it's going to make more sense to put it on the tower. Perhaps... Well, but this tower placed is not true. But I don't think tower placed even runs. So I think we're kind of okay for now. Tower placed... No, it does run. I'm worried that the code's gonna break if I move this, but I'm feeling dangerous and curious, so I'm gonna move it. This is getting a bit messy. Variable is placed Boolean false, so it starts out not placed. And we're gonna connect that new function, messenger tower placed, connect on tower placed. Now come to that tower placed function from before, and I'm gonna change this to on tower placed. We'd want is placed to be set to true. I don't know if I even need that Boolean. I don't think that Boolean is necessary. We'll see. It's hard for me to think ahead sometimes. But we definitely want this to... Well, no, because you want to emit that the tower is placed. Oh, yeah, we do want the Boolean. We do want the Boolean. Because what I want is placed becomes true. What I want is in the ready function, as soon as it exists, it's then going to emit that it's been placed. So yes, I have been placed. I exist now. Let it be known to the world that I am here. And then I want to make sure that the HUD, but that's not it. No, that's tower spawned. That's tower spawned. We haven't placed it yet. We've spawned it, but we've not placed it. So as soon as it exists, tower spawned. And by the way, tower placed, we wanted that to come with a tower name. And we want to say if tower is set to self, then do these things, because it's going to need to make sure, am I the one that was placed? Okay, now go to the HUD. Right? No, yes, because we want to say that when it's spawned, I want to hide the bottom UI. So I'm going to make the bottom UI accessible as a unique name. I'm going to drop it in here. It'd be nice if it kind of like animated away. That would be cool. Then I don't even need to do the bottom UI here. Dude, let's do that. I'm going to revoke the unique name. I'm going to unready that. And instead, I'm going to add in an animation player. This is a lot. And I still got bugs to fix. This is it. This is what we're doing today. Is placing towers. Okay, so I'm going to make an animation player. And we're going to say hide bottom UI. This might take some effort to get to look the way I want. I'm going to capture its current position. Do we want to move its whole position? How do I want to do this? Yeah, right? That seems safe, probably, possibly. Technically, you could probably click it off screen. So we probably want to also tell all the buttons to not be accessible. Otherwise, you could move the cursor down and press it anyway. But then again, you'll already have something. Nah, we should turn off the buttons. I don't want to risk it. It probably won't be possible. I don't like the sound of probably. We could also adjust the margin. Nope, that looks really bad. Don't do that, please. So, let's get its transform position. Capture that. Nope. Incorrect. Not incorrect. Okay, good. Okay, snap this down underneath the viewport. Keyframe that new position so it goes down. I worry about this a little bit, depending on people's screen shapes. I might just make it stretch, so that way everything's fine. We'll see. Easing. Let's try it like that. Alright. So as soon as you grab it, it's gonna go away. And obviously if we want to show it again, we could reverse it, which is a thing. I'm gonna make it a separate animation. I'm gonna duplicate it and call this show bottom UI. And then just reverse these positions. Give it a little easing. I really like easing out. It tends to be what I always do. I rarely ease in. Wait, what's the default? 1? Okay, there we go. Okay, so then it'll come back if we need it to. So I'm gonna make sure that animation player is accessible as unique name. We probably already have an animation player. Whatever, I'm gonna rename it. Let's call it animation HUD. I might change that around. Can an animation player run multiple animations at the same time? I actually don't know. I never tried. Probably not, right? Can you play 2 animations at once from the same animation player is my question. 2 animation players. So then let's call this animation bottom UI. And I'll actually make this a child of the bottom UI. Okay. Then I'll make it accessible as a unique name. Head back into the HUD script. And on-ready this. Looks fine. Now, I'm gonna connect the signal tower spawned and tell it to play hide bottom UI. And then we also want placed on here. Func on tower placed, which does call with the tower name. I don't really care, so I'm going to put an underscore because I don't want to use it here. Then we want to play show bottom UI. Okay, cool. Hide it when it's spawned, show it once it's placed. Now, I don't think we have tower placed being emitted. It feels a little unnecessary to do it this way. Because that means I would be emitting this here. It's okay. Messenger tower placed. Because then we're checking if it's like the same one and we're sending this information around, which is kind of unnecessary. But we are going to want to know this information about what tower it is for like taking money away and stuff. So I'm going to go ahead and leave it like this and not worry about it. And then we'd want to emit itself. Okay, are we okay? Grab it. It's hiding. Drop it. Okay, so it didn't show it again. All right. Why not? Oh, debugger. What you got for me, debugger? On tower placed, animation not found, show bottom UI. Oh, okay, cool. I like that problem. I can fix that problem. Ah, I renamed it show bottom UI 2. Because when I duplicated the hide, it added a 2 at the end. So I needed to have gotten rid of that. Alright. Show me the UI after you hide it. Yeah, nice. Cool. Good. Very good. This is good. I'm gonna make a GitHub commit right now. Let me deal with this cursor position print, by the way. I don't want that. Get that out of here. It's good progress, but we still have some problems to deal with. And I intend to fix them. Towers placeable to an extent. That's my commit. Okay. So the problem I want to try to solve now is making sure the towers actually function correctly. Because they are not functioning correctly at the moment. So if I put down one toy soldier and we start, it's gonna work. It works real good. No problem. What happens if I place another one right here? Nothing. Doesn't work. And then if I start a wave, they're both going to behave. Oh! Wow. Before they were mirroring each other, but it's not even doing that. Okay. That's surprising. Let's place another one. Wait! That one's working independently. Well, that's inconsistent. It's cool. It's cool to see it coming together a little bit. Now, the player shouldn't be able to do this, but I'm going to spawn multiple waves at once just to stress test a little bit. Not stress test, but I want it to actually reach the one at the end because these guys are taking care of business. Okay, there we got some escaping. What? Now it's working. Why? Why? Okay, I'm gonna place a single one, and then I'm gonna start the wave. I'm gonna let it go. I'm gonna wait for the wave to end. Now I want to be able to place towers in the middle of a wave. I want to be able to do that. But for testing purposes, let's just try not doing that to see if somehow that makes it function better. Okay, drag this, drop it in, see if they both work independent of each other. No problem. Okay, now I'm gonna drop one in while the others are shooting. Perfection. So why wasn't it working sometimes? Okay, there. It didn't work. It's not shooting. Why are you not shooting? What's your problem? Okay, I'm gonna do a crap ton of waves, so hopefully it actually gets past this army we have up front. Now I do want to be able to remove them too, so we should get that set up. Now it works! I wonder if it's like placing it while it's detecting something. Oh no, that worked. Why sometimes, but not all times? That's not good. Alright, let's try a different one. Let's try the spin tower. It doesn't actually attack, but it does play the attack animation. We're gonna need more than that. Dang! I might have made these towers a little overpowered. Wow. Oh, there it goes. Now it's animating. I really need to get these towers removable. It's gonna make this a lot easier to test. Oh my goodness. Yeah, man, these towers are overpowered. Or the targets are underpowered. Look, that one didn't work. That spin tower didn't do anything. Oh wait, it did. Oh, I see. It just wasn't in its range. Okay, that's fair. Well, I'm not exactly sure what the situations are that it works in and that it doesn't. So I think that's just gonna come down to more testing. I think I just keep building and wait until I run into that situation. I'm not even sure what to look for in terms of setting up like print statements to check later on. So we're just not gonna worry about it right now. Let me try the snow globe. Works. So yeah, I think I'm gonna just keep trucking and we can solve problems as they arise. For the most part, it looks good right now. It looks very good. Okay, so what's next? Next, I want to be able to remove these things. So I want to click on them, and then I want a UI to pop out over here. I would even love if we hover over them, they light up, so you know that you're hovering over it. And then I want a UI to pop up over here to let you know what you can do with it. That's a lot. That's a lot of stuff. I think one thing that might be nice is if you hover over it and the range appears underneath it. Might be a nice easy way just to have it show up without doing shader stuff. But we still need to be able to detect it. Oh, and I need to set up placement to say you can't place it here, but you can place it there. I gotta do that. I forgot all about that. I should probably do that next. Whatever, I'm already working on this in my brain. So I'll move forward. So in order to be able to hover over it, I need a raycast. I actually don't have a raycast set up yet. I mean, you do. You actually do, though. But that's on your hold target. So, I mean, technically, the hold target is moving around all the time. You might want to not call this hold target. You know? I mean, you can have multiple raycasts. No, keep it the whole target. Have it be its own thing. And then just take that same code and make a separate one. And that be like the cursor. And it's just a little different than the whole target. Right? Like that's fine, right? No, but you already put the... Yeah, well... No, we can consolidate this. And we can have like states, right? Are we in the placing state? Or are we in the selecting state? I think that's a good idea. All right, let's do that. Let's do that. So I'm going to create on the... So it's not really a hold target. I kind of want to rename this to cursor target, which means I do need to refactor everywhere that I've named hold target, which is a lot of places, it turns out. So we're going to replace... It's a little tough because I've used capital there, so we'll do separate ones. We'll replace hold target with cursor target. Sorry, could you match case for me there? Thank you. And replace it with cursor target. It's almost midnight there. Yes, get some sleep. Yeah, you're most welcome. I'm glad you came through, Lemon. Good luck with your own FPS project. It's been a pleasure. I'll see you next time. Good night. It's almost 6 p.m. here. But also, that's why I like streaming a long time, is I can sort of catch a bunch of people at different times, which is nice. I like streaming at different times. Liking! Have you liked the stream yet? Are you hanging out and you've not yet pressed the thumbs up button? That's okay. But I just thought I'd mention that there is a like button and that pressing it helps the channel, and it kind of helps you too, because you're letting YouTube know that you like stuff like this. So thanks if you're willing to do that. Hit that thumbs up if you haven't yet, guys. Alright. So... Oh, we got another cat coming in. Is it double cat o'clock? She's there. Oh, she's keeping her distance. You can only see her little butt over there. There she is. Not all the way, but a little bit. He doesn't even know she's there. Okay. Refactor. Before I refactor, I need to make sure I save all these scripts, because I don't like it when I haven't done that, because that really sucks. I think everything is saved. Okay, now we're going to replace all of those. And we want to do the lowercase as well. So find hold target. I'm going to replace it with cursor target. Then I just want to make sure I didn't break anything after refactoring. Alright, looks good. Nice. Now in... Oh, the script hasn't been renamed. Well, we have to rename the script. Okay. In here, we're checking for collision. Oh, I want to set up the state machine in here. Okay, so we're going to say enum cursor states select state or hold state. Variable cursor state type it as our enum. Okay. Now I haven't actually set up the messenger stuff, so let's do that. Messenger tower spawned. When a tower is spawned, we want to change its state. Func on tower spawned, which I don't remember if that calls with something. It does not. Oh, I think we can hover over these now. No. Yes, okay, good. And then what'll happen if I hover over placed? Will it show me all that stuff that I have on there? No, okay. I wonder if I can, oh, I think I can give it a description. I think if I make this double here, that would be a nice short. I think if I make that double, nice! Now it carries the information. Oh yeah, that's such a short. Write it down. Write it down. Write it down. I gotta take notes of these things, or I never remember them. I think this is a 4.4 feature. Signal description hover. Comment or pop up. GLJ devlog, March 19th, 2025, about 4 hours, 35 minutes in. Okay. This will be on tower placed. This one does call with an argument. When this happens, I want to make sure that cursor state becomes cursor states hold. Then for on tower placed, we want to make sure that cursor state goes back to select. Now, when we're in one state versus the other will determine how the collision is going to behave. Namely, is it going to be looking for whether or not, if it's in the hold state, we want to make sure that we can't place a tower on the track or too near the track. If it's in the select state, I want it to be looking for towers to hover over and give us details about them and potentially click on them. Now that's gonna be tough. If I don't want the towers to have collisions on them, then we actually can't use the shapecast, right? Instead, I need to fetch the list of tower positions. This is not too bad. But, This is a little tricky. All right, I'm gonna set up match cursor state. And we're gonna say check for path collision. And this will be if the cursor, if cursor state is set to cursor states hold, then we run check for path collision. If it's set to cursor states select, we want to do check for tower collision. And if it's anything else, we want to make sure that we know about that. Okay. So, cheers to Dungeon Martian for teaching me this. So, in order to check the tower position, we need to access the position of the tower. Now, actually, that array that we got rid of on Monday, if you were in the Monday member stream, I actually kind of need that back. I needed to not have been updating so much, but that's where we were keeping track of all of the tower positions. And without that, I'm not going to be able to find any of the towers if there isn't an array of those tower positions. Which kind of sucks. Maybe I just put areas on the towers. I mean, look, there's going to be a lot less towers than targets. Like, the main optimization point that I want, collision-wise, is with all of the targets on the path. If I make sure that the towers don't collide with the path, they don't collide with anything else, and they just have areas that are only looking for the cursor, I think we're going to be okay from an optimization standpoint. I don't think it's going to be that bad. That's what I think. And I gotta be honest, I don't feel like setting it up to have it detect it mathematically. Truth be told. We're in jam crunch time here. I gotta do what I gotta do. So I'm gonna try this. We'll see. I'll do some stress tests, but I think this will be okay. So I'm going to go against that attempt to not use any collisions. We're already breaking that today, but at least we're not doing it between the towers and the targets. So that's good. So that means for every one of these, I need to define a collision area. You know, instead of doing the shape cast, you know what I could do? We could make this selection area be the same as the placement area. And instead of doing the shape cast to make sure that we're not on the wrong spot, we could instead just have the tower itself say that no, I can't be placed here. Then if we're going to use these collisions, at least we're bundling it or getting multiple uses out of it. I think I might do that. Okay, so I'm gonna get a collision shape. I'm gonna make it a sphere. embiggen it, and I want to make sure that this is also representative of how close you're allowed to put it to the path. That's a little tricky, because this one's hard to tell since it leans over. There was something else I wanted to do, is that while you're placing it, I wanted it to be standing straight up, which is gonna be fun and a bit challenging. I actually totally forgot about that. Completely. So I probably want to do that. But we should say that when you're placing it, the radius is visible on all the towers, right? And then once you place it down, it hides until you hover over it again. There's so many things to think about. This is kind of a complex game to make. It is. I'm gonna make its animation be standing up so I can just see if it looks fair. It seems like a little close, potentially. Well, we want to be able to give it some room. I guess I kind of need to study. Let me see what Bloons does. Let me see what Bloons does. What do you do, Bloons? How close do you allow or disallow us to put stuff to the path? And in this case, specifically, the tack tower. Pretty close. I mean, you can basically get it overlapping. Like very, very close to it. I mean, it almost looks like the origin on this one. Which that isn't great for my idea of bundling this, because then in order to select it again, you have to be right on top of it. So maybe it isn't a good idea to bundle these. It looks like Bloons is the sprite. It's detecting if you're actually hovering over the sprite itself. Yeah, because if I click in between the monkey tail and the monkey body, nothing happens. So if I click right in between there, nothing. But if I go to the monkey body, immediately it selects. In between, nothing. Tail, something. So they're definitely using multiple collisions, which kind of explains, I mean, there's many points where it's like, oh, this is why this game performs very badly. They've got a lot of different collision detections going on. So maybe I don't want to shirk the shape cast. All right, understood. Yeah, okay. In that case, we'll just make sure we're sizing this for clicking on it, not for its allowed area. Okay. All right, so this looks pretty good size-wise. Now, if I wanted to, the shape cast, I think I want to put this collision layer, I'm going to put this on collision layer 2. And I don't want it to have any mask. I don't really like doing this on the interface. I prefer setting layers and stuff in code myself. But since I'm only going to have a couple layers and masks, I'm going to take the risk today and not do that. But I might change my mind. I might regret doing that. We'll see. Okay, so I'm gonna get this area, or let's make a fresh one. I'm not gonna copy it. Create a new area on this Make sure its collision layer is 2 and its mask is nothing. I just hope the instantiated ones share the same changes. They probably will. Okay, make this collision shape a sphere since it's the easiest for it to calculate. And just try to make it be a good enough size. Something like that. Okay, now come to the snow globe. Add an area. Give it a collision. Set the area to be on layer 2 with no mask. Set the collision shape to a sphere. Get up high. That's impossible to see because of this radius, which we can just set to nothing. Very simple to size that one. All right. Now back onto the grab target, or the cursor target, rather. I'm actually gonna look at the shape cast. So right now its mask is at 1, which makes sense since there's not gonna be any things placed, but we're gonna wanna update this depending on what state it's in. I don't particularly want that running every frame. So I'm gonna move that down here. When a tower is spawned, I wanna say that collision, set collision mask value to 1, because it hasn't been placed yet. We wanna say 1 true. I also would want to say 2 false. Not the most readable. I don't really care. 1 true, 2 false. Similarly, once it's been placed, we want 2 to become true and 1 to become false. So it's checking for different things. That means I also am going to want to come to that path. I don't know how much I can change that. I can probably change it, right? Area, collision, yes. No mask, but we do want the path to be on layer 1. Okay. So in the process function, if we're in the hold state, if collision is colliding, then we want to not be allowed to place something. So that means that back on the tower where we have that action release, that somehow needs to not function. I think a signal is going to be good here. Yeah. Or we could do a static reference. I think we could do a static reference for this, actually. Let's do that. This is a trick Dungeon Martian also taught me. We want to say static variable, and we're going to name it ref. And then we're going to create an init function which runs before ready, and we're going to say ref equals self. And then I also need to make sure this is a class name, static variable ref, and make sure this class name is cursor target, just something. Okay, so I had to say static variable ref in init ref equals self, and then make sure there's a class name so we can come back to it and reference it in the future. It would be nice to see that class name turn green. Alright, it looks like it works. Okay, now I'm gonna go to the tower, and if, so not only if is held, well, we definitely want that, but further in here, we'll say if cursor target dot ref dot, well, you need to set that up too. We need some kind of boolean. So let's say can place. That could also be a state. I might want to do that actually. We'll say that by default you can place. If it's colliding, can place becomes false. Otherwise it's true. And then from the tower we're gonna check if can place, then check for all of that. I mean, if I've done this correctly, that should already work. But I may not have done this correctly, so we'll see. Okay. So I'm gonna wait for the keyboard, there we go. I'm gonna click on this. Now here, I shouldn't be able to place it. Oh, I placed it. Okay. Let's get some feedback here. Let's do an else. So if we can't place, it would be nice if it like visually like looked different, right? I mean, we could even make it as simple as the color on the mesh changes. Can I modulate that? Probably not. Okay. Okay. So I'll just have to access the albedo, which is always kind of annoying. Luckily, it's on the base mesh, which is nice. So we might just be able to say mesh material albedo. Let's see. Now that's going to be having a process, which means it's constantly setting it, which is a little annoying. I don't love that. Else I do some other kind of boolean, which is like, oh my god, that's a lot of booleans. I hate getting in this vortex of booleans. But here we are. We can add our own can place here. Say it's true by default. Else if cannot place, and we want can place to become true, so it doesn't keep trying to do it. I want visible radius mesh material not really sure the right way to access this. I mean, if I just drag the albedo color on here, it just says albedo color. So I'm not exactly sure what that path should be, truth be told. It might be that set surface. Maybe it is set surface material. Surface set material. What does it want to know? Surface ID and then the material, but I want to set the albedo. Right, but how do I access that material? Let's see. 3 years ago. Oh, just albedo. Right, but then we have to new color. Mesh instance, get surface material. That works. Drag and drop in my game? Or oh no, you mean the name of a property? You can, and it's nice when it so like another way that I could also do this is if I like drag material in here and drop it, it'll say material. So I could drag mesh, so we know that that's mesh. I could drag in material, we know that that's material, and then albedo color. What if I do that? I mean, if I say material dot albedo color, what happens if I print that? I'm glad you said that, because it just reminded me that maybe I don't need to figure this out. Maybe I already know how to do it. So I just want to see mine equals blown. I love it. Let's go. So if I do this, okay, well first of all, we're not even getting that to print because the can't place thing isn't working. So can you just print it while I'm hovering it? Sorry, that was blocked. So I just put it here while it's being held. I just want to see if it can find it. Oh, it can! Nice! Yes. So that's a way to do this, Gab, is to... So for example, I wanted to access the albedo color. Now, we'll see if that works for setting it. I wanted to access the albedo color, so I drag color on here. It gives me that. Now, if I want to get to that in code, if I go up one level, that's going to be the material. So if I drag the material, and you got to drag like outside of here, like not on this, but on the, well, okay. Not on this, but on that. It's kind of goofy. Okay, and then if I go up one level from there, drag mesh, and so now I kind of know, okay, so if I want to access the albedo color, we go to mesh, material, albedo color. We'll see if it actually works the way I want to, though. So, okay, now we know what the color is, which is great. But I would like to update that. It actually is quite great that we have that color because it means that I can set it up. We can say variable radius color valid. And then just pop those values in there. Probably should put this by the radius. Just moving this around. Okay, radius color valid. And then we'll say radius color invalid. And for that, I'm just gonna click on this and pick this color. We just want it to be a red. Okay. I'm not sure why the can place isn't working. Oh! Can place false. That would... Wait. We want to say if can place... Wait. This doesn't make any sense. Uh-oh, my power just flickered. Okay, I do want to put out a warning that we're experiencing some severe winds in my area right now. The wind is blowing strong. So if the stream goes down, it's because my power went out because of the wind. So I just want to put that warning out there. That if suddenly the stream goes away, the wind got me. And I'll come back as soon as I can to let you know that I'm back. But I just saw my lights flicker, which is only one step away from everything flickering. Yeah. Yikes. Very good. My brain's a little burned out on the code. I feel like I need to do a visual design task soon. I hate all these booleans and all these if statements. It's chaos. Yeah, it's gonna be allowed to place it right away. So what you need to do. Why would you set it to... So wait, I'm so confused by myself right now. Okay, so if it's not held... Oh, cursor target can place. Ah, I forgot all about that. If cursor target can place, then we want can place to be true. If it isn't... Why are you doing this? You don't have to do this boolean. This boolean is not useful. I don't know why I did that. I have a feeling I'm gonna realize why I did that and then fix it. But for right now, I don't see why I need that. That's not necessary. Right, because I didn't want this to keep doing it over and over and over again. That's why. I didn't want it to keep setting the material a bunch of times. Whatever, I just don't care. So instead of can place, we can say variable boolean or variable radius valid or color radius. No, but that's already there. I think this is potentially good for an enum. Enum radius color states valid invalid variable radius color state equals radius color states. I'm getting tired about tired of these booleans. There's too many booleans. That ain't right. Okay. Colon radius color states. So then, if we can place it, I want radius color state to become radius color states dot valid. What do you mean it's not declared in the current scope? Why would you say that? Oh, I said radius. Radius color state. Okay. Radius color state equals color state valid. Then if the cursor target says no, we can't place, we need this to get set to the invalid state. I might refactor this radius color state thing if I find out there's actually other things that I want it to do, but for now that's all I can really think of. So we'll keep it like that. Oh, and then the colors, we got the colors. Okay. So I'll set it to invalid. If indeed it is invalid, which it will be because we just set it to be that. Well, no. You want this to say valid. Oops, I spelled that wrong. So in that moment, it will be valid. And we want to make sure we set it to invalid if it's valid, and we can't place it because the cursor target says we can't place it. Can't place the tower. So it'll have been valid. We're going to set it to invalid, which means taking the visible radius mesh material albedo color and setting it to, we could do functions for this. We probably should. There's a lot going on in here right now. Okay, hold on a minute. Hold on a dang minute right now. This is mess. This is mess town. If not mesh only, if is held, make it follow. Follow cursor position. We're gonna make that a function. I need to break this up like the banks. If it's placeable, yeah, so let's make this a function, and this is update radius color. And this is actually gonna call, or this can, it can be called with a true or false, or let's say radius color, we can say radius color red false. That returns nothing. Bunk radius color red make red, if make red, if we want to make it red, we're going to change the color state and say that it should become invalid. I don't think you want to do that here. Here, we're going to pass this for right now. Else, set it to valid. We're also going to say check for placement, check for placement, and that's going to carry with it this. So we're going to create that as well. Func check for placement returns nothing. Just to clean this mess up a bit. If you can't place the tower, then we're going to say radius color red true. We do want to make the radius color red in this case. So if make red, put all this in here. We also want to make sure that the state is already set to valid, set it to invalid, and then update it to radius color invalid. And then over here, we instead want to bring it back to valid. Oof. Oh my goodness. Did I do things or no? Oops. Oh no! I turned on the party. I pressed the wrong button. I'm very concerned about that because I don't think it's gonna, I haven't been using it because I think it is gonna break my camera position, which just has to be okay. Sorry about that. This is a little temporary party. Okay. So no color changes are happening. So that's real. Let's see if we can debug what's going on here. Anything in the debugger? Nothing that would affect this, I don't think. Definitely things I need to deal with, but nothing super important. So let's get some print statements here. Let's see if this is working. Print. We're gonna say cursor target says placement is, it's a lot of things. And we're just gonna copy this, paste it in. I actually would rather just check that. Let's just check that everywhere if it's held. Let's just constantly see what it says. Okay, so I'm looking down here in the bottom left for what the output has got for me. It says cursor placement is true. If I hover over this, it continues to say true. So it is not updating in real time. Let's go find out why. Back on the main scene, let's see if I actually set that up correctly. So it's basing it on this can place boolean. Oh, our shapecast is probably not working. Print cursor target shapecast colliding. Let's see if we even get that. In fact, before we do that, I want to make sure I'm not printing all this madness. Okay. I think maybe our shapecast is not configured correctly. I knew there's a reason I don't like shapecasts. They're hard. Oh wait, I turned it off. I made it not be enabled, and I never made it enabled. That would be why. Okay, that's on me. So we would want to say we have these two different states. We have the select state and the hold state. Now, I kind of need another state for when we're neither, because the select state, no, you should always be able to do the select state. You should, so it really should just be enabled all the time, if I'm being honest. I think it should just be enabled. I don't think there's any reason not to enable it. That's what I think. Okay. Bam! All right. We got red, baby. Yeah. Beautiful. Can go here, cannot go there. Love it. Now, I believe I can still place it. Oh, I can't. Wow. So if I let go while we're hovering over this and I come over here, no longer is it checking for release. It doesn't consider it a release anymore. So I actually get a chance to click it down again. Wait. Yeah, then I get a chance to click it down again, which is kind of nice. Whoa, uh-oh. They're all showing as red, so we have to make sure we specify only me, not all of us. Okay. There's a lot of little things here. I also want that radius to disappear once we place it, unless we hover over it. There's a lot of things. There's a lot of things. This game, it's complicated to get all these nice things implemented. Let's go to the tower. What do we want to do next? I want it to only be looking at the single one. Don't look at all of them and change all of them. So it has to know which one we're currently placing. And it has to know that, hey, me, I'm the one that's being placed. We do have a tower spawned here. So I think we actually need it to say, hey, I am spawned. And it needs to know, well, you know, we could, okay, I have an idea. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna make sure it emits with itself. I'm gonna come back over here. We're gonna add in my argument check. Argument 1 is actually gonna be path follower 3D or whatever it's called. Is that what it's called? I don't remember. Variables something. Path follow 3D, not follower. Path follow 3D equals tower name. Tower self, really not name, it's really self. Name would be a little different. Now everywhere that we connect tower spawned, we need to make sure that its corresponding function is ready to receive the tower itself. So on the HUD, we don't actually care about it. So we're gonna do underscore tower, so that way it doesn't hold on to that data in a way that's no good. However, over here on the cursor target, we do want it to know about that. And we're we're gonna actually update a variable. Let's say tower currently held, and that's gonna get set to tower. Now we come up here, variable tower currently held, and we're gonna type it as a path follow 3D. Okay. Then we come over to the tower and we say not just if can place, but also and cursor target. I'm gonna make this a function. We're gonna say if I am placeable. We'll make a function here. Func I am placeable. And this is gonna return a Boolean. And we just wanna say if cursor target ref can place. Oh no, you don't have to do that. You could just say return cursor target ref can place and cursor target ref tower currently held. So whatever the result of that is will determine whether all that other stuff works. I think that that's sufficient. Possibly, maybe, theoretically. Nope. Instant issue. Trying to assign a value of node 3D. Oh, it's a node 3D? Whoops. Oh, it is. Whoopsie. That's on me. That's on me. Okay, this is actually a node 3D. Whoops. I think the only other place we did that was like in the signal description. Maybe on the tower? I don't think so. Okay. I might have missed something, but we'll see. Nice. Okay, it looks good. And if we grab a different one, no! Wait, oh, my bad. You know what I did? I know what I did. I forgot to clarify. We want to make sure that it's set to self. So down here in this I am placeable, we want to say and that is set to self. So it's making sure that the current towerly held is me. Not me, but it. Okay, get a second one. No! How dare you? Alright, let's get some feedback. Let's see what is going on here. So that says set to self, but it doesn't care. So let me go back to the cursor target, get rid of this print that's taking up all my debug output. Back to the tower. Could you tell me what is the one that's currently held? At that moment? Is that allowed when I'm returning something like that? I don't actually know. I don't think I can do that. I think because it's returning before you get to that code. Alright, well it says a very specific node in there. In the output. Let me hide the keyboard. There's only one node in there. Yeah, but they're all... I guess they're both saying that, hey, yeah, I'm myself. I am myself. But it's not the... But there's only... It should only be one that's currently held. I'm actually a little confused. Maybe I didn't implement it correctly up here. If I am placeable. Oh, good idea, Cam. Welcome. This might be hard to inspect. Well, you know what I should do, I guess, is set a variable currently held tower. I could probably just say tower currently held equals this. I wonder if it's this return and statement, you know? I wonder if this isn't functioning correctly. Before I do that, I'm gonna try something. Something that kind of sucks, but I don't care. I'm gonna say if cursor says you can place, and then I'm gonna do this. Then I want it to return true. Otherwise, it returns false. And this returns false. I'm just kind of curious. If it's like, if like the and statement with the setting and the not setting and the ifing or the returning, I just wonder if that's causing any part of the issue. Okay, drop one. Nah, okay, breakpoint. No, that wasn't it. Okay, let's make it back to the more elegant way. Variable, let's say cursor can place, let's just say cursor tower currently held. And these are actually booleans. Oh, that's not a boolean. This would be a node 3D. Try the evaluator in the debugger. You can just type the name of the variable in there as long as you break somewhere the variable is accessible. Nice. Yeah, I know what you're talking about, I think. Boolean. Then we'll say return cursor can place and let's say if cursor can place return cursor tower currently held set to self. And then we'll have an else return false. Okay. And then for the breakpoint, we'll put that over here. I guess we can just do a pass here, maybe. Whoops. Oh, right. We can't just pass that. Okay, print. Oh wait, you can't interfere with that else. Okay, hold up. Wait a minute. Okay, pass there. And then break that. Actually, that's not really where I want to break it. I want to break it when it's false. Actually. I want to break it here. Okay. Okay. So I'm going to do 2 this time and then breakpoint. So I did it, by the way. Sorry, I didn't have it up. I dragged one in and I put it in a okay place, and then I dragged another one in and hovered over a not okay place. Evaluator. I don't know if I've ever used this. What? How do I use? What do I type in here? Wait, what is this? Type the name of the variable. But this isn't a real one, so I can just make up one that isn't real? That's crazy. Okay, this is weird. Cursor tower, or maybe I could do the function I am placeable. Cursor tower currently held. Is this true? I don't believe this. I'm so confused. I'm afraid I don't understand this. Okay, that worked. Animation worked. But how could these both be null? Does it find variables that are defined within functions? Let me see if I can find one. Surely we have one. Oh, it's out of the scope? Yeah. So the breakpoint needs to be within that function. The breakpoint is outside of that function. Wow. Wow, I've just never even done anything like this. This is like coder stuff. This is cool. Okay. Right, because a local variable is destroyed when the function ends. Wow. This is cool. Thank you. Okay, so then we want to do this in I am placeable. Well, either of these could return false. I guess I'd like to check this. Put another breakpoint and hit continue. Where's continue? The pause button? Why is this stressing me out? I don't understand. I'm just gonna restart it. Like the continue in the debugger? I don't know. Okay. Open up this. Drag. So it immediately happened, but that's not where I want it to happen. I don't know how I'm gonna control where it happens. I don't know how to use this. I'm stressing me out, but it's like very interesting. Okay, tower currently held. Tower 2 spinning top. That's correct. Right, stack trace tab. That's what I'm used to using. Can't I just use that? Why am I using the evaluator? Like, what makes the evaluator better than just looking at this? I feel like this is so much more intuitive. This is hard. I just don't know where I'm gonna put a breakpoint. I mean, I'd have to code in. This is actually very confusing. I'm extremely confused right now. I don't really know how to do this. Because you can ask the evaluator what A plus B is. Okay. Man, this is like kind of over my head right now. Or get properties from accessible objects. Okay. I believe you so much that this could be really useful. I just don't know that I can handle it. I'm confused. Like for my specific situation, I would need guidance on how I should use it. For me, I think, to understand this correctly. I don't think I'm gonna just be like, oh wow, this is, I see. Otherwise. Yeah, no, yeah, I'm glad you told me about it. I'm definitely glad you told me about it. I'm extremely glad you told me about it. Credit where credit's due. Whoops. There we go. But also, I have no idea how to use it right now. So what I need to identify is why are ones that are not currently held thinking that they are the one that's currently held. So it would be nice to... I think the remote tab might be useful here. Definitely a breakpoint. I'm gonna put the breakpoint somewhere else again, where it's out of scope of a such. Wait, but not there, please. No, stop. Wait, where was the other place I was putting it? We need it to be, oh, here. There we go. Right there. Okay, restart it. Then we'll put one in a safe spot. Now I'm gonna take this, drag it over here, and it breakpoints. You're changing the value property inside of a resource. Not a resource. A class script. I don't really use resources other than, like, you know, textures and things. At least not yet. Okay, so I'm gonna check the remote tab here. And I'm gonna look at the tower collector. Okay, so this tower is not the one that's held, and it knows that it's not the one that's held. It knows it's not the one that's held. The red should not be happening on one that is not held. Right? Because down here, well, I guess we're not... Yeah, I am placeable is only supposed to run if it's held, but it isn't held. So if it isn't held, how can it even be running this function in the first place? Now if we come to this one is held. Therefore, it's allowed to potentially become red. So the radius color state is 1 here. If we look at this one, the radius color state is 0, meaning there's no reason why it should become red. I think I know what the problem is. The material isn't local. That's what it is. Yeah, it's a mesh. Thank you. I actually think I got this. I might have got this. So I'm gonna come to here. I think I have to set the visible radius to be local to scene. So I guess it is a resource in that sense. So I'm gonna say local to scene. I guess you could just do the material. That way you don't have to make the whole... Don't do that. Stop this. That's unnecessary. Well... Yes. I was changing the value. I was like, oh, I don't usually use resources except for textures. Is a texture. Or a material. Okay, so come to the material. Say that the material is local to scene. Come over here. Make sure this material is also local to scene. It's nice if in the editor it isn't local. But here, once we add it to the scene, it needs to be local. Okay, save all of that. Now let's try it. No breakpoint, please. No breakpoint. Breakpoint, go bye-bye. Okay. Here we go. Drag in a safe one. No! That wasn't enough. Okay. Alright. Okay. Understood. Okay. Oh, I changed the wrong thing. My bad. I need to go in the... I wasn't in the material itself. Whoops. Let's make sure I did it right. Nope, I didn't do it right on any of these. The material needs to be local to the scene. I did do that right on the soldier. I didn't do it right on the others. Okay. It still might not work, but at least now I'm doing the thing that I meant to do. To see if it would work. Okay, drag it, drop it, come over here. No! Why are you like this? Okay, that didn't help. That didn't help at all. Why not? Do I need to make the overall resource local to scene? I just did the one spinning top. I checked both this time. Ah! Okay, but is it both or is it one or the other? I'm gonna uncheck the material local to scene and only have the overall mesh resource local to scene. It might be both. I just wanna be sure. Yep. Wow. Okay, there it is. So both the material and the mesh resource need to be set local to scene, which, you know what, makes a lot of sense because we're accessing mesh and then material. So they both have to be in order for it to work. I could also access this in a different way so I don't have to make them local. we're gonna take a performance hit to some, a theoretical performance hit. Whether it'll be noticeable, probably not. But in theory, it would be more performant if I could maybe access the instance instead of making it unique. Nice. All right. We are good. Whew. Cool. Okay, next step. I want to make sure that once we place it, the radius goes away. I gotta make a commit after that one. My God. That is a moment of commit. Tower placement improved. Radius shows if placing is okay, and placing on the path is now not okay. And other stuff, but mostly that. Okay, now let's make that radius disappear once it is placed. We have tower place being connected. So on tower place, if the tower that's placed is itself, place becomes true, and then we're gonna wanna update the radius, visible radius. So we're gonna say visible radius, visible, false. And then what I want is to make them selectable, so we can click on it, and then it's gonna show us the radius again, so we can actually see it. Nice. Okay, there it goes, being hidden once it's placed in a valid spot. Excellent. Good. So in order to do that, well, in theory, my shape cast is set up correctly to swap between checking for towers and checking for path. So if a tower is placed, it's then going to go back to the select state. If a tower is being held, it's going to be in the hold state. So in the select state, it'll be looking for colliding with towers. So we have check for tower collision and check for path collision. So we need to make this do something. So if we're colliding with a tower, we want to find out what it's colliding with. So we're going to say get collider. What's it want? An index. One of multiple collisions. So what is at index? Is that like the nearest if there's multiple? Of one of the multiple, I guess we could try printing to see what it spits out. Or not. We could just, well, we'll just see. You know, we'll just experiment with it and see what happens. I'll set it to 1. So it's going to fetch that. We want to say variable tower hovered. I think we need to emit a signal at this point. This is signal emission time. This should, if it's the collider, it should be in area 3D, right? Hopefully, probably. And then we're gonna say messenger tower hovered emit tower hovered. Then we're gonna go to the messenger, and let's create that. Similar to the others, we just wanted to have a tower cell. Well, no, this is gonna be an area 3D. So tower's area is what it's gonna call with. Then on the tower script, we're gonna connect that signal as long as it's not a mesh only. Messenger tower hovered, connect on tower hovered. Let's put that down here. Hey Roger, you see, it's a miracle. Good to see you, how you been? On tower hovered, we wanted to report the tower. You see trees of green trees there too. I see trees, and they are green, and I think I'm lost in these woods. I'm sorry to hear that. Hope you escape soon. If tower is set to self, then I want that visible radius to appear. So, I mean, we could just make this be that function. I mean, you probably wanted to have like a state. Evil spirits are convincing you to stay for the tea party. Nice. Okay, Alice. Because we'll want like a selected state that it's been clicked on. You need a state. This is a place for a state. For sure. Do we have any states in here yet? We have radius color states and tower types and aim types. But we want some select states, some hover states. Variable, or let's say enum interact states. Use metadata to mark it if you don't want to make a variable. Yeah, you know, I know some of y'all use metadata. I haven't yet felt compelled to do it. I've looked at it and it felt like something I would be like, wait, what is this? If I looked back on the code later. But it's a good tool to have in the toolbox. All right, Roger. Thanks for stopping in. Appreciate you. Your plugin uses metadata because you didn't want arrays and dictionaries everywhere. That's fair. That's fair. That is totally fair. Interact state is going to be none, hover, and selected. Variable interact state is interact states, which is what I meant to name the other one. And then we'll come down here. If it's set to self, we want interact state to become interact states hover. I don't like selected. Because we have like hover and then selected. Like, shouldn't it be hovered? I think it should. Canvas use metadata to store Bloons tower defense range because, of course, range 100 is not 100 pixels wide. Alright. Okay. Sounds like you still could use a variable. And I'll go ahead and say here that the visible radius, well, we're gonna wanna know when it is no longer hovered as well. I didn't think about that. Oh, that makes sense. Didn't want to attach scripts. Okay. You know, I'm kind of thinking that instead of using the shape cast for this, I'm kind of thinking I just want to use the area that's on the tower. But the area that's on the tower doesn't have a mask. So it's not looking for the shape cast. I don't think it can report that it's been seen. So I mean, we could say if nothing is hovered, or if something else. All right, we could do that. We could say, yeah, because if you either hover nothing, make it, allow it to be null. Yeah, allow it to be null. Maybe that'll be a problem. Okay. Wait, cursor state select, check for tower collision. This is incorrect for one thing. First of all, you want to say if collision is colliding. That's important. And then if it's not colliding, I'm gonna take a little bit of a risk here, and we're gonna say that it is null. That might be okay. That might be fine. So then it will emit it again, but this time it won't match. What do you think about that? Okay, nothing is happening, but we are getting a lot of errors. Tell me about those errors. No collider found. What is this? I don't understand what this get collider index means. I don't understand this. I don't understand this at all. What do you mean no collider found? So what? Then just shut up. I said if collision is colliding, so it shouldn't be colliding. So why would you even do this? I don't understand shape casts. What are you talking about here? Is it because I'm typing it as an area 3D and maybe it's like that's incorrect to type it as an area 3D? Let's just not type it at all and just see if we still get an error, and if not, I want to find out what its type is. Oh yeah, we're still getting errors. What the hell is Get Collider? I don't understand it. Returns the collided object of one of the multiple collisions at index or null. So how is that an error? I don't know what one means. It it wants me to have an index, but I don't know why. I don't know what index of the multiple collisions. Frankly, I just have no idea. So this is a shape cast. It's not something I've ever used before. So I'm just not sure what's going on here. Right. But like, so what if it's not first of all, I said only if it's colliding. So it definitely must be colliding because I said if it's colliding. So how can it be colliding with nothing if it's colliding with something? Okay, what's going on? What is that? So I have a feeling Get Collider doesn't necessarily mean what I think it means. So I guess I'm gonna have to look it up. Even though I want to just use the documentation in there, it's not enough. Oh, because it would be 0. Right. Oh yeah. Array start with 0. Smart. Okay. Okay. That's an excellent point. Oh, no error. Yep. You're right. You were correct. No more error. Now, it's still not doing what I want it to do, but at least we're not getting an error. So that's good. Okay. Nicely done, Cam. Nicely done. That's just new behavior on my part. That's just me not knowing the difference or forgetting that arrays start at 0. Or not really, I didn't really think of it as an array, but I should have known when I saw the word index that that means array. But I'm still newbie. Okay, so why then? So why don't you print what tower hovered is for me so I can see what's going on? What's the deal here? Give me the deets. Area 3D. Very good. Oh, that's why it's not matching, because it's an area 3D. Okay, we got this. I know what's going on. We got this. Area 3D. Technically, I'd want its parent. If I'm being honest. Wait, can I do this? Let's see if that works. Oh, no, it does not. Oh, right, because now it's not a area 3D. We gonna be alright. Okay, now we put it in here. Wait, what? You got access to collision on a base object of node. Oh. Yeah, that makes sense. Wait. Huh? I'm not trying to access collision on the node. Oh, I guess I am. I guess we want to do get parent here? Like that? Does that work? Kinda. Except it's not hovering anything. Let's print whatever it is. Tower hovered. Okay, that's printing the correct thing. Okay, good. We're good. We're in good shape. Now that's supposed to be emitting that, and then that should be received by the tower. On tower hovered. Let's print the tower name from the tower itself. Null, 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 null. That's a lot of null. Which is a bit unnecessary, truth be told, but it seems to see it and then not see it when I hover it and don't hover it. Now, why would you not know that that's yourself? Do you not know who you are? Oh, duh. I forgot to make it do anything. Let's go. I will say, I don't love that this is just like emitting so many times. It would be great if it just emit once and then went to sleep. That would be great. I'm not sure how doable that's gonna be. You know, once it's null, it can stay null. Can I disconnect it like here? Can I just like do that? Oh, that's not gonna work, because that's not where it's getting connected. So where you'd want to connect it would be over on the tower. But then you'd have to reconnect it. That doesn't make sense. Nah, I think I have to have it connected all the time. You can just have it stop emitting it if it's ever null, if this is ever true. I could say variable stop emitting, but wait, that's gonna run in the process though, so you wouldn't want that there. Right. Emit hover boolean false. No, you don't want to do that. You don't want to do this. Don't do that. Stop this. Because then it's not gonna... We would kind of want to... It's a little confusing, isn't it? I'd almost want to keep track of tower hovered here. No. The problem is solved. I'm just trying to keep it from emitting so often. I'm trying to tell it to stop emitting when it's null. Just to like keep a bunch of nulls from firing off, which maybe we let the nulls fire off. You know, maybe it's not a big deal. I'm just experimenting with something. It could be a mistake. I'm okay with that. So the tower hovered will get updated here. We do want it to admit here, but if we could even just say if tower hovered is not set to null, then emit this. But we're choosing for it to emit null. Right? So tower hovered here is getting set to the node. And it's not going to become null when we hover over something else, is it? No, because that's only checking if it's colliding. So this is, so we would just come over here and say that tower, I mean, it's kind of ridiculous. But I just want to prevent all of those emissions from happening. I don't know, just to like clean things up a little bit. Not have a bunch of unnecessary stuff flying all over the place. So just to test it. So there it's hovering. Nice! So there it's set to null just one time. It hovers it, sets it to null. Hovers it, sets it to null. Excellent. Okay, so we're getting that reappearing, but now I want it to hide again. So we want to say, if it's not set to self, visible radius becomes false. And interact state becomes interact states none. There we go. Probably didn't need to restart it. That's okay. Nice. Bam. Let's go. We hovering stuff, baby. So now we get the information about its radius. Now I want it to be different if we click on it. I want stuff to happen. I want the UI on the right to appear. And I would want its visible radius to remain visible. Okay, I'm gonna make a commit there. That's pretty good. I like what I see. 6.5 hours. Okay, we still got some time. A lot of time. Towers know when they're hovered. Now, I want them to know that they're selected. Wonder if I can finally get away with an input event again. I tried doing an input event earlier and it did not go well. Programming got you crazy? Thankful for the internet? Yes, yes. Let's give it up for the internet, everybody. You gotta. We can't do it on our own. I'm gonna try an input event. We're gonna say if interact state is set to interact states hovered. I think you should do a match. That's what I think. The different possible states are none, hovered, and selected. If it's none, don't do nothing. If it's hovered, we want its state. Now we also have to say as well if input is action just pressed, action, then we want its interact state to become interact state selected. Now it's selected. If you click it while it's selected, I'd probably want it to go back to hovered. Would probably be good. So what happens if it's in selected? What does it do? How does it know that it's in it now? I would say, I don't even know if I need these states. I mean, I do. Yeah, no, you do. You're using them right now. I'm gonna say messenger tower selected because I want the HUD to respond to that. And then we're gonna emit itself. So head over here to the messenger. Tower hovered, tower selected. Argument 1. Oh, this actually calls it the node 3D now. And I guess we'd want to say if it's not been selected, we could set it to null. I kind of like that. I mean, it'd probably be better just to say tower deselected. Really, it'd be if we click anywhere, we'd want it to deselect. If we click and we're not clicking on a tower, it should deselect. That would kind of make more sense rather than making it a toggle that you just keep clicking on. Right? So somewhere we're going to have to track input. Okay. Actually, we do want none. We do want something on none. So when we tap it when it's selected, we're just going to say nothing happens. When we... Well, no, because that's not when it's none. You're going to be tracking that in way too many places. That's super unnecessary. I mean, that's okay. If none of the towers are hovered, no, but we'd want that to happen. This is confusing. This is wrong. This is incorrect. This is not, well, You just don't want this in the input. No, no, you're good. You're good. Okay, here, we're gonna pass both of these. Tower selected, emit self. What I want to do is I want to come to the cursor target, right? If the cursor state is select, it's going to check for tower collision. If we're not colliding and we press a button, doesn't matter if a tower is hovered or not. If you press a button, then I want you to emit make sure this is auto completing. Tower selected, emit null. Now back on the tower script, we're going to connect tower selected, spawning a tower to emit nothing. No. So what I guess I'm trying to recreate is when we click on a tower in Bloons, and then we click anywhere that is not a tower, it deselects. I'm trying to create that deselecting. So what I'm saying is, if the cursor is not colliding with anything, and we click, I want it to tell everything, hey, nothing is clicked. Or nothing was clicked by the cursor. Something was clicked, and that something was nothing. At least that's the idea. Let's make sure it's nearby all of these. On tower selected. And we're gonna say if tower is set to null, we want to change the state back to none. So actually what we could do here, that's on the input event though. So I actually wouldn't recommend that. But yes, we do want to set it to none. We absolutely want to set it to none. Yes. There's a bit of like fracturing of code here. I don't really care. Yeah, I don't give a crap. I don't know that that's like a thing. I just made it up. If fracturing of code. If tower is set to null, then I want interact state to become interact states none, because it's not selected and it's not hovered, and I want the visible radius visibility to be false. What does that do? Summing or numbing? Okay, click it. Oh, okay. So the selected state not working. I'm clicking, but ain't nothing happening. So we gotta fix that. And to that end, I also want the UI to pop up. Okay, let's figure out what's going on there. We can also get rid of this print, this tower print. This is not necessary. Okay. Input event. If the interact state is set to hovered. So are we setting the interact state to hovered? On tower hovered, the interact state should be hovered. Okay. And then the radius becomes visible. We know this is working because it becomes visible when I hover. Okay. Now up here, I want to say that when the input occurs, if we're in the state hovered, and we press action, set the state to selected and emit that itself is selected. Let's see if this is working. Print tower self knows it's clicked. Let's see if we can get that to appear, at least. Yes. Okay, so that is working. Good. And then, so the interact state is being set to selected, and we're emitting tower selected, and we're making that self. So, I think we should put this in the function. I think that's just going to be a little less fractured, as I was saying earlier. So we can just say, if tower is set to self, do stuff, otherwise, do that other stuff. If tower is set to self, it should already be in the selected state. I think it would be better if we didn't put the state change in here. I just think it's going to be like a little less confusing. So I'm going to pull this out of here. And then down here is where I'm going to do it. Because that way at least this happening and that happening are kind of like nearby each other. Right? And then here we've got hovered. It's just that way it's not fractured. So that's going to become selected, and we want the radius to become visible. Okay. That didn't work. That didn't work at all. Okay, let's see if this is happening. Does it know? Print, it knows. Does it know that it's itself being clicked on? It does. There, it said it down there in the left. I have a feeling that the hovering, when we unhover, that's messing that up. So we would want to say, right, so right here, if it's not hovered, it's setting it to none. So we would want to say, if not interact state set to interact states selected. So don't change the hovering situation if it's currently selected. Okay, that didn't work. It didn't work at all. Alright. Okay. I see a lot of debugger stuff going on. Although it stopped. Alright, so this is getting a little convoluted. So let's say print tower not hovered, or tower unhovered. Then I'm going to toss a print in here. If tower set to self, print tower selected, print tower deselected. Let's just see what the order is of these operations. Okay, it knows when it's unhovered. Bottom left is where I'm looking there. And the output, when I hover it, and when I move away, it knows it's unhovered. Okay, now if I click it, tower selected. And if I move away, it's saying unhovered. I don't want it to be saying unhovered, actually. Well, I should have moved this in here. That was my mistake. Okay, let's try this again. New test. So what I just did was I had print unhovered right here in the else, but I actually want it to be down in here to make sure that that if not is functioning correctly. Okay. So hover it, unhover it. We get a print in the bottom left. Very good. Hover it, click, it's selected. Come out here, and it's still unhovering. No. Well, because you know why, Lise? Because you're now changing it to hovered. So you'd also want to say, you'd actually probably want to pull this back and pop this in there and say that this hover behavior only matters if it's not currently selected. Nice. There we go. Nice. Click over here, click over there. Beautiful. Then it becomes the active selected tower. Let's go. Okay, good. Next, let's make that UI appear. So over on the HUD, we want to also connect that a tower is selected. Connect that to an on tower selected. Come down here. Make a function for it. We do need to know what tower is the one. That's important. Because we're going to want to show data in the UI based on what tower is selected. Now it's going to give me a warning because I'm not going to actually use it yet. And if I don't use it, I should put an underscore. But I'm going to use it, so I'm not going to put the underscore. We need to get that side UI. I'm going to make an animation named similarly to my bottom UI animation. Animation underscore bottom underscore UI. Let's add an animation tree in here, or player. Animation side UI. Let's make that side UI visible. It's not much, it's just that. That's okay. It's just a panel? Oh, right, we want to animate the margin container. Okay, I got it. Okay, so then we're going to create a new one. Show side UI. And we're going to set its position, its default position when it's shown. Or I guess this would be hide. I forgot. I should have done hide first. That's okay. I can rename it. Easy. Then I'm going to move it. I don't particularly want to lose its Y position is at 69. So let's make sure that's the same. There we go. Keyframe that down. I kind of want the same timing that we had for bottom UI. .36 with a 0.574 ease. It's chaos. Let's make it 0.575, just like slightly more comprehensible. 0.575. Okay, it seems determined to correct it to whatever it wants. So I guess, forget me. So whatever, doesn't matter. Come to side UI. Put this at 0.36, just so it's similar. Set this ease to 0.575 approximately, apparently. Then I'm going to duplicate this animation. We're going to get rid of the 2 at the end and call it show side UI. And we're just going to flip their positions here. Again, I could reverse the animation, but I'd rather have more readable, separate named animations. Okay, so now it'll appear or disappear if you click or select it. I almost think that could be a little faster. It feels a little slow. Like, it made sense for the bottom bar, but when you click on something, I feel like you want it to appear right away. Not like take a second. So actually, instead of mimicking that speed, I want this to be a lot faster than the bottom UI. I wanted you to feel like what you do matters. Oh, I eased the wrong thing there. Oh, because I flipped it around. Okay. You want to ease it. It's hard to do much easing. When it's that fast, doesn't really matter much. All right, let's go with that for now. And then when it's hidden, that could be a little slower than the show. That's okay. All right. Now I'm gonna come back to the HUD and we're gonna onReady or access this as a unique name and then onReady that animation. Animation side UI. And when a tower is selected, I want animation side UI to play, show side UI. But we want to be specific. If it'd be kind of nice if we change the tower, it like hides it and re-shows it instead of just like flipping, but nah, that's annoying. No, you can just have it flip it. It's fine. If tower is... If not tower set to null, then show it... Or here, you don't have to do it like that. Say, if tower is set to null... I mean, also, unless it's already hidden, otherwise it's going to be playing it unnecessarily, but it's fine. Okay. Else, show it. Okay, let's see if this works. I actually don't want it to be showing by default. So I probably should change the reset. To the hidden position. That's what I'm doing. Sorry, I know you can't see it. Let's see if that starts at hidden. Yes. Okay, good. Place a tower, select it, nice. Now I kind of feel like once you place it, that one should already be selected. If we click away, it disappears. Oh, I need to get rid of those prints. And then if we change towers, I don't think we're gonna notice much. Oh, it does! It does send it out again. Kinda. Sometimes? That's very inconsistent. Why are you like that? Why would you sometimes do that and sometimes not do that? I think I'd also want to say that if you... So if this is showing and you click down here, I think it should hide there as well. So that way you can place it anywhere and get that information out of the way. I wouldn't mind it reanimating if it actually did it every time. But sometimes it doesn't do it. See? It just there didn't do it. Why? Why not? I wonder if I did it before it was finished, and so it didn't like interrupt it. That could be it. I do probably have it going a little longer than it needs to be. So let's have it end when it's supposed to end. It's tough because it's like a very specific spot. Okay. See if that helps. Avoid that accidental not show. You know, I guess if you click them fast enough, the fraction of a second, enjoy getting to see the animation look funky. Like, that's your prize for being a ridiculously fast clicker. Nice, much better. Beautiful. I do wonder if we couldn't get like a different type of indicator if you're hovering over it versus if it's selected. Because right now, you know, if I have these two right next to each other, technically, I don't know which one is the one that's hovered or which one is selected. I know, but it's not telling me that information. So like for me, like wanting, like my perfectionist self wants to make it clear, you know, if one is selected, there's like a different shader or something versus the one that is hovered. We could do that. I just have to do that. And then some effort. So I'm not going to worry about it right now, but I'm going to keep it in mind. Okay, so the other thing I want to do is when we go to place a new one, I want to make sure that it hides over there. Coroutines got me feeling. You know, coroutine, that's something that I don't really know what it means. Like, I like two things that are happening at the same time. But, like, generally speaking, I honestly don't even understand what it means. Components that allow execution to be suspended and resumed. Generalizing subroutine. I don't know what that means. What the hell does that mean? Just like... I don't even know. I don't even understand. You're way ahead of me. Your feelings are big brain feelings. I don't even understand. Okay. Oh, I see. So if you were like, if I was familiar with C#, I would be like, I feel you. Okay, understood. Oh yeah, I need to get rid of these prints because these are annoying. I mean, just from reading what I read right there, I was confused. So I can imagine it's frustrating based on that alone. Didn't I have another print? No? Okay, if you say so. It is a pain. Dang. My heart goes out to you. Sending you healing vibes. Let's make sure we're on that HUD. And I want to say that when a tower is spawned, the side UI is also going to get hidden. So since I've kept these names the same, it's pretty easy. Let me just change that. I don't even think I have to restart it. Come over here, grab that, they both go away. Click on that, it pops that out. It's nice, it's clean. I like it. It's great. Switching between them is a little jarring. It's kind of intense. That like happens so fast. But that's okay. It feels like my clicks have meaning. And then I would like to say that when you start the wave, it also hides this over here. But, I mean, if you want to upgrade, I think it's going to get a little messy if you want to upgrade things, right? Because what if you want to upgrade something over here? You have to make sure you click off of this and then click on something. What the what? Wait a minute. Oh, it's doing the hide animation every time I click off. Whoops. Oh, whoops. That's wrong. Yes, if tower is set to null. But we also want to make sure it's already hidden. So I guess I'm gonna do a Boolean variable for this. Variable side UI visible. But you can probably know because you're not doing visible, you have like an animation. So we'll just do it this way. Boolean equals false. It will not start out visible. Whenever we show the side UI, we want to say side UI visible becomes true. Otherwise, it becomes false. And then we say, if tower is set to null and side UI is visible. So don't bother if it's not visible. I do have some concerns about like how easy it's gonna feel to like move stuff. What? That didn't work at all. What? Well, because you're doing the same thing again. You need, I think. Oh, because you have this else. So I guess you might want to say, if tower is set to null, if side UI visible, then allow it to be hidden. Else, if side UI not visible, do that. There's something unforeseen here, right? Okay, I'm clicking all over the place. Nothing's happening, which is good. Hey, what's up, Murph? We doing good. We doing real good, actually. Click on this, that pops out. Nice. We can hover over these, we can click on them, we can drag out new ones. The UI is very responsive. Ooh. Okay, that. So right now I'm setting up whether it appears on the right or not. That's a little goof troop right there. So if I click on this, it quickly does that. Oh, wait. When I place it, it automatically gives me the configuration. I'm a little concerned about some things. Okay, this is chaos. But it's going really well. Other than I just need to make sure this isn't chaos. Right here. This is some logic stuff that my brain doesn't feel like dealing with right now. So I'm gonna ask the other chat to just sort this logic out for me because it's hurting my brain and I don't feel like dealing with it. So I'm just gonna say, I want the side UI to be visible if it is not yet visible and be hidden if it is visible. Currently it's doing a lot else. I don't think this is... I feel like I'm not giving it enough context at all. No, but this is... Oh, elif. Oh, let me try an elif. I feel like I still need to give it more context for this to be correct. But this is very clean. Say no more, fam. Dude, I forget about elif. I forget all about elif. I never do elif. I should do elif like a lot. And then you're just saying if it's not. Wow. I'm sleeping on elif. I don't think this is going to fix it though, but at least it won't be as hard to like, yeah, logic my brain around. So every time I select it, it's playing hide, which is not true, or not what I want to be true. I don't want it to play hide if nothing is selected. So right now, it's saying if there is no tower selected and the side UI is visible, hide it. If there is a tower selected and the side UI is not visible, show it. So then why is it... I'm not sure I understand why it's showing it when I come down here and I click on this. Why would it try to hide it right here? Because a tower will not be set to null when I click on that. Well, the side UI isn't visible, so why would it try to hide it if it's not even visible in the first place? Do you have side UI visible? You do have it set to false. I guess because it's becoming true. I hate this. It's showing when I click, even if it's not literally visible, despite what the bool may say. Can you just figure it out for me? Issue lies in the visibility status of side UI element not matching the actual state of animation. This mismatch can happen if animations are interrupted or the boolean. Oh, I probably should put a function in the animation. That would probably help me a lot. That would make things a lot easier. Yeah, but can you explain why that helps? It relies on the boolean to determine whether it's visible, but it doesn't consider whether an animation might already be in progress or if the UI's actual visibility doesn't match the boolean. This leads to situations where clicking could trigger show animation even the UI is already visible. Well, not true, but okay. UI doesn't accurately reflect the state implied by side UI visible, causing unexpected behavior. Right. Stop ongoing animations by using animation side UI stop. Oh, we don't need that. The function ensures that any previously running animation is halted. I don't care about that. I don't care about it playing. Improves Boolean synchronization. The logic ensures that side UI visible is only updated when the animation explicitly plays to show or hide states. You did that? What'd you do? But where does it become true? You're making it false, but it never becomes true. Great, so that doesn't help me at all. You have no idea what to do. Okay, that's what I thought. I mean, I know what's happening. I mean, I don't really need to put a print in here. Why don't you tell me on when we spawn one? Tell me what the deal is there. Print. Tell me what's going on here. So when I go to spawn this from down on the bottom bar. No, it's not visible. That's just it. It isn't visible. That's wrong. That's not true. See down here on the left, it's saying that it's visible. Why would you say that? How dare you? How could you say such a thing? Okay, so I'm gonna put a print in here to check when it makes it visible. And then we have a check for when it first spawns it. What does it say that it is? Okay, so if I click on one, it says it's true. Okay, spawn UI made visible, correct. Now if I click out here, now it's hidden. So it should be false. Now if I click on this, wait, it was false, but it still showed it. Made visible, now it should be hidden. Click on this. It doesn't even care. This is such a stupid thing. Okay. I'm gonna switch to enums instead of booleans. I think it's just gonna be easier. Okay, boolean time. Well, but I do have to think about what these booleans are gonna be, right? So we have these different states. We have the state where we're holding onto a tower. That's one state. We're holding onto a tower before we place it. Then we have Well, it's interesting because one was selected there, and it actually should have been deselect. This is hard. This is actually like kind of hard logic. Okay, so we place that in here with nothing selected. So I guess there's the held state, the nothing selected state, the something selected state, those are the states. And we don't want those to overlap with each other at all. Pickable, dragging, and place. Ooh, pickable. I like that. I'm gonna make it selectable though. I don't know about placed. I don't think we have a placed. Also, Idaho and California. Right, those are among them, yes. I'm just gonna put this around the UI stuff. Enum menu states. We've got holding, selected, and neither. Idle, waiting, unselected. We could say placed. It's just like not necessarily true because you could have placed something and unselect it. To me, that's a little confusing. Default. How about we call it default? I like that. Default holding and selected. Okay. Oh. Variable menu state. Menu states. So now we need to make those states actually happen for different reasons. If a tower is spawned, then we need the menu state to be set to menu states holding. If a tower is placed, we then need to go back to default. When a tower is selected, you got it. We're in selected. Now, as far as playing hide bottom UI and hide side UI, I only want that to happen if we're in the state holding. I'm just literally gonna plunk all this in here. I don't think this is gonna work, but it's what I'm setting up. I can't imagine why this works, but at least it'll be a little bit less incomprehensible. Potentially. Okay, now wait, we got something weird here. Something is not right here, and that's good. We'll fix it. If we just spawn something to drag in, we are in the menu state holding. Yes, we're in the menu state holding. Therefore, hide the bottom UI, hide the side UI. Once we place a tower, we want to make sure we're in the menu state default. If we're in the menu state default, at the time that a tower is placed, we want the show bottom UI to play. If a tower is selected, I want to set the menu state to selected. Make sure it's selected, of course it is. And then I want to say, if the tower is set to null, so the menu state is selected, so anytime, because a tower being selected, it can sometimes be selecting none. So we set it, doesn't make sense. No point to check if it's equal to holding if you just set it. I hear you, but let me cook. So on tower selected tower, I think we need to say, I think this needs to not be in here. So first check if tower is set to null. If the tower is set to null, we actually want it to be in the default state, right? Then if it's in the default state, because there's also no point in setting the states yet. It's just to help me. It's just to help me. Think of it as note-taking, logical note-taking. So then we want to say that the menu state is selected. If the tower is not null, that's the else. An actual tower is selected. The menu state becomes selected. We check to make sure indeed it's selected. Again, I hear you, but I'm doing it for now. And then it shows it. So I think this isn't going to be better, to be honest. But it might help me in beginning to figure out what I need to do. Okay, so it isn't better. It is in fact exactly the same as it was before. So you still have this problem, which is not good. So now, why is that happening? So let's actually print the states so we can see like what's happening when. I'm even gonna, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna say func update menu state. And then this is going to call with the state. And we're going to say menu state equals menu states dot state. It's going to be kind of hard to do. I think you just need to say equal state. Okay. So now we're going to say update menu state with menu states holding. In this case, here it goes to default. This also goes to default. And this one goes to selected. Now that I've done that, I'm going to check in here I would like it to print the current menu state at that moment. So the only times it's changing are right then and there. Okay. So it should be default at the beginning. Now if I click outside here, so it says 0, which is default. Now we do have default as hiding the UI. If tower is set to null, update it to default, and then read it. So that's why it's playing it. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. So I don't actually want it to play the hide side UI. Now, you know what I could do? You know what would fix this without me having to think much harder? What if we just actually make it not visible? Wouldn't that fix it though? Yeah. You just finished your Bloons-like? Dang! Congrats! Yes! Add more levels and fix some bugs. Amazing! Let's go! Well done, Raf. Check if it isn't default and hide the UI, then set it to default. Huh? Check if it isn't default and hide the UI, then set it to default. Oh. Duh, like a Boolean. If it's not yet default, then update it to default. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. All right, great. I'm clicking out here. Nothing's happening. We still got a couple problems, but that's fixed. That one is fixed. We can now click out here. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Good. Love it. I don't know what to call this. Oops. Ignore that. You didn't see any of that. Ignore that. I feel like the credit I want to give you is like, I'm going to say Eagle Brain. I think this is Eagle Brain credit. It's like solving logic problems for me that I'm like, my brain is breaking on right now. Okay. So we have one more situation where it's a problem. When we're down here and when we spawn it. I guess we kind of need to do that for all of them. So when a tower is spawned, we would want to wait to, I guess, do the same thing. If it's not set to that, do it, and then update it, right? Nope. Okay, I might need your Eagle Brain again. I'll do my best. So that actually wasn't particularly necessary right there. But we do technically want that on all of these, right? Yes, that's when we click on the button in the bottom UI. Okay, everything looks good. And we still get that happening. When I click on this, it's hiding it again. So it's showing it and then immediately hiding it, which is what the hide animation does. So it's this right here. It's hiding it again. So I guess we'd want to say I might want to do this. Set it to holding. Indeed, check that it's holding. Or not check anything. Well, actually, make sure that it's not in... I don't actually know. I'm actually a little confused. Because we do want to hide it, unless it's already hidden. I know. Again, that was just me just note-taking logically. It wasn't supposed to be permanent. But it needs to know that it's already hidden. So the only other place that it's hidden is when it goes to default. So basically it's when we go from the default state to the holding state. I don't want it to play this. So then what we would say is, if menu state is not set to default, then run this. Right? Nice. There we go. Oh wait, that didn't work. Hold on a second. That didn't work. Wait, did it work? Wait, maybe it did work. Okay, that's good. All that is fine. We don't get that nice interruptive thing, but that's okay. I didn't really like it. Now, if it is visible and we click on this, it goes away, which is correct. I actually think it might be okay. Go to default, come out here. Good. Okay, now what about now? What is it gonna do now? Good. Oh, there it goes. There it did it. Why'd you do that? Why did you do that? There. Did it again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There, it did it. There it did it again. It seems a bit inconsistent. I will say, it isn't getting unselected. If behind the UI, I don't think that's the problem I'm solving right now. Thought T. Welcome, good to see you. Thanks for stopping in. Yeah, there's a lot of towers right now. That's very true. We've got endgame towers. I think the problem... I need to restart it. This is chaos. I think I almost saw the problem. I almost saw it. So right now I'm just governing when the side panel hides or not. What's the state supposed to be for selected? Yeah. I'm glad you're here, Thoughty. I appreciate the lurkers. A lot of love. The best thing a lurker can do is just be here. The second best thing a lurker can do is hit that like button. If you haven't thumbed up the stream, get those likes up. Press the thumb up, press the thumb up. Go ahead and help out the stream. Thank you guys. Hit that like button if you haven't yet. Appreciate it. But also, you can just hang back. That works too. What's the state supposed to be for selected? Selected. Okay. So right now, it would be great. I need to, this is ridiculous. I need to put up what state we're in. this is not acceptable. I need to see at all times what state it is. You're doing awesome. You're helping me so much. And also get some sleep if you need it. I need to put these up on screen. This is unacceptable. It's too complicated. So I'm gonna go to the 2D and we are going to add in a special margin container called debug. And let's stick it in the middle. Should only have 2 states of the visibility of the menu. Yeah, maybe we need like an extra thing. Like, cause I do, but I do have 3 because there's showing this, there's showing that, there's showing both, there's showing none. So we could even construe it as 4 if I really wanted to. Because they don't all show at the same time. They show at different times. The one on the bottom versus the one on the right. Okay, label. I know, but it's what I want. I want what I want. Label menu states. Let's make sure we can access this. Oh, let's make sure the text isn't super tiny. Would be nice. Just a thought. In case I want to check other things, it'd probably be nice if I put this in a like a H box. Okay. And just to make sure we can see it, we're gonna give it an outline color. Okay. Now, in the HUD script, we want to keep track of this. And this time, instead of printing, we want it to actually say what it is. I don't remember off the top of my head how to convert it into text, an enum into text, but I do have that code somewhere else, so I'm gonna go find it. Obviously, unless somebody already knows, but I don't know. That's not it. I think it's on globals, potentially. What do you think about Godot 4.4? I like it. I was really looking forward to it, but there are so many small bugs in it that I don't want to switch. There are? Like what? Is there like a page that tells you all the bugs? I like it. No complaints. I've noticed some weird things with animations, but sometimes they're there, sometimes they're not. I love it. It lets me do this nice, like, overlay thing, because I can tell the... I mean, for the most part, it's very similar, but there's some nice new info. Small things, but triggering your OCD. But isn't there bugs in 4.3 too? There's bugs. There's always bugs. There's never no bugs. And if you admit it's OCD, then that is a you problem. I like it. I mean, there's a few nice quality of life things. Yeah, it's mostly quality of life things. I mean, I'm not saying there aren't other things, but in terms of what I notice, what I've been like, oh yeah, 4.3 is nice. It's the quality of life things. There's a good boy. He's not fully visible, but he's kind of there. I love you, Travi. You're a sweet boy. Okay. Where is that debug at? Oh god. I use the word debug a lot in this project. We need to be more specific. I don't know, just like label, like... Here. States. There we go. This is it. This is the code I need. Oh, no, you didn't have to do that. Thank you. Sorry. So set the text to plus stringify the keys. We have to get the keys. And we gotta it's kind of annoying. Okay. So we wanna say label menu states text equals menu state colon space stringify menu states keys, specifically menu state. Okay, so now it should be telling me what state we're in at any one time, if I've done this correctly. Oh, let's have it update in the ready as well. So I'm gonna say update menu state to menu state's default. You personally would do a Boolean state for the bottom menu and a Boolean state for the sidebar, then do the various combination checks to set their visibility. Interesting! I'm intrigued by that. I could get into that. Alright, heard. Noted. I'm gonna put that in a post-it note right over here. Okay, so I grab this, we're holding. If I drop it, we're in default. If I click out here, we're still in default. You know what'd be nice too, is if it changes, it would be great if it just like did something so I knew that it like updated again. It kind of doesn't matter, but it like would be nice. Am I seriously gonna do that? I think I'm seriously gonna do that. I think I'm actually about to do this. Animation menu states. I'm doing it. I don't even care. I don't care. I'm doing it. Deal with it. Let's have it change its outline color. So we're going to keyframe the default outline color and we're going to make it something else. Keyframe that down. Figuring out is part of the fun. I know that's right. Thank you. I'm going to remember that suggestion. I'm probably going to take you up on that, but we'll see. Get them dishes done. See you later. Thanks for hanging out. And thank you for supporting the channel, Mervkins. I appreciate you. Even if I haven't been singing member songs lately. I appreciate you so much. Thank you, Merv. Good night. Okay. Cool. I know, I'm doing all this. You already did them! Let's go! It's bedtime! Straight to bed. Well done. Admirable. I'm not even gonna on-ready this, I'm just gonna drag it in and play it. All right. Great. So I click this, drop it. Okay, so it doesn't actually update it when I click out here. It's good to know. I guess it doesn't need to. But that's why I wanted to check. Okay, if I click on this, it's selected. You can see it switches to default. If I grab this, we're in holding. Drop it, default. Holding, default. Holding, default. Holding, default. I'm waiting for it to play the hide animation on the right, which it's not supposed to. And I want to see what it says. I think just doing this isn't gonna make it happen. I think in order to make it happen, we have to come out here and do stuff. So if I click on this, click away. Oh, I can't get the bug to reproduce. Why? If I put one behind a UI button? Yeah, I'm not really at that place, Thoughtsy. I mean, if you put it behind a UI button, oh, I see what you're saying. You're saying that that's why it's happening. Oh, I thought you were telling me to deal with it when it's behind a UI button. You're saying that because I'm clicking it while it's behind a UI button. That's it. Very good. Very smart. Very perceptive. I should know. Why was I doubting you, Thoughty? That you weren't saying something completely relevant. You've always been someone who's always, like, super correct. Okay. Excellent. Excellent. I think I need to be absolutely sure. So, I mean, that's interesting. I guess, okay, so then I do have to deal with that. What happens? What happens in that situation? I mean, you really, ideally, shouldn't even be able to place them there, but you can place it here, right? Because you can see that that's in the way. Which is definitely unfortunate in general. But I need to, you know what I need to do? I need to adjust the, yeah, you just grab it. You just can't, yeah, but then you can't edit them once they're behind there. I need to adjust the what you call it? The track. Yeah, it's definitely a problem that you can even accidentally do that. I would say down here should just be like a no zone, and then I should adjust the track to be moved up a bit. I think that's gonna make the most sense. Great, so we don't actually have any problem here at all. Nice. Good, then I'm gonna move on from this for now. Excellent. Thank you, Thoughtsy. Thank you so much. You've helped me greatly. Credit where credit is due. Is that Eagle Brain? That feels like Eagle Eyes because you saw it happening. That's also like debug. But you literally said you saw it. I think that's as eagle eyes as it gets. Okay. Great, so now we have this unnecessary label setup here. So I'm just gonna comment all the code out. Yeah, it works really good. And make sure the debug is invisible. And let's do a commit. And let's make sure that we can't place stuff behind that bar. And I need to adjust the track so it's not behind the bar. It's a lot, but that's okay. A menu behavior on interact is better. That's what I said. Next, track adjustment. Let's go into Blender. Luckily, we have the collision and the mesh linked to each other. So, we can make these changes. Now, one problem I am worried about is it's going to visually look weird because there's some non-linear scaling going on. Okay, we're gonna grab all this. Yeah, what if we try to snap it? To there. We'll see if that's far up enough. One thing that just has been bothering me, although I don't know if I actually care, but I have been wondering if I don't want to like bring this in a little bit. I guess I do kind of like that it's right there, because then you can't put something like right here, which forces you to choose there or there. But I just kind of like the way this might look better. So I'm gonna do that. Okay, and then our collision should be the same. Save it. Now, unfortunately, that means I'm gonna have to adjust the path, because the path is not going to dynamically update, unfortunately. So I changed the mesh and the collision, but I didn't change the path itself. I don't know if I like this better. It does let you now put it in here. Which I guess is good. I guess that's very thoughtful. Gives you a little more flexibility there. Or do I actually like the look of it better? I don't know. I don't want to agonize over it too much. We still do have some space we could use in here, potentially. I don't particularly want to move everything. I think it's fine. There's plenty of space in there. This is fine. Okay. So let me adjust the path itself. So you see those squares? They need to be moved in. Which of course means adjusting other things as well here. I've kind of not been doing a great job at keeping the path perfectly center on the track. So I'm just going to take this opportunity to fix that real quick. People have noticed, and I don't blame them. So just some path tweaks. That I've been meaning to do. Okay, that seems better. Alright, should be fine. But let's just run it. Make sure. Alright. Now, let's block out a certain area. So we have this table mesh, but I want to add in like a no-fly zone for the UI, which is going to be a little tricky. Because either I'm going to put 3D mesh, or like a plane, in the scene that lines up with the UI, because remember the scene is like, you know, angled, and then the UI is straight, so it would have to be like kind of perspectively adjusted, or and so the advantage of doing that is that I don't have to make a new system for detecting no, you can't place here. So the alternative is that I have a 2D thing that checks to see if the mouse is there, and then I would have to create a new way to say, hey, you can't place here, based on that new type of collision check. I don't know what I prefer. It feels a little obnoxious to do a 3D shape. But just to decide what I really want, I'm going to add in a little reference mesh here. Just decide how painful this will really be. So it's obviously not... Oh! Okay, that was actually very easy. I just rotated it on a snap. It's not perfect though. No, no, no. That's kind of angled, but it's not that bad. We can fix it. It's fine. I'm just gonna do it this way. It's gonna be easier. But I'll make sure it's like a plane and not a box. Yeah, it's a little messy to do it this way. What can I say? I'm a messy girl. And the local movement... Oh, there, now it's working. Okay, good, never mind. It wasn't working earlier, but it's working now. And really, we could just create like a boundary too. Maybe we should do a world boundary. Yeah, let's do a world boundary collision. And we'll just put it, we'll set up boundaries all over for where you can and can't place. Alright, I'm doing it. So we're gonna put an area 3D in here. And we're just gonna say level boundary. And we're gonna add collision shape. And I'm gonna make that shape be a world boundary shape. This is Travi. His name, oh, I typed in Travo. Travi. There he is. His name is based on when we moved in, shortly after we moved into this house. A cat showed up in our backyard. Bedraggled, hungry, dirty, and very sweet. And he was so nice, we just thought somebody has to be somebody's, right? So we asked around the neighborhood, and a couple people said that, that he's known around town as Traveler, because he travels from town to town, or town to town, from house to house. So his name was Traveler. And nobody claimed him, nobody was taking care of him. He was just going from house to house getting snacks from people. And, you know, there was like a lot of bad storms going on. He hates storms, he gets so scared. And, you know, he didn't come back he was traveling to our house. And he didn't come back one night after a big storm for food. And I was like, no, we're done here. He's coming inside the house. He's living with us. His traveling days are over. So when he finally came back, that was it. This house became his prison of love and care. And to honor that name that the community gave him, we kept a little reference to it, but his traveling days are over. So his name is just Travi. Yeah, it is. He's ours. Registered and everything. Yeah, he's our boy. He's so good. He's the sweetest, the nicest cat I've had the pleasure of interacting with. Oh, it is, right? Isn't it amazing? Like, the only way he got into our backyard, there was like this fence. So like, okay, there's our house. And in the backyard, or around our house, is a fence. Fence. Great. So like this is the front of the house, right? And there was just this like gate here. And I mean, it was like, there was like chicken wire like tied up all on it. I guess to like keep, because I think the people before us had children, and so they wanted to make sure that like, I guess the kids weren't going back there because there was like a lot of poison ivy, which I cleaned up myself, by the way. I found the poison ivy and I killed it. And so I was like, let's open this back up. What are we hiding this for? So I got rid of the chicken wire, and I opened up the gate. And like not even a month after I opened up that gate, Travi came walking through that gate to say hello. It was like, oh my gosh, you know, like it was cool because it felt like we were like, this yard is available to the creatures of Earth. And they said, don't mind if I do. We also get a lot of deer that come in that way too, so that can be kind of nice. He is, yeah. Oh, he's so happy. He's so comfy. He loves to be comfy, and he loves to cuddle as well. Oh, he's sweet. All shops are now opening! Exactly. He's like, oh, interesting. Oh, wow, look at this. Oh, take care of me? Yeah, please. Yeah, I did. You can sense it. I hate the 3D world boundary because it's so hard to tell what the up vector is. In 2D, when you use a world boundary shape, so if I add like a collision 2D and I make it world boundary, it has this nice gizmo with an arrow, and it tells you that, hey, this direction is like where it's facing. So everything below here, it's going to be, this is all collision under here. And everything up here is safe, I think. Or it's the other way around, I don't remember. But either way, we get a nice little gizmo. But in 3D, there is no such gizmo. I mean, there is the 3D gizmo. So maybe I should just assume. Maybe that's what I need to do. That it's pointing up. It just would be nice if there was something extra. Sorry for wanting extra things. So I guess that's, I don't even know. I guess I'd want to face it this way. Oh, there's the gizmo. I found the gizmo. I couldn't see it. Something that helps me a lot when I can't see things is I come over here to perspective and I change the camera to display overdraw. Look at that. Look how much more visible that is. In normal, it's like, where are you? This is better. This is much better. And I guess we just assume that that arrow is where it is. Okay, good. This is excellent. This is all I could have hoped for. Thank you. I'm going to make sure this rotation is the same as our mesh since I already figured all that out. Negative 77.2. That is very specific. You know what? Let's just honor it. No, select the boundary. I don't know if that's going to be why. It is. Negative 77.2. It probably isn't negative 77.2 if it was perfect. Oh, okay. Cool. So that's just wrong. All right. You know, Whatever, I don't care. We'll just figure it out again. It's fine. No matter. Negative, or just 12.6 approximately. We'll say 12.7. Can you tell me a bug, please? A bug from 4.4, but save the project because you have to restart the editor. Oh, I gotta try it. Here, how about this? How about I just start a new fresh editor? That way I don't have to worry about that. Unless it's gonna crash my whole computer. Okay. There's a thing in project menu at top, save project as zip. Save project as zip? That's interesting. Just open that panel and close it. Pack project as zip, this. So if I open pack project as zip, like this, that is a cool feature. I didn't know it existed. And then if I cancel it, now there's a bug. What's the bug? What's it a bug? Now I can't save a new scene or resource? Oops, seriously? Because the folder will be opening without your project folder. I just did it. I just saved one. Maybe that's not what you mean. Try with the new resource and file manager. Okay. It's just a bug for you. New resource. Text mesh. Oh, wait. Okay. Save resource as. This is different. Is this the bug? I feel like the bug is happening right now. Wait, where's the folder? Wait, the folder isn't here for the project. It hides it? And then if I restart the editor, it'll be fine. That's pretty annoying. That's pretty annoying. Especially if you didn't know that it was gonna happen. That could be a head scratcher. But see, you know it's there. So I think if anybody is prepared to use 4.4, is you. You might as well enjoy it. New resource of a such. Wow. And now we're in the right folder. Weird. Neat. I was hoping you'd show me one. Oh, wait, you found the bug. Oh no, so you did have to deal with that pain. Oh, I'm so sorry. You didn't deserve that. I'm gonna call this boundary bottom. Right if you're new, totally. You're just like checking out that feature, just like, ooh, what's this? Death. The last thing you'll ever do. There's all kinds of little things. I feel like I've noticed, but I don't remember what. But I feel like I've noticed something. Okay, I want to try putting this... Let's not use overdraw for now. Only a few people are working on fixing editor bugs. Dang. So it like may never get fixed. Look, if it was like devastating game project breaking, I'd be pretty upset. It's not enough to deter me. And clearly not enough to inspire people to try to fix it. Well, these are all at a bit of an angle. Sometimes, for example, the thumbnails and materials and meshes don't show. Oh yeah, oh god. That one's been for a long time. As long as I've been using the engine. I don't even bother with that anymore. I just assume it's gonna be a lie. Okay, that's where I want this other world boundary. Let's make a new one. We're just gonna keep going around here. Perfect. Probably good if you couldn't place stuff up here. Which kinda sucks. The preview, the thumbnail preview one does get me sometimes. But I learn to avoid it usually. Most of the time. Maybe like there. Core team doesn't deal with it. Yeah, I feel like there's like some Godot philosophy stuff there. Like what they prioritize and what they don't prioritize. Seems like new features, pushing the engine further is more important than fixing every little bug. I think there's something valid to that philosophy. Whoa. Orthogonal camera is like splitting it apart. It's wild. Okay, so maybe right there. Not good long term. Alright. I'll have to take your word for it on that one. Now I need to make sure that this area is set to collision layer 2. Oh dang, I forgot already. Probably should have labeled those. No, I think we want to do 1. Well, we just want to do whatever the path is on. That's layer 1. So we're going to name this path. And then this 2 is towers. Should be at least one person in the core team who does such bug fixes. Yeah, that's fair. Maybe they'll change that someday, you know? Then again, maybe there's something to be said about if the community doesn't want to fix it, maybe it doesn't matter. You know? I could see that argument. Like, since the community is who would be bothered by bugs like that, I think it's fair to leave it up to us to fix it. Contributors may not use the editor too much for developing games. They just develop the engine, so it's not important to them. Doesn't upset me that much, but it's really interesting. And maybe if I thought about it, it would upset me. Maybe if there was something that I bumped into more. I guess. I don't really have strong feelings. It's an open source project, you know, they can only do so much. They have to somehow allocate things around. And look, I don't really know. I can't speak on it, so I'll take your word for it that maybe it's not good. Okay, so back to the main scene. Yeah, the wrong thumbnail thing. It's definitely something that would be nice if it was fixed, but it's not gonna slow me down from using the engine. That's for sure. I don't need the engine to cushion me to have like a beautiful experience. I just want it to work personally. Jonah says, if it was easy enough / worth being solved, there would be a community fix that would have been pushed by now. Yeah, right? Like, I feel like it must be challenging to fix it. Yeah, that's a good point. Or a point that I agree with. So hopefully, if I've done this right, which I have a feeling I didn't, but if I did do this right, we shouldn't be able to place stuff too far outside of the area. You can definitely get it. You'd be happy to fix it, but you don't know how. That's fair. Okay, so it's not blocking me out here, so I don't think that collision worked whatsoever. Oh yeah, it can get annoying. Yeah, for sure. Okay, so I did those collisions very wrong. Can't figure out the source code. It's in C++, right? Mostly. Why are these collisions... Oh, well this is supposed to be on layer 1, not layer 2. For one thing. Yeah, it's C++. Yes, there we go. Nice. Okay, so now I can't place stuff too far out here. And I can't place it too far over there either. We got a boundary. It's a bit strong over here, but that just has to be... Why would you want to place it over here? It can't hit anything. There's no good reason to do that anyway. Great, so there's no way you can place them in a terrible spot that's behind the UI, except over here. And that's if you select something. So that kind of sucks. Actually, you know what would be nice? It'd be nice if that would pop out on the other side. If the tower is on the right side, oh gosh. This is kind of UI scope creep. But it'd be nice. It'd be nice. I'd like that. That'd be real nice. So we would somehow have to be able to detect that. Not too bad, because we could just see if the tower is selected. It is a bit of nightmare fuel. I don't know, because right now, if we select a tower, the UI knows what tower it is. So we just fetch the position. Does it have a negative X or a positive X? Or whatever. And then based on that, either it shows it on the left or the right. Now for the UI, do I want to have, this is where it gets a little nightmare-y, do I want to have 2 copies of it, or do I want to actually move it to the other side? Well, I think I want to move it. And everything is centered anyway, right? So I think we can just move it, right? I mean, the anchor will be different, but I think I'm going to do viewport stretch anyway, so that's fine. But, you know, if we look at like this, it's all centered, so I don't think we need to change anything. I'm gonna do it. I don't care, I'm doing it. I'm gonna make it happen. It's UI scope creep. Period. I won't sugarcoat it. I want it. It's the kind of stuff I want to learn. I want to make things that feel good to play. It's what I'm interested in. So that's worth it, right? So if the tower is selected, we would then do some checks. If an actual tower is selected, we want to say menu state is not yet set to selected. Play show side UI, but we're gonna need to do a different side UI show, right? This is kind of where it gets a little tricky because we have to check, well, which one are we hiding? The one on the right or the one on the left? And which one are we showing? So like here, I'd want both of them. I haven't made both of them yet, but I'd want to make sure that this also hides other side. So it wouldn't matter. Just play, but we can't just play them both. It has to play one or the other. So we have to know whether it's on the left or right. Got do mode implemented, 30 times spawns. Nice. Yes, modes. I love that. I love that you guys have like the game and then you're like at the point where you're building on top of that game. You know, I've only been working on this on stream, so that kind of limits the amount of time I devote to it. But I think you guys are also just fast, which is always impressive. I'm gonna make a new menu state, a variable menu side menu side. Side menu sides. It's shockingly fast. You're getting better or something. We'll say right by default, and then there's also left. Draw function for placeholders. Makes it so easy to develop. Oh, 2D. You're doing 2D! I see, that's why it's so easy. I should have, but I didn't want to. I can't help myself. Camwin got the bomb and super towers up and running, but you need to screen cap the radius of the super monkey range circles so you can set the range upgrade correctly. I actually did that for you. I already did that for you. It's in the community tab on the jam page. Check it out. Look at this. I did take a liberty here. The tack tower is actually, or maybe it's the freeze, I can't remember which, but one of these is actually slightly smaller than the other, but it was like barely different and I just didn't care, so I just bundled them together. So you might want to check that last one if you really care about perfect accuracy, but it's really not, to me, worth it. So what this tells you is just I kind of messed up the arrows a little bit. I didn't mess them up, but they could be nicer. Well, now I'm gonna fix it. Obviously. I must. What, am I gonna concentrate on what I'm working on right now? No. One of y'all just described it as a nightmare. I can't be keeping myself from getting distracted by a nightmare. And so really the most valuable information here is the times. The multiplier factor. Because it tells you that the tack +1, the freeze +1 is 1.13 times bigger than the tack +0 and the freeze +0. So Super Monkey plus upgrade is 170 range in the game. I don't know, you're asking me to do math. All I know is the super is 1.7 times bigger, super +1, than the super +0. So, whatever you've set your super +0 range to, multiply that by 1.7, and you'll have the super big range. If that makes sense. I must post the updated one with better arrows. It's the right thing to do. There we go. So now the arrows actually say, scale this up, then you get that. Scale this up, then you get that. Scale this up, that, this, that, this, that. So yeah, and then that's on the jam page for anyone who doesn't know. And then hit community, and it's in the resources post. What am I doing? Oh yeah, the new state. Which side the menu is on. Okay. So we're gonna check if an actual tower is selected. We need to say if tower global position. Okay, I need to figure out what. X probably. Let me just make something to use as a marker. Let's give me a big old cylinder. So right now, that big old cylinder is at 0, 0, 0. The UI kind of covers up over here. Why would the transform position? Oh, 4. So it's a Z axis. So there it's on 4. Over here it's on -29. So I think it's actually going to work perfectly. If Z is positive, it shows on the right side. If the tower Z is negative, sorry, if the tower Z is positive, the menu shows on the left side. Otherwise, it shows on the right side. That'll be perfect. Okay. Because the origin's already kind of off-center, which is actually amazing. If tower global position Z is greater than 0, side menu side becomes side menu sides left. Else it becomes right. Now, what of that? Things should happen because of that. I would say we could actually come in here. If menu state, we could probably put this in here, right? And have our two separate types. Either way, we want to update the menu state. To selected, which we can just do over here. And then we just need a different side. Now as well, up here, we need to do the same check. I'm sure I'm forgetting something, like another check, like if it's not set to this, then do that. I'm probably gonna need to do that too. But for now, we'll just blissfully ignore it and deal with it when we get there. Because what if it's not a problem? That would be nice. Okay, so now we actually do need to use the tower, but wait, that's not important. No. This is where we would want to check. If side menu side is set to side menu sides left, we kind of don't need to update this. Right? Else will work here, because if it's anything else, it's only the other one, and then that can happen. And then we would get rid of this. Something like that, probably, maybe. Okay, now we need to actually make those separate animations, but we also want it to be on different. We need the we need the show on the left and the hide on the right. Okay, we can do this. We can do this. This is so doable. Probably, maybe. I think. I'm a little worried you're gonna see it like jump across. That would suck. So here's hoping that isn't gonna happen. So let's start with the hide. I'm gonna duplicate this. We're gonna say this is hide side UI left. And we'll rename this one to hide UI right. Okay, so if it's hiding the one on the left, keeps visibility off when it's off screen. Yeah, I might do that too. It might help. If it jumps across, yeah. So we need to move it to be on this side. Keyframe that down. Set it over here. Oh, it's not gonna snap. Boo. That's okay, it can just go a little further. Not a big deal. Okay, keyframe that down. I think there's 2 on there. Indeed there are. Okay, there we go. Right is the same. Now for show. Duplicate show. Call the duplicate left. Go back to the original. Rename it to right. Or append right on there. Now for left. We could just get those same values. That's probably going to be easiest. Zero. Wait. Oh, it just goes to the origin. Of course. Negative 257 and 0. So this is going to be negative 257. And that's gonna become 0. And then it appears. It's all feeling a little too easy. Now in the code, we want to say that if it's on the left, it's gonna hide side UI left. Otherwise, it's doing right. Same thing here. Left, otherwise right. Okay, show me the chaos that I've done. Just show me what's wrong. Just tell me. Okay, that looks good. That looks great. Looks wonderful. Uh-oh. It's not hiding anymore. Oh, there it is. There's the horror. Oh, it doesn't work. Oh, I've broken everything. We're in a lot of danger. Okay. Alright. It just completely is broken now. Alright, what did I do? Tell me what I did. Oh, errors! Nice, good catch. Thank you. Thank you. I gotta give you eagle eyes for that. I didn't notice it. I wish errors were more obvious. I really do. I wish something would flash. Let me know. How the heck was I gonna see that? I just would have to know to look down there, which you did. I did not. Animation not found. Hide side UI. Oh. That was actually what I was about to look for. You keep your debugger empty, so anytime there's a number, there's a problem. Yeah, but I don't even... I mean, that's fair. Like, I I would do that too. Like, okay, call me out. Like, yes, I have some yellow stuff here, but if the yellow stuff wasn't there, it wouldn't have drawn my attention anymore. Yeah, I've been meaning to deal with those yellows. I will. Okay, so here we just need to say whichever one it is, hide it. This one's good. It is called Brown Bag by Silent Partner. Yeah, I get what you're saying. Calls attention better, blah, blah, blah. I gotcha. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. It's a fair point. Okay, let's do the same check as well that we have here. Could probably make this a function since we're doing this in the same place. Yeah, let's make it a function. We're gonna say func hide side UI. Just so we don't have to have all this bulky stuff in here. Hide side UI. And this one is French Fuse Tropic Fuse. Okay, let's see where we're at. Good. Not. Oh. No errors. Sad. You found a great set yesterday? Nice. I think do I still have a place where I keep down your guys' suggestions? I think so. I think I do. Music recommendations. I do. Wow. A lot of them. Quite a many, in fact. I didn't get... I think at the time, like, a lot were being suggested, so I didn't have time to, like, take everyone's note down. There we go. If I'm looking for new stuff, I'll check there. Okay, so we got a lot of problems here. We got some serious problems. Some like very severe issues. It's hiding it. Oh, okay, couple things. Number one, we have issues. No matter what. But the other thing is, by the way, I'm not showing. Oh, I am showing. Oh, okay. So I'm gonna do the same thing I did before, and we're gonna preview what it thinks is going on here. I'm gonna bring this code back. We're gonna add another one. Func update side menu state. We're gonna do the same thing. It's just gonna make it easier. And that's happening in here. Update side menu state. I really shouldn't be doing this. It's UI scope creep. I know it. You know it. Okay, then that debug, I'm going to duplicate the label so that way there's multiple. I'm going to add a separator because I have no chill. No chill at all. And we're going to say label side menu states. Then we're going to come back to the script. We're going to set up the new label. Probably don't even really need to on ready it. It's pretty unnecessary. I don't think I'm gonna on ready them. So that way they're just like easier to like remove later. I can just get rid of that function and be done with it. I'm not gonna worry about the animation this time. Unless I think I need it. Side menu side Z. And then side menu side. Okay, did I do it? Oh, I should run it in the ready function as well. Let's see what's happening. Assuming I've set this up correctly. Okay, so it's right by default. We grab this, place that down, still right. Place it over here, still right. Now if I click on that, still right. That's correct. Now as soon as I click away, we're gonna see problems. Okay, that's wrong. Let's place this over here. And I'm gonna click on it. It's left. Oh, that didn't switch to right when I clicked on this. So that should switch back to right. Why not? Because you don't have it changing in selected. I only have it changing in... No, I do. If tower global position Z is greater than 0. That's surprising. Can you print the global position Z for me? Click on this. Oh, it's not printing anything. That's very interesting. But that's if it's not already set to selected. It only changes it if it's not already set to selected. That's the problem. Or that's among the problems. It's already in the selected state, so it's not going to switch that information at all. So what I need to do is I need to say, well, it will be doing the else. So we should be seeing something. Because it will be set to selected. So it should be printing. If I click here, it sees it's negative. If I click out on default, and then I click here, nothing. There, that worked. It's only ever seeing it if it's on the left. This is very confusing. What have I done? What have I done? My brain is struggling with this. You guys know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna ask the other chat if they see it. Usually they don't, but maybe they see the problem. Why isn't the side menu coming out of the left and right respectively if a tower that is on the left side of the origin is selected versus the right side of the origin? If the tower selected is on the left, the right menu should show. If a tower on the right is chosen, the left menu should show. It's just, in theory, I think it would be able to like figure out what my logic is better than me. The issue stems from how determining side left or right of the menu to show based on the tower's position. Currently, we're using tower global position z greater than 0 to decide if the tower is on the left or right side, but this doesn't consider the actual layout of your scene. Yes, it does. Here's a breakdown of why the side menu might not behave. I think you're wrong. It becomes good when you ask it, why isn't my game good? Yeah, I don't know about that. Depends. Well, I don't think so. I think it'll just do what it's told is good or bad. I know you're making a joke. Identify the problem. Incorrect axis for determining left or right. Using the z-axis doesn't correspond to left or right 2D space. Shut up. Yes, it does. Stop it. That's not why. It's not the problem. I have a much worse problem than that. Stop it. No, it's not like that. This is a 3D game, and the way it's set up, Z is the left or right side. There's a problem with my state logic, not with the side stuff. So ignore that Z thing completely. Okay, thanks. How am I managing updating the states? If the state transitions aren't syncing correctly, the menu might behave inconsistently. Check that the state menu state transitions only once per event, selecting or deselecting a tower. If multiple functions affect menu state, you can have conflicting updates. Okay. The hide side UI function might have unintended behavior. Specifically, it calls animation side UI show side UI right when hiding the right menu, which could be a typo or a misstep. Oh. Create me a better game. Terrible. Wait, where's the typo? If it's left... Oh! Good catch! Good catch, ChatGPT! Thank you. Okay. Still we have problems. That's not gonna fix everything. But it's gonna fix one thing. I'll take that. Whoa. So it seems to be... There's at least some rhyme or reason I can see here. That's correct. It seems to be when I click out here, it's doing stuff I don't want it to do. So right now it's selected. Now it becomes default. When it's default, it should be hiding the menu. So if... But why is the side menu say right? It's on the left. No, it's on the left, not the right. No, it's on the other... Okay, I think I mixed something up somewhere. Oh. Whoops. I mixed up showing the left or the right side. Okay. Uh-oh. It wasn't enough. No. Oh God. No, it's on the left. No, it's on the right. What's going on here? Well, but you have to at least, you did not, girl, you didn't mix this up. You mixed it up worse. Okay, if the Z is positive, that means it's the tower's on the right and we need to load the left. No, you did this correctly. Also, dude, I wrote show. Why am I so brain dead? Oh, I've been streaming for 9 hours, working on this game for 9 hours. Yeah, I know. Thank you. Okay, so that... I fixed nothing. Okay, so it says that it's on the right. It's correct. If I click this, it somehow has shown the one on the left. So whenever I select nothing, which is this, we're hiding the side UI. So if the menu state is not yet set to default, it sets it to default and it hides it. So if it's already on the left, it should hide the one on the left. And it should keep the state to the left, but somehow the state is changing to the right. Why? That's true. But there's something else happening too, where if I click, whenever it's if tower set to null, it's actually updating the side menu state. But I don't know why. Why would it be updating the side menu state? The only place where I have update side menu state happening is in the ready function. And if an actual tower is selected. Print actual tower selected. Print null tower selected. Something very strange is going on here. Okay, I'm looking at the prints down there in the bottom left. Null tower selected, that's correct. Okay, so I'm gonna click on this one. Actual tower selected, that's right. And it is on the wrong side. And it's incorrect to say that the menu's on the left, the menu is on the right. Okay, let's click on this actual tower. I clicked on that actual tower. Let me just restart it. We got debug, but I don't know if that's old or new. So we're just gonna restart it. We're gonna go fresh. This is nightmare. This is absolute nightmare. Okay, we click that, great. No prints. I'm gonna click this one. This is on the left side. So we're gonna click it. The menu's on the right, correct. An actual tower was selected. It even prints the negative value, and then it shows the right one. Excellent. Now, I'm gonna click out in the open. When I do that, it shows the menu on the left. Why? Why would you do that? And it keeps saying right. So where do we have show side UI left? That's only if an actual tower is selected, but no actual tower was selected. Where else do we have show side UI? Nowhere. How is that happening? How is that happening? Unless I set my animation up wrong. That's the only explanation, is that my animation is incorrect. It must be. I can't explain it any other way. Okay, so let's see. So for the side UI, I do wonder if I don't need to actually have a separate animation player. Like maybe the animations are like, is a mystery. Maybe the animations are happening simultaneously. That's a possibility. Okay, hide side UI right. Dude, look at this. Are you seeing what I'm seeing right now? Hide side UI right is showing the left one. You know, suddenly it all makes sense. Okay. Yeah, that's a problem. I need to flip these around. That'll do it. Not much will do it as much as that will. That'll do it the most. Yeah. Okay. Now when hide side U right happens, but this is on the left. That's not even on the right. So please rename this. Obviously we're gonna have to double rename it. So we're just gonna say left 2. For regular left, it's actually correct. So wait, is there no hide side UI right? Did I never make a hide side UI right? Are they linked? What the heck is going on? Okay. Okay. Alright, I'll tell you what. Don't rename it. Keep it hide side UI right. We want to make sure that this is on the right side. So with show side UI right, that's at 771. Come to hide side UI right. Side UI right. 771. Is that correct? Let's double check. That is correct. Okay. Then we want to go back to the show side UI right. 1024. That's fun. Makes sense. And we're going to make sure we set this to 1024. So now hide side UI right actually hides it from the right to off screen. Hide side UI left actually hides it that way. Show UI left, no, that's right. What? Did I duplicate these but like not actually make them different? Did I just rename them? I don't know. I have no idea. But at least now I know. This is bizarre. Okay. 0 and -2. I could have sworn I did this. It is. Thank you. I feel like I mix up like these kinds of things all the time. Like double true and false stuff. Like if there's overlapping things like left, right, show, hide. It gets really, I get that mixed up so easily. I'm like Boolean dyslexic. Boolexic. Dysbulic. Dysbulic. So for showing, we want it to start in hidden, which is -257. And then we want it to go to 0, which brings it in. So there's show side UI left. Here's show side UI right. Here's hide side UI left. And here's hide side UI right. Okay, I've saved it. I'm restarting it. I probably should have stopped the runtime while I did that. Might have been good. Let's see if it's better. Nice. Oh, yeah. Thanks, Tati. Bam! Okay, we got it. Perfect. Yes. Excellent. That's all I wanted. That's all I wanted. Now it still covers those up, so if you want to like get to them, right, it can be a little hard. Now there's something that it doesn't do. If you've already selected one and you manage to kind of come in here and click on that, I would want it to swap them, right? Like that would be nice. That would be kind of nice. I'm surprised that doesn't already happen, truth be told. Well, because it's already in the state selected. So you'd have to have a special condition if an actual tower is selected. And we're already, yeah, and we're already in the menu state. Selected. Then what we want to do is we want to check if side menu side it's a little tricky because we want to make sure it's not double showing. I guess we'd want to also check. Let's do this. Let me set a variable over here. I'm going to say variable selected tower on right. Boolean, whatever, it doesn't matter. False, doesn't matter. Let's make it nothing. And then I'm actually going to put this below it. So when it selects this, I want to say selected tower on right becomes false, and then here selected tower on right becomes true. Then after that, the update menu state, we don't really want to update the menu state. The menu state's staying exactly the same. So this is its own special thing. If the menu state is selected, we should have a Boolean assigned by now. You actually probably want to do it before you set it. No. I think this might introduce a problem. I just have a guess. It's just a guess. If selected tower is on the right and side menu side is set to side menu sides left, then this is kind of messy. Can I ask ChatGPT to finish this logic for me? It's just like, I just, look, before I like do it wrong and I gotta ask it why it's wrong. Can you make sure that the menu switches sides when a tower is already selected and then another gets selected? My brain's just too tired. I begin it here. Here's the whole script. Okay, figure it out for me. Fix it for me. Just finish it. It's like I'm sure I could figure it out, but I feel like my brain's gonna get tired. And if it can do it, that would be awesome. No. No. What are you doing? What have you done? This Boolean determines whether the newly selected is on the right side or left side. Right. Switching side menus. When the menu state is already menu state selected, the function checks if the tower is on the right, but the side menu is currently left. It hides the current and show. Yeah. Right. State synchronization. The sides menu side variable animations are updated whenever a switch is made. Okay, good. Okay. Okay, so here's where the new stuff was. If it's not this, else, already in selected state, check if the side needs to switch. Yes. If selected tower is on the right, and side menu side is set to left, switch from left to right. Correct. Hide side UI. Update side menu. See, this is what I just didn't want to put my brain on. Elif not selected tower on right, and this, like, I don't want to do that. You just saw me mix up doing left and right a second ago. I'm not gonna put myself through that again. Okay, no, it did everything correctly. I was just worried because it just did like more of the function than I thought it needed to share, but it actually is just doing exactly what I asked it, and what I just didn't have the fortitude to handle right now. Okay. It looks like it should work. Let's see if it will. So first, let's make sure everything works as normal. It does. Excellent. Okay. I need to put one that's actually grabbable in this situation. Okay, there we go. So if I click on this one, beautiful! See, sometimes it can actually help. Look at that. Perfection. Perfection. Excellent. Okay. Menu, logistics, showing and hiding. Done. Probably. Commit that. Commit it right now. Side menu shows at right times. Shows/hides at right times. Where are we at? 9 hours? Keep going. What's next? Keep going. Keep going. So part of the reason why I did this is because I wanted to be able to remove towers. Or sell them, as the original game has you do. So let's sell some towers, baby. Yeah, we got there. Thanks, Dottie. Thank you for the encouragement. I gotta give you moral support credit. No, it means a lot. It means a lot. Okay. Did I give that to the right person? Yes, I did. Okay. So I think I want to set up the sell button, which I guess I want at the bottom. I did design like a mock-up. I don't think I've changed my mind on how I want that to go. Oh yeah, some things have changed. Oh, I'm putting it at the top. Okay. Bloons puts it at the bottom. Oh, yeah, well, okay. Right, whatever. No, that was my choice. So we could have the name of the tower here, an image of the tower up there, and then sell toy there, and then this is where the upgrades go. Sometimes it is good for something. Yeah, I mean, someone, Candace, who came through this chat, who supports the channel, she said something that just really stuck to me, stuck with me. She sees AI as a accessibility tool. And, you know, like when my brain is tired and I can't, like when my dysboulia, that sounds horrible, when my dysboulia is in full effect and I can't get that going, and there's no point in me sitting here and just like it's not something that I'm gonna get better at. I just, especially when I'm this brain exhausted, I need that extra accessibility boost. It can do that. You know what else I find is a great one? Repetitive tasks. So if I like have a dictionary nested in a dictionary, and I need 50 of those to be filled out, right? I can do 1 or 2 and then be like, hey, can you finish the other 48 for me, right? And it just boop, 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 does it. Something that would take me like 30 minutes will take it 30 seconds. So, you know, I think things like that, it's really, really, really good for just like offloading things that you know how to do, but are just like, it's just a kind of a waste of time to do it when it can just do it. In terms of like, you know, solving complex problems, that it can be less useful for, depending. You asked for AI shader code, and got GDScript code? What? Yeah, unfortunately, you have to be like really, really specific with it. And even then, it still might pull some hallucinatory function from something that's not actually what you asked for. Okay, so that's where we're gonna put cell toy. So I probably want to set up like a V-box. I kind of want to put the icon in there, honestly. Do we need the icon? Yeah, we need the icon. I kind of want to put the icon. I mean, we already have the viewport over here. You know what'd be really dope? Is if we could see the tower we were clicking on. So like if the tower that we spawned like was aiming this way, the one in the preview would also be aiming that way. That would be so cool, but it's such a waste of time. But man, that would be awesome. Like right here, if I were to spawn it, right? And there it's like facing that way. If I click on it, you'll see the icon like shooting and like, oh, that'd be so cool. I think that's pretty doable. It's just, I just have to put my brain on it and put my time on it, which is maybe not ideal to be spending my time on. So I'd have to make sure that maybe I could do like a camera that moves around. Like if you select one, a camera like hovers above the tower that you've clicked on, and then that's what shows in the viewport. There's some problems with that, namely that it would show other things too. So we would just want to make sure it's like centered. So that's kind of annoying. We could also have a dupe that just like turns around and just like follows the same positional and animation code as the original. It's so possible, but it's such a waste of time. So I'm not gonna do it, but I really want to. I want to so bad. Don't do it. That's scope creep. That's scope creep. That's what scope creep is. Sorry for yelling. Okay. I just hate to think that it's going to be like standing there breathing. Then don't make it breathe. Make it not breathe. turn off the animation in there. Because, you know, like, if I use the same one that's down here, it's gonna be breathing. And the breathing implies that it has a life of its own as such. And if it's like up here breathing, it's like a separate one. No, I hate it. I can't stand it. So I'm going to come find my ones out here, and I'm going to make sure that they don't. These are the ones that are on the icons. I'm going to make sure that they don't animate. They're idle. So actually that's a little easier than I was about to do. We have this mesh only toggle for the viewport icons. Don't creep the scope. Don't you creep that scope. Bring the creep back. Uncreep. Decreep. So wherever we're playing the idle animation, which is actually default, I would say just turn off the animation player. So here we have if not mesh only, it does a bunch of stuff. I'm gonna say if mesh only, turn off the animation player, and then we'll just make all of this else. So if it's mesh only, we want to make sure it's animation. I don't know if you can just stop an animation tree. I'm not actually sure that that's possible. I feel like it's called something else. I think you want to say active false. Okay, let's try it. So that bottom left soldier should not be breathing, and it didn't work. Invalid property active on a value type of bool. What? You what? Active is a boolean, right? Oh, maybe I have to set it. Maybe I can't like change it that way. Maybe we have to do it like this. Maybe. No, that didn't work either. Can a call method set active on a null value? What do you mean null value? Oh, I know why. Do you know why? I realized why. Did you realize why? You'd have to have been here a long time ago and still here now to remember why. And you were paying attention and you're chatting. That's a lot of things, but I know what happened. I'm gonna fix it. The animation is readied down here. The animation tree isn't available yet. Which is wild. If the animation tree isn't available, how is it animating? No, it just isn't available to the script. It's still there. It's still doing stuff. So you know what you could do? We wouldn't get it in the editor anymore. But if I didn't want to add more code, like too much more code, I could just keep this as if not mesh only. And we could say that animation active becomes true. And then just make sure that the animation is not active by default. So we won't get nice fun animations in the editor, but small price to pay. Okay. It doesn't like that I'm doing that. It's kind of upset. All right. You know what? I don't like it either. Wait, but then I can't test it in the editor. No, this isn't a great idea because I would like to be able to test it. So, okay. I take it all back. It was worth checking, but the thing is if I want to add new animations or stuff, I now have to go in and make it active and then remember to turn it back off. So, you know what? Never mind. I'll just add the extra code. It's okay. So we're going to keep it active by default, and this time we're going to ready it whether or not it's a mesh only, for the sole purpose of, if it is mesh only, telling it to be false. And then this will be else. Okay. Great. Let's try it again. I mean, yeah. There's a couple weird things happening here. The menu is half exposed, so that's weird. And the soldier has gotten very small. Okay, all right. Maybe the scale is getting adjusted by the animation, and the actual scale is quite tiny. I don't know what's going on with the menu sticking out. I might have just accidentally moved it. That's it. I just accidentally moved it. Okay, that's not too bad. We can fix this. We can fix this. So we want to make sure that this default position is over here. Can I just double check that I didn't like do some crazy undoing or something? Hide right. Show left. Okay, it looks good. Hide left. Show right. Okay, it's fine. And then I think the soldier must be like shrunk down somehow. Yeah. Yes, it is. Yes, it was. There it goes. Now it looks better. All right. We're good. Probably. Oh! Wait, why'd it get tiny again? It was big. I swear it was big. Okay. No problem. Maybe the instance that's... Oh, that looks fun. You know what? We'll just move the camera. It's got its own camera out there. We'll just move it. But it looks fine. I'm a little confused why it's so tiny. And the editor, it is animating. Does the same thing happen if I come in here and I make the animation tree not active? Does it get tiny? Oh, we have to save it. Come over here. Save it, not active. Ah! It shrinks. Why? I don't know. If I'm being honest. It's a bit of a mystery to me. So I guess we're just gonna accept it as reality. And just make it bigger. I don't know why it is this way. Especially because it looks fine in its own scene. But I'm gonna choose not to question much more. Well, at least the camera is... Alright, whatever. I just don't care. Let's just adjust it. Let's just make it correct. It is literally just scale. Like, the position is fine. It's just the scale. I don't know. But I don't care. Okay, then we're gonna go back to the toy soldier, animation tree. Make sure we make it active. It's possible that this state of size is a state in an animation. It must be. But I don't, but it's weird, because if I turn off the animation player, I would think that we would see its small size be reflected. And yet it isn't. So it's like possible, but animation player old. I forgot about animation player old. This was the original one, but we don't need it. Put it in the trash. Throw it away. Okay, so save it. It's still kind of being weird though. I would have thought that would help. It seems like that animation is the one that was making it super tiny. But getting rid of it doesn't seem to be helping anything. So, oh well. I don't know what to say. I think it's fine. And if something weird happens, I'll be like, oh, it's that. I just need to change it. So we're just gonna let it go. You might be right though. Alright, so good, great. Let's put this icon. The whole reason I did that was so I can get this icon also on the side menu that pops up. So let's do that. Now, I did organize the structure to have them down at the bottom. So I think it's gonna get a little bit messy having these sub-viewports in some funky places. I think I don't care. That's what I think. So this isn't gonna be a button. For the side UI panel, I need to actually make it do things. Would be ideal. Let's add in a VBox. Oh, I didn't know it would center things if you double click on it. I thought I moved it. I didn't. Okay, add a texture rect. And then we can set it to a sub-viewport texture. And we'll choose button tower 1. Now it's animated here, but it won't be animated in there because we're turning off its animation once we get there, once the game starts. It's a bit large. I don't want it to stretch anything out. I actually want it to conform to the size of its parent. So could you do that? What's gonna make you do that? You're very large. Ignore size, fit width, proportional height. Beautiful. Perfect. But I still would like it to be a little smaller because I'm going to put other things in there, right? So like the cell button that I was talking about. So that's going to be a button, indeed. I'm just gonna say cell. I don't think we need to put any more words on there. You know, just might as well keep it simple. I would like the buttons to have like a consistency, like a text button. I don't think I set up a theme. I did set up a theme. What did we call this theme? UI1. Okay. So let's give it a theme. Not the most descriptive theme, is it? But at least it's consistent. And this one I'm gonna definitely want an override to give it that like red, you're doing something important message here. I guess we're gonna want to do style, normal, make it flat. Now I would like it to be a red that's within our color palette. I actually haven't pulled out the color palette in a hot minute. There's a red. Give me that one. I'm just gonna color pick it, so at least kind of goes with everything else. I'd love to make that outline a little bigger. On the buttons. I don't like the font. I want to change the font. I'll worry about that more later. I'm not gonna get too hung up on that at the moment. But at some point, I would like to get hung up on that. Just not this point. Let's add some spacing between the letters. For now, just a little bit. I don't like the way that looks. I want to change that very much. But I'm not gonna fret right now. We just want it to work. Okay, so we got a sell button. I would like it to do something. I'm gonna put up the other ones too. I just kind of want to see how it all fits in there before I move on. I just want to. Okay, so this is going to be button cell. We want more buttons. I'm going to add an H box in here. Add another button. This I actually want to be a different kind of button. What is button group? Oh, like radio buttons and stuff. Gotcha. Okay. So that way, if you have like 3 radio buttons, if they're all in the same group, it'll know you can only pick one of those. So if I pick the bottom radio button, if the first one in the group was selected, it'll unselect that and select the third one. Whereas if they're not in a group, they won't be influenced by each other. This is not that situation. So for the theme, I kind of want a new theme, but I'd like to base it on the existing one. So I think I'm going to just duplicate the UI theme resource. And we're going to call it UI2. I hate that name, but whatever. It's what we've done to ourselves. Not UI1, but UI2. Now this is going to be for upgrades. So the upgrades are supposed to have like an icon and then text underneath. I haven't made such icons. I guess I would want an override for this. Let's just make some icons real quick. What? I'm just gonna make an icon real quick. So we need... what? All kinds of stuff. Oh gosh, I don't want to do this right now. What would be a range? Maybe like a scale. Okay, we can do this. This is easy. This is easy. It's easy. Okay, so we got this. And then let me see if I can find a nice simple scale. Not that kind of scale. Different scale. Okay, how about this? Resize. Better. But not like that. Like different than that. That looks really bad. We could do this. It's just a little simpler than I particularly want it to be. I guess I want something like this. Except flip it. Like that. That's what I want. Now, color-wise, I think if I make them white, I can like modulate them, probably, and adjust it. So for now, let's just make them white. Especially if I figure out how to get them as a SVG. For now, I'm not gonna sweat any of that. I just want some examples, placeholder stuff. That's pretty much close enough. Okay, so we're gonna download these two. Oops. Probably downloaded too many there. Just give me one. One will do. Did you guys see GIMP came out with a new update? After like, what, 20 years? Or something crazy like that? I tried it. And you know what it is? Meh. It's real meh. But they have some non-destructive filters that used to be destructive. It's still giving meh. Because they're like the exact same filters they've had for 20 years. And so it's like, they're all really dated. But, you know, props for getting one out. Congratulations, Jim. Proud of you. For real. Okay, I'm a little snark about it. I wanted more. But you know, it's open source. And probably not a lot of people who use it particularly want to edit it. I think Godot is the same problem, kind of like we were talking about before, right? The kind of people who use Godot aren't necessarily going to be the same kind of people who build Godot. Especially with the coding languages being different, like the kind of people who use GIMP are probably even less likely the kind of people who are going to build a program like GIMP. We're just going to say this is upgrade speed, and I'm going to call this upgrade range. I'm going to drop them into my project folder. Assets, UI, paste them in. Upgrade speed. Once again, we do not want it to be quite so large. It's too big. It's too big. Come on. Surely you know that's not what I want. How did we fix it before? I forgot. But it's different on this one. This one has expand mode. I don't know if this has an expand mode. Icon behavior. Expand icon. Okay. That murdered it. When enabled, the button's icon will expand / shrink to fit the button size while keeping its aspect. Okay. Oh, there it is. Good, good. Vertical line top. Nice. Okay, we got there. We got there. It's a bit small. It'd be nice if it could just grow a little tiny bit. Not a lot. Just a little bit. Not exactly the proportions I had in mind. But that is also not the proportion I had in mind. I could, of course, just like make the icon itself smaller, but that feels ridiculous. I guess we could mess with the minimum size, potentially. That's it. Much better. Now that is filling out the whole thing. Do we want anything at the bottom? Or did we plan on not having anything at the bottom? Nope, nothing at the bottom. Perfect. So there's some problems. I need to fix some things here, right? Because you can see it's like making all those changes. We should probably do a minimum here. Put the second one in here. This is gonna be button upgrade 1. We'll say upgrade left. Duplicate it. Upgrade right. It would be nice if that could be centered. Beautiful. Let's get some separation between those. Very nice. Might need to adjust that. Probably don't need the separation. I have a feeling that once I increase the size, that's not going to be relevant. So I'm going to select both of those new buttons. And I'm going to set their minimum width to not that. It'd be nice if it actually inherited. Can we set it to fill by any chance? That would be cool. I just don't think so. So just do it. So whatever the side UI is set to, which is 253? That doesn't seem right. Also, Lise, aren't you gonna want some margin? Probably. You might want to set that sooner than later. Oh, because the panel is inside. Oh gosh. Okay. We're gonna say side UI contents. I'm gonna make a margin container. Call that side UI contents. And I'm gonna attempt to shove all this in there. Not the panel. Nice. No problems. Good. Then we'll bring in this margin just a bit. Okay. Then I'll set the button custom minimum. Nice. Nope, too big. Doesn't look particularly centered to me. Why? Is it because this is not centered? Alignment, center. See, you can tell. There's a little gap there. It's bothering me. It ain't right. Fill is in the container sizing section. Oh, you mean like over here? Or, oh, in here? Layout, container sizing. Oh! Oh! Thank you! Thank you, 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 thank you. Oh, yeah, baby, let's go. Much better. Thank you! Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, yes. Godot consultantry. All day. Thank you, Thoughty. Okay. Now, if I type more text in here... No, 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 that's not correct. I don't know that I can really do much about that. I think I just have to, like, cap the font size and make sure we don't make them too long. Text behavior. Oh, we got some stuff here. Clip text. That's what I wanted. Clip that text. Snip, snip. We could do an auto wrap, but that looks stupid. I don't want any of them to be more than one word, so I don't think that does much. Thank you. You helped me so much. I really appreciate it. So we just need to actually make this font size smaller. We do have this theme, so let's work with the theme and make the font size smaller until the word faster fits. And obviously I'll just have to make that adjustment depending on what it's supposed to be. Hey Gary, welcome. Good to see you. How you doing? How you been? It's going really good. It's going very well, actually. So my Bloons-like. Oh, let me get rid of that debug. We don't need no debug. And then I'm gonna move this back down. My Bloons-like, I've got towers that we can place. I'm right now setting up this menu that pops out with the upgrades. Whoa. Oh, because it counts that as hovering over nothing. Oh dear. That's gonna take some fixing there. Okay, understood. Understood. It closes it if I click out on there. So we have to somehow detect. Don't do that if we're pressing buttons over here. It also isn't changing what icon it is, but we'll get there. Thank you. Yeah, so my concept is like toys versus candy. Or like toys versus baked goods. So I've got a toy soldier for the like dart single projectiles. I've got a spinning top for multi-direction. The bullets don't work yet on the spinning top. And they have a snow globe for the freeze tower, which also isn't functional yet, but the animation does show. And then I'm gonna make a rocket for the bomb tower, and then originally I was gonna do a water gun for the supersonic tower, but I've decided that is way more effort than I could ever need to do. So I'm just gonna reskin, just like Bloons does. I'm gonna reskin the toy soldier to just have like camouflage pattern, and it's a super soldier. that's it. And then it'll just shoot faster. So yeah, thank you. And then it goes all the way up to ice cream. It goes brownie, donut, thank you, cupcake, cookie, birthday cake, ice cream. There's the cake. There's the cookie speeding around. And then the ice cream is like a banana split. I still need to get some of the breakdowns correct. The banana split and the cake are supposed to break down into 2 cookies. They currently do not. They just break down at the next tier below. So I'll have to deal with that. But I really want to get tower placement in, because it's just going to make setting everything up and testing stuff a lot more easy if I actually can place and remove towers. Still got to get, you know, life. The UI at the top is not quite set up. We got to get hit points and money, things like that. I did! I made it all! 100% original. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I really wanted to focus on developing my like game design artistic skills. It was just something I wanted to focus on. That's why I didn't, because for the first Game-like Jam, I just used like the same assets I use in my other game, Harvest Earth. But I ended up really not liking the way it looked. And so I just want to make it look. I want to practice making new things and planning things out. I really like made sure I got like a color palette. I picked like 2 color palettes that I just made based on some images. These 2 images that I just found on the internet. And then I created these 2 color palettes based on that. And so for things I want to like pop and be visible, I use this saturated color palette down here. And then for things that I want to be sort of more in the background, I'll use the top color palette. You know, I don't know that I've done the best job at making a color palette. I certainly haven't. But it's definitely, I think, leading to me having a more cohesive look overall. Thank you, Tati. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. Yeah, and it all started with these little slap-togethers here. I just, you know, sat down and planned it out. I still haven't made the baby. There's gonna be a baby at the end of the track who's getting all of the bad food, and that's why you're losing health. Thank you, Gary. Thank you so much. It's really kind of you. Still gotta make the rocket. We ended up not doing lollipops and gummy bears and stuff. I realized I just wanted cakes and baked goods. So yeah, just kind of slapping these assets together and knowing the idea I want. And I would say it's looking like that. Having that sketch, I mean, that's something that the 1 Hour Game Jam taught me big time. Oh, I should make sure I put that in the video. Saving maybe one sweet tooth at a time. Yes, exactly. Oh, by the way, Gary, and I'm not just meaning to target you, and you may have already seen it, but since I know you're a 1 Hour Game Jam veteran, and I would love to have your thoughts, if you're interested, there is this survey on the Hypergame Dev website, hypergame.dev, for people who have participated or watched the 1 hour game jam, because I'm making a video about the 1 hour game jam. Since it's ending, there's 2 more 1 hour game jams left. Since it's ending, I want to make a video just commemorating it, and there's some questions. You don't have to fill it out, no pressure, but I wanted to make sure that folks who have been coming through these jams before at least knew that it existed. It'll be up for a while, so no hurry, but I thought I'd at least let you know. But thank you guys are so nice. I'm trying to get better at all the aspects of game dev. I want to be generally good enough at everything, and then kind of figure out, well, what do I enjoy the most out of all of that? Oops, I didn't put that close enough. Thank you! I appreciate that. That's gonna help me a lot. I've already started like kicking around ideas based on the responses people are giving. It's gonna be a nice video. Finally, the first video on the channel. Okay, so how do I feel about the menu? So there's some things, obviously we don't have the thing that's selected showing up at the top. I think it's weird that there isn't a background on there. I kind of think it actually should match this background that's already on the buttons down at the bottom, just for like a consistency thing, potentially. You know, on the other hand, it could accidentally communicate, you can click on this. But like, whatever, who cares? You won't even see that menu on the right until you've figured out that you can click on these anyway. So like, I don't think it's really going to be that confusing. Although it is weird that, you know, these buttons look a lot different than those buttons. So I might have to rethink that. I think I'll worry about that. Worry about that later. Just get the functionality in there. That's most important. Faster, faster. It's funny that it says faster twice. Okay, and then the other big problem, the main big problem, is that when I click on these buttons, the whole thing disappears. Not supposed to do that. It's possible with my current knowledge, I could easily join a development team. Do I have any similar plans for the future? I definitely do. For sure. Yeah, I am definitely missing out on collaborative experience. I see a lot of you guys collaborating, and I'm like, man, that's like a whole other skill set. Or at least a different branch of skills that I have no points spec'd in yet. and I would like to. I think like this community has helped me like find people that I feel I could collaborate with. I mean, I was just talking to Dungeon Martian the other day. I was like, I would love to collaborate with you someday, and she was like, yeah, that'd be cool. So, you know, it's something that I really do want to do at some point. Definitely. Honestly, I think it'd be cool if like to like collaborate on a game like Jam. And then like live stream that process of collaborating. That could be kind of cool. Because right now, these are the games I'm making. I'm only gonna be making game like Jam games for a while. Because I'm learning so much. I'm getting so much more done than me trying to like make a project like Harvest Earth that I think is small. And then it's like, oh my god, it's so big. So I just need to, I think, work with this game like Jam. So if I can find people to collaborate with me on future game like Jam games, I would love to do that. And hopefully that'll happen sooner than later. For this jam, how similar to Bloons TD should the game be? Well, the idea is it's similar enough that it would be called a Bloons TD-like, which is obviously a little vague. So sort of what we've come to as, well, what makes a Bloons tower defense a Bloons tower defense and not some other type of tower defense. And I think the main thing we've come to is the fact that the units break down into smaller versions of themselves. So the blue balloon breaks down into a red balloon, the green balloon breaks down into a blue balloon, etc. That, I think, is probably what really defines Bloons as different from a normal tower defense. And again, the categories are just 2 things for now. I might go back to adding more, but I want to experiment what it's like if we only have 2 categories. I'll change my mind if somebody really wants me to. But we have most like the original and creative best twist on the original, whatever, something like that. Best twist on the original, right? So if you're going for most like the original, then I would say it should be very similar to Bloons TD. Don't call it Bloons. That's in the rules. Make sure you read the rules. Make it a little different. But you could potentially be rewarded for making it just like it. You could also be rewarded for making it quite different. But you know, we should still feel that it's similar. Here's a great, you know what I should say? On the jam page, you can move right back to the first one. I got a link right at the top to the previous one. I recommend taking a look at the entries to the last Game-like Jam. So, for example, the one that won most creative twist is this, Follower. So Frogger was the theme game. And this was by Traumatized Edgeworth, by the way. And I mean, if you check this out, you will find that it is really quite different from Frogger, and yet it still maintains that certain something. There's still that grid-like movement that comes up here, right? That has you moving to the top. And then it even preserves, you know, like in Frogger, there's multiple caves, and you have to get the units or your player to the cave at the end. This one kind of emulates that too. So there I got one in a cave, and now I have a new one, but it's not really the cave, it's just a little different. So it's really quite different from Frogger. And yet, if someone were to ask, or if someone were to tell me, and I didn't know this was part of the Game-like Jam, but if someone were to say, hey, fun fact, this was inspired by Frogger, I'd be like, oh, I see that, right? So how can your game, maybe that's a better question to ask than would someone call it a Bloons-like? Maybe the better question is, it's kind of hard to say it this way though, but if someone found out that your game was based on Bloons, would they be like, oh, I see that? A little harder to explain that snappily, but check out Rustin. Yeah, check out Rustin. It's very different. But then I do also want to say there's Picofroge, which is super like the original. So the entries can span similar to dissimilar. So this one won most like it, and I mean, you can see why. And it actually has a lot of differences from the original. There's a lot that isn't the same. But it just has that something. It has that something that just makes it play and look and feel like the original. You know, the color palette's different. There's less bit depth. It's different. But man, does it feel like you're playing the original in so many, the most important ways. So even the one that was the most like it, still did some different, too bad, still did some different things. And then yes, you have folks like Dungeon who really, really went out there and actually made a bit of a tower offense game. It's like Frogger. I think I would describe it as a tower offense game, where you're placing the towers and then it's spawning things that like go out. I see, it's a good clarification. Nice. Some resemblance of the original should remain even if the overall objectives slightly shift or certain features change. Yes, exactly. Exactly. 100%. That's cool. I honestly should copy that. And I should add that. It's well said. So yeah, this is Dungeons. Frogger-like. If I can remember how to play it. Oh, blue area. There we go. So you place a tower, and it spawns this little character that you can move around and take control of. And there's like all this fog of war, and I just fell into a hole because I didn't know what was coming. It's got these like cryptic messages everywhere. We can't afford a new tower. I can move this tower. So, you know, it's got that grid-like movement. You're constantly moving up. There's obstacles along the way. That's about it as far as how similar it is. But it's still ranked pretty highly with the creative twist. It's like Frogger. It's like Frogger. And then if you get multiple, those auto move. It's really cool. It's a really cool game. It's like actually a very cool game. And then I can take control of this one too. And I immediately died. I probably should have let it just do its own thing. So yeah, bunch of awesome takes. I definitely recommend checking out the entries if you just want some inspiration to the last one. And I am very excited to see what similar variety we're gonna get in the next one. Just like super amazing. You can still see it, right? It's still there, right? So actually Rustin is a really great example, right? Because it's quite different, even more so than Balor. But it's there. So it's Frogger-like. You know, and here's the thing. The goal of the jam, besides the awards, isn't really to follow the rules of making it like the game. The goal of the jam is to remove your need to come up with scope. Because to me, that's what holds back many a game developer is scope. And so this game jam says, forget that. Here's your scope. Go for it. Now, that doesn't mean people aren't gonna overscope anyway, but you at least have something. You have like an orbit, right? If you decide to go a little bit outside the orbit, that's okay. You're still generally being, you know, you may be closer or further from the original, but at least you can kind of gauge how close you want to be or not. Slay the Spire and Hades are roguelikes. It's a broad brush. Yeah, right, exactly. If I see what you're saying. Yeah. Exactly. Precisely. That's another great way to describe it. Is that, well, that's why I try to say, I don't know if it's still on here. Oh yeah, roguelikes, souls-likes, Frogger-likes, right? So think of it similar to that. That's where you're struggling, because this jam could be an excellent learning exercise by almost identically making the original game, or it could be a great jam to remix games. Yeah, and to me, it's both. It's either. It's up to you. And I want that to be punctuated. You know, maybe I should put the judging criteria higher up or something, but I want that fact to be punctuated by the judging criteria, because to me that really lays it out. Either you make it just like it, or you do something a little different. That's why I also wanted to limit the number of possible judging criteria, just to like further say, hey, it's this or that. It's hard to keep scope sometimes. Ideas come, but implementing them is another matter. I know. Oh my gosh. And for me, this jam is gonna be my boot camp in learning that. I thought the 1 hour jam was my boot camp in learning that. Yeah, it was good for learning what might be possible in an hour. But that's a lot different when I want to spend more time on something. It becomes a whole other beast. Oh, the button clicking is such a problem. Well, we could just use a detection system for if we are hovering over a UI. And if we are hovering over a UI, then the normal menu state switches don't happen. That might have unintended consequences, but I don't care. We'll deal with that as it comes. So can I do that for these margin containers? I think that would probably be the easiest, is if we check mouse entered on the margin containers, the bottom UI and the top UI. Kind of don't need it for the bottom because I put that block there, but might as well. So we'll say mouse entered. I think we do need it though. Mouse entered and mouse exited, and then on the HUD, it's going to block if we're hovering it or not. I feel like that could work. That was a nice break talking about that. I feel like I was just able to come back and be like, all right, let's do this. I know how we can do this. So just this whole function doesn't happen. We'll say if UI not hovered, we'll see if this actually works. If UI not hovered, don't update the state. Yeah, of course, Carrie. You're gonna get started on your entry. Yay! Carrie's making an entry! Let's go! Planning a slight remix to the original. Yay! 11 days! You got, well, about 10 now. That's awesome. Yes, I love it. And that's also why I wanted to make it a month long. So people could find out about it halfway through or further and still make something. If people are super busy in the month, they can drop in, drop out. Yes! Frick yeah! I love it. Thanks for letting me know. I'm excited to see whatever you come up with. Yes, 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 yes. Okay, so if not UI hovered, then do all of this. Otherwise, just ignore it. So of course, I need to set that up to exist. Variable UI hovered, Boolean, we'll say false. So I need to set up those signals. I believe we've set up bottom UI. Maybe? Oh, no, we haven't. Nigh is the time. I'd like it to be nearby the animation stuff. So let's actually put this over here. I'm going to make sure the bottom UI is accessible as a unique name. I'm also going to make sure the side UI is accessible as a unique name. On ready this, on ready that. Now, in the ready function, I'm going to say nope. Bottom UI, mouse entered, connect, we'll say on hover, I'm going to say on bottom UI hover. We're going to want one for exited as well. So I'm going to say on bottom UI unhover. And then we're going to do the same thing for the side UI. can spell it. Good. Now we need to create all those functions. Func on bottom UI hover. Func on bottom UI unhover. Do the same thing for side. I'll just copy it, paste it, update it. I'm gonna put these together. Okay, good. So when that's hovered, we just want to say that it'd be cool if I could like group these all together. You know, like say like function is or that. I don't know, maybe you can. I forgot to clarify what they return. UI hovered true. True again. False. And false again. Okay, let's see if that works. Have I fixed it? Very possibly I have not. But there's a chance that I did. Okay, click on this. Nice! Okay, so states aren't updating. I can click on these buttons. Uh-oh. Okay. Ah! Nope, not ah. I thought I saw what I might have done wrong. I did not. Wait, I did see what I did wrong. Did you see what I did wrong? I see what I did wrong. This is true, because that's hover. And this is false, because that's unhover. Easy. Easy fix. See, look, I'm this Boolean. I'm this Boolean. Oh! Uh-oh. How is it not working now? I would have thought it works better now. How does it work worse? I guess we can check the state. Print UI hovered. UI hovered. At the moment that it changes. Hey Alan, welcome back. You're not going to join the jam this month. Next month you'll join for sure. Let's go! And just for clarification, this happens every other month, is how often we do this. So the next one is going to be in May. So we take off in April, do it in May. Take off in June, do it in July. Take off in August, do it in September. Take off October, do November. Take off December, do January. So yeah, can't wait. I can't wait for you to come back and see what you can do. Yeah, there's not a lot of time left. I feel like you just heard about it like maybe a week ago tops. So like you gotta do what's good for yourself and like not put that extra pressure. We'll be back. More will happen. But I'm glad you know about it. That's what matters. Not a Halloween game like Jam. I know, I kind of thought about that. That we could pick like a horror game for October. I guess we could always pick the horror game for like the month before. Like it could be the September one. and then you'd be ready. You'd have a game made by October. Instead of, if we did it in October, it would be done after October. So now you'll have one ready to go by October. So we could make September the spooky themed one, if we wanted to do that. Okay, UI hovered is false. That's correct. If I click on this, UI hovered is true. Wait, you ignored me. I wonder if it's a timing thing. Hold on a second. I actually have to use the loo real quick. I must BRB. I will solve this problem. In the meantime, enjoy all of the spinning tops. It's a spinning top palooza. I guess we shouldn't allow you to put a tower where the baby's gonna be. I should probably fix that. Level 50! Click, 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 click. Will there be a jam this Friday? Yes, there's 2 more 1-hour game jams left. 2 more. And then we're never doing it again. Alright, be right back. Real quick. 2 minutes tops. Okay, the cat is shown in D dungeon. Oh, they all finished? Wow. That's amazing. We do all 50 and it finishes that fast. It's kind of interesting. You shared cat pictures? my gosh. Oh my god. Dude, that's such a funny position. Does it have any idea how funny it is? Do they have any clue? It looks very alert too. Like like they're not just like you know, hanging out chilling. It's like man, that's so cute. What is this? She has no thoughts. Oh my god. I'm surprised, you know, that a cat would even be, it's what makes it so special, is I'm surprised a cat would even be okay with, like, not being grounded. A stunning capture. Absolutely fantastic. Well done. Well done. That's a chef's kiss moment if I've ever seen it. Guys, can you believe this is not me? Whoops, that is me. That was me. No, but like there's this emote from some other like Discord server I'm in. That's not me. Like what? Yes, it is. I mean, surprisingly it is cozy. I really am surprised that a cat is down with that. Delightful. Thank you. I needed that. I didn't know I needed that, but I did. Okay, just out of a chaotic experiment, what if I say if it's not hovered? I know this doesn't make any sense, but that fixes it! Wait, why does that fix it? It doesn't really fix it. Something is not right here. Okay, so I thought this was like great big brain idea. I think it might not be. I think it might not be great big brain idea. I think it might be mid doesn't work probably. If the UI is not hovered, if UI hovered is false, then update the menu state. Yeah, but Lise, there's stuff here. Okay, couple things. Number one, the menu state updating isn't the only reason why the animations play. So it's not gonna be that simple. Because you've got stuff all throughout here, right? Hide the UI, then update the state, right? Not after the state's updated, then allow this to happen, assuming that it actually was okay. No. No. You might even want to put some ands in here. And UI hovered set to false. Although I'm suspicious of such a setting. Truth be told, I'm a little suspicious about that working. I'm not sure it is gonna work. So basically every if menu state needs to what? Just have this extra crap in here? I kinda hate it. There's actually not that many. Next month you will participate in a national jam. Nice. I'll try to practice in those days. Could I give you some advice? Chat, do we got advice for Alan? Just keep that scope in check. Keep that scope in check. For real, I don't know that there's anything better than that. You know, be willing to use assets that you didn't make. right? To find like free Creative Commons asset packs. Keep that scope down. That's pretty important. Hit every button on your keyboard at the same time. Very good. You'll have no trouble if you approach it that way. So it's not working. It's not broken now, except that the buttons aren't. It's not actually listening to me. Did I just change the hover unhovered thing? I just must have mixed up the hovered unhovered. That's the only explanation. I don't know if that's all the advice I would give, Alan. Polish way more than you think you need to. Oh, that's a very interesting suggestion. I like that. If we are hovering over it, it's true. If we are not hovering over it, it's false. When we are not hovering over it, allow clicks. That's it. That's the reality. Now, if I switch this around, which feels incredibly chaotic, I don't know exactly what dungeon meant, but I'll say this. I think leave enough room for yourself. Yeah, right. Leave enough room for yourself to test and polish. The 1 hour game jam definitely gives you a good experience of what can go wrong in a game jam. That might be one of the best. I gotta write that down. That might be one of the best things you can get out of the 1 hour game jam is discovering everything that can go wrong. I must add that to my script. And yes, that happens so often. That's so fair. Like, leave plenty of room to playtest and polish. I would say just playtest. Like, make sure you're trying it out as soon as possible. Trying every possible thing every time you change stuff. And yeah, shoot, like if the jam, if you need to have your game in by the last week of the month, get yours in by the second to last week. And then in that last week, you can polish it. That is really, really, really good advice. Well said, Dungeon. Okay, but I do need to actually add that in because that's really good. Into my good ideas. One hour jam teaches you everything that can go wrong in a game jam very quickly without having to fail at a bigger one. It's really, really, really so true. Try to get your game into a playable state on day one, and then always keep it playable after every feature. Yeah, that's true. That way you can see each point if everything still works together. No point in designing 30 layers of systems that only interact when they're all done. You can't balance that or even test at any point. That feels like a very advanced tip. Like, I think that's really hard for a newbie to do. That's hard for me to do. As much as that is exactly what I want to make. Yeah. But I think shooting for that, I think it's smart to shoot for that. And to allow yourself to fail at it a little bit. But yeah, that is like, yes. That makes a lot of sense. I switched around the trues and the falses in a way that shouldn't make any sense, but it might work. It kinda works. It actually bricks it. There must be some kind of timing issue going on here. That has to be what it is. The trues and the falses aren't happening when I would think that they are. It's almost like if it's true, can you just slap it into process for me? I wanna see. I don't care if it's printing 1,000,000 a second. I just don't care. Here, we'll do physics process, so it's a little less. I just want to see in real time what's going on. Okay, it's false, it's false, it's hovered, it's true. It's false, it's true. Good. Put this in here, click on that. It's true. It's false. I mean, that's working fantastically. It knows when I'm hovering it, it knows when I'm not. Wait, yeah. Oh, look. Oh, when I hover a button, it's false. Because it's not passing through the input. I can't just say on the margin container, hey, just track the margin container entered. Because as soon as I hover over the button, it is no longer hovering over the margin container. Thus, UI hovered becomes false. Okay, all right. I take that challenge. And I raise you an invisible pass-throughable layer on top of everything that it uses to detect. What you think about that? I'm actually just gonna duplicate this panel and we're just gonna call this hover zone or side hover zone. Make sure it's accessible as a unique name so we can check it up in code. Then I just want to make sure it's above everything. So we're going to drag it to the bottom so it covers everything up. I don't actually want it to have anything here, so we're going to give it no particular appearance. Well, actually, I would want to give it an empty, which hopefully will still count as being on top. We also need to make sure, now if I say mouse pass, will entered and exit still work? I'm about to find out. Now, I'm not gonna add one on the bottom just yet until I know that this is gonna work. So I don't actually need to set up the bottom UI or the top UI. Instead, I wanna say bottom UI hover, side UI hover zone. I hate it. It's so long. Can you just say bottom hover zone and side? No, I'm gonna keep it that way because I have issues. We're gonna say side hover zone. Oh yeah, it doesn't like dashes. do it like that. For now, I mean, let's just assume it's probably gonna work. I probably should make it so I can just test it. Here, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll just duplicate this for now and call it bottom hover zone. Oh yeah, I could just set them both to side. That's true. That's okay. Let's just do it like this. All right, now down here, we have to adjust all of this. Bottom UI, hover zone. We should just add them to each one. Nope. Oh. Hover zone, okay. Restart it. Let's see if that works better. It's only gonna work on the side for now, but that's okay. It's the most important place anyway. Oh! Ah. We've typed them as panels, or as margin containers, but they're panels now. They used to be margin containers, but no more. Okay. Try it again. Show me success. Nope. Null instance? Why would you say that? Do panels not have a mouse entered? No, because it does. So what do you mean? Oh, did it not find it? Did I type it bad? Ah, it's called Hover Zone 2. Rename. Get that 2 on out of there. Is not numbered. It's just not. It's not what I'm doing with this. It's not my vision. Okay, good. Come over here. Everything works as normal. Now, if I click on cell... Okay. No, that did not work. I wonder if it's because it's empty. Or the pass... I don't know what. I don't know what's making that happen. Alright, I need to get that UI printing back. Please. Not yet. Not yet. It ain't fixed yet. We didn't break anything. But I haven't fixed anything either. Okay, so I'm gonna look at the prints over here. Thank you. I still accept your kind applause. Okay, so now it actually has no idea that I'm hovering at all. It's not printing anything. Which doesn't make any sense, because it has to be something. It must be something. Surely it's something. Actually, it might be nothing, because I think I didn't set it to anything by default. No, it's false by default. No, it's not. Okay, yes, it is. It's false. Okay, good. It's printing 1,000,000 falses, which is correct. Oh, you know why? Because I tried to add a physics process after the fact. That's not gonna work. Okay, click on this. Hover it. Nothing. So there's no true. It's never switching to true. It's just constantly false. So what I want to try to do is get it to see it. So let's try some stuff to get it to see it. So for the side hover zone, I could try not making it an empty style box. See if that makes a difference. Let's restart it. You can see under on the right here, it's printing false. Get this, pop it in. Still nothing. Okay, still saying false. I'm surprised that it doesn't appear to be there. Like, I don't see it on the runtime. I do see it in the editor. If I do this, I can see it, but that isn't happening in the runtime. Why? Do we have like an ordering issue? But what's the ordering issue? Z relative off? Like what's going on here? Why sort? What do you want? What do you want from me? I don't see anything happening. Well, what if I make it like a flat? I wonder why it's not showing up. Do I have it in the right place? Maybe I don't have it in the right place. Ha! Okay, I put it in the wrong spot. That'll do it. It's off screen. That's where it needs to go. Okay, make it empty. It's hard sometimes to see if it's actually in the node tree or not. Okay, restart it. So it should actually be there this time. I've got a style box empty, doing the original test again. It's saying false right down here. Hover the menu. True! Good, we got true. We got truth! Okay, but it's not passing through, so the buttons aren't working. So that's a problem. But I have it to pass. But it's ignoring. You don't want to pass. Even though I very kindly asked you to pass. Okay, alright, understood. Alright, well, we could do a ignore. Okay, buttons are available, but now this is remaining false, and it's not becoming true. So it just doesn't see it. If I switch it to pass, it becomes true, but now it doesn't see the buttons. Boo. I hate that. Well, that might not work. I might just have to check, is it hovering over this button? Is it hovering over that button? I mean, it's only 3. I'm just trying to avoid having to hover over 3 buttons. At this point, I might as well just set it. I mean, then for the bottom UI, I need a lot more. It's just kind of a lot of like setting trues and falses. It really would be nice if I didn't have to do that. So does pass not mean what I think it means? The control will receive mouse movement inputs and mouse input button events if clicked on through GUI input. The control will also receive mouse entered and mouse exited. If this control does not handle the event will propagate up to its parent control if it has one. Oh. So maybe I should put it... Let me make it visible again. Maybe I should put it like... Yeah, but then it but yeah, but that's not gonna work. No. that's no good. And that's not any better. Nah, it's not ignoring the buttons. Or it's ignoring the buttons. Pity. Alright. No invisible thing on top that ignores input, but still sees mouse entered. It's like, if you want mouse entered, then it's going to take input. Period. You can't have it both ways. Okay. Alright, fine. Well, I don't know that I need to worry about the bottom UI. I think we can skip the bottom UI, because the bottom UI, it doesn't really have relevance to this. And so I think it won't be that bad. I wished it would work that way, but it didn't, so we just have to live with it. So, what I have to do is get rid of all this hover zone stuff. It ain't useful. Actually, I'd want to go back to the side UI. We don't actually need the bottom UI accessible as unique name right now, but for the side UI, we'll keep this in here, and we'll want that for mouse entered and mouse exited. I really should have just kept the same ones, but it's okay. Side UI hover, side UI hover. Okay, then we'll want different ones for the buttons, right? So, button. Oh, I guess I haven't set up the buttons yet. Okay, so button cell, access as a unique name. Same for upgrade left and upgrade right. They don't do anything, so I need to make them do something eventually. Now is the time. Okay, let's put them over here. Button cell. Upgrade left, upgrade right. Okay, now I'm gonna come in here and I have to add all of these, unfortunately. Button cell, on. Button cell hover, we're just gonna say on cell hover. No, I'm gonna make it button. I just think it might be easier for searching later. This is a lot of connections. I might want to throw a code region in here, or like a separate function or something. It's just kind of annoying having all these in there. Just like becoming a very long ready function. Upgrade left. Upgrade right. Probably should have done this differently, but that's okay. On button upgrade left and right. See, it's just like, it's a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff here. On button cell hover, on button cell unhover, on button upgrade left. Okay, button upgrade right. So now, down here, wherever that is, here, we're not doing any bottom stuff. We only want the side hover. Button cell hover. Whoa. Wait, there we go. Upgrade left. It's a little confusing, all these lefts and rights. It's okay. Okay, now it all exists. I would be very surprised if this didn't work. Okay, put this down here. it's true now, so that means I can click these and click all of this on the side here. I'm just clicking my little heart out, and it is not closing prematurely. However, if I come out here, it closes it. That's what I wanted. Click out here, all good. We don't lose. Wait, why does the... I will say though, the tower is becoming unselected, which is not good either. Because I think that's handled elsewhere. That's not handled on the UI. That's handled on the tower. Alright, I got an idea for that. Yeah, I do. We're gonna say func set UI hover bool. And that's gonna, we're gonna say that calls with the bool. Oh. Hover bool. UI hovered equals hovered bool. I just realized I haven't been typing like any of my functions. Oh well. And then in here we run set UI hover bool, and the reason I'm doing this is so we can make this a signal that gets emitted. So in this case, it's true. Elsewhere, it's false. Hey, Thoughtsy, thank you for hanging out. And thank you for your help. I appreciate you. Goodbye for now. Bye-bye. Appreciate you, Thoughtsy. It's always a pleasure. Till next time. Set up all these trues. Thoughtsy, man, it's a beautiful thing. Y'all come through and just make my life easier. Okay. Good. Excellent. Now in here, we're going to emit a signal for UI side. Really, it's side. I should kind of fix this, actually. It doesn't bring me joy, but I think it's correct, because it's just a little confusing, and I think it shouldn't be confusing. That's what I think. I'm gonna say, oh, I did the last one wrong. I hate when that happens. When I'm setting multiple cursors, and then I miss... Okay. Oh, you wanted to do all these, though. No, you didn't. Yes, no, you want to do this one. Set side UI hover bool. Actually, this I would want to be side UI hovered. Oh, I missed a couple. Okay, good. And I want to change this because it's not the bottom anymore. So it's just, I don't want it to be incorrect. I don't want to be lying to me. I don't deserve that. I don't think I need this anymore, truth be told. Oh, I got this in so many places. It's fine. It's totally fine. It's not really that many places. It's barely many places. Okay. Then I want this function to emit messenger side UI hovered, and it's gonna emit what side UI hovered has become. So that means I'm gonna have to set this up on my messenger bus. Signal side UI hovered. Argument 1 is a bool. If side UI is hovered. That's what it is. Okay, then I will come to the tower script. And we're going to connect that signal. Side UI hovered, connect, on side UI hovered. Really, it's really side UI update. Really, I might say update side UI hover or side UI hover updated. I want it to make sense. I want it to be correct. Side UI hover updated. Side UI hover updated. I have to update that back on the HUD as well. So for this, I don't even remember. It's been a few hours since I did this. Where's our enum? Interact state. None hovered selected. So I'd have to find everywhere we've been updating it. Here. If this and then we have to update the boolean. It's kind of crazy. You know what we could do instead? No. We're gonna use a static reference. This is ridiculous. What am I doing? Forgetting about static references? Nope, I'm deleting all of that. Get out of here. Go in the trash. You're gone. No. Nope, not interested. Not interested. No signal. None of that. Instead, what I'm gonna, which makes this function pretty unnecessary, but that's okay. Instead, what I'm gonna do is we're gonna make sure the HUD is accessible with a static reference. We're gonna say the HUD has a class name HUD. I don't know how long I'll feel compelled to do this, but for now, I feel compelled to shout out Dungeon Martian for teaching me about this. It's so Dungeon Martians that I don't even think I would ever even make a short about it. Even if I were like, Dungeon Martian taught me this. Because it's not like knowledge, it's like your idea. I could be wrong, but I think it's like your idea. And therefore, I can't. I can't even. In a init, we want to say that ref equals self. But it is so good. Come to the tower. And then in here, go to all those places. Wait, you got it from Sable? It's Sable's idea? Dang. I did not know that. I can't believe I'm crediting Sable. Okay, that's an old error. So we want to see everywhere that does interact state set to, and at the end of that, it's a programming technique called the singleton pattern. You can do this in most programming languages. Neat. Maybe I will make a short about it then. Nah, I got plenty of stuff. Let's see. We're gonna say, if not that. But that's good learning too, to like say that. To say it's a singleton pattern. It's a good like short name, singleton patterns. Interact state selected and HUD.ref side UI hovered set to false. Okay, that's hideous. We're not gonna do that. We're gonna say side UI hover set to false. And then we're gonna make this a function just so it's a little less horrific. Func side UI hover, and this is gonna return a boolean. And we're gonna say return HUDref side UI hovered, whatever that is. That becomes that. Now we can search every interact state set to. That's the only place? Nuh-uh. Oh yeah, we do it down here too. Welcome back, Pressapire. A full day of work and I'm still streaming because it's game jam time. It's game jam time. The only other people who like really know this about me are the people who've been here since the Dreams days. Back when I would do the Dreams events. Dreams was a game on the PlayStation console, PlayStation 4, that let you make games, and they had like a community outreach stuff where they would have these events that were essentially game jams. And they had game jams too. And I would, oh man, I would stream for hours and hours and hours, like 24 plus hours, like crazy amounts of time. I wouldn't sleep. It was devastating. But only since the Game-like Jam have I started to kind of replicate that behavior, but not as bad as I used to. Now, at least for the public streams, I'm cutting it off at 11 hours and 50 minutes. 11 hours, 50 minutes, because YouTube won't save VODs that are much longer than that. So if I stream too long, the VOD's gonna die, and I won't have that. I have been doing that in the member streams, unfortunately, not on purpose, on accident. It's extremely healthy. So anyway, the point is, when there's like a long game jam, and you know what? I did used to tell you guys a lot with the 1 hour jam, right? Like, this is why I love the 1 hour jam, because I don't have to decide sleep or work on game. I don't have to make that decision because it's only an hour time frame. Because this is a month, now I have to like sort of make those decisions, but it's okay, it's fine. I want to make the best thing I can, and I want to do it all on stream, which means I'm limited to the number of days that I have to work. And so that makes me just like crunch harder. But it's better. It's better. I'm better than I used to be. I'm definitely not as bad as I was before. So that's good. Okay, so it's not just in this case. We also have here, if the tower is set to self when it's selected, we really want to say anytime the interact state is updated, and we want to look up at this and make sure that none of this is happening. Oh, but now you have the else. I have to do like an elif. Boo, elifs are boring. We're gonna say all of this goes in there. Okay. All right. Any other interact state updates happening? No, that's all of them. Okay. So what I want to see is, as long as I don't immediately start a new stream after ending this one, is okay. Honestly, like the member stream on Monday, I had to end it because it was going on 12 plus hours. And I actually kept working for like 2 more hours. I kept updating the code. I did. I did. So like, really, as far as you know, I'm not gonna keep working after the stream ends. Oh god. So in a way, I start a new private stream. I gotta be careful. I gotta be careful. Okay, I didn't actually need to start a new wave to test this. So I just want to make sure, yes, it works. So I wanted to make sure that this wouldn't get unselected once I click on these. And it doesn't. But if I click out here, it does get unselected, as it should. Excellent. Make sure nothing else is broken. It's clicking all the right things at all the right times. Beautiful. You can click these buttons with no penalty. Now it's obviously not switching the icon up here, which I would like it to do. That would be really nice. I was gonna work on the sell button, but we kind of need some more tracking. Okay, this is actually really, really good. I'm gonna make a GitHub commit. I think that would be very wise. Let me make sure there's not some scripts that aren't saved. They must all be saved. We just did a run. We're making a commit. We're gonna say clicking on side UI doesn't mess up other things. Doesn't count as tower interaction. I know it's long, GitHub, you don't like it. Here, I'll say clicks. Clicks on side UI don't count. Come on, I want that little light bulb to go away. It doesn't actually matter. I don't care. Alright. Now, I want the HUD, the side UI, to know what tower is being selected. I actually forgot to add something in there, which was the name of the toy, if you will. What kind of toy it is. So let's do that. Let's add a label above the sell button. I guess. Label tower name. So that means every tower is going to need to contain the data about it. Where are you going to do that? I actually haven't made such a thing, a dictionary or anything like that. Ugh. Okay, maybe I won't do that today. Maybe that's not a today task. It's kind of a lot of effort. So, you know what? We're not gonna... Oh, but it'd be so nice! It'd be so nice! Wouldn't it be great? It would be. I'm sorry, but it would be. What is the, what is the text up here themed? Is that UI1? That's UI1? I think that's going to be contained in UI2. So if you set that label, because I duplicated it. So I'm going to make this theme UI2. Yeah. And then we can adjust it, since it's UI2 after all. Go to label and make it smaller. I don't think it should be bigger than the cell text. That seems silly. The cell text has a font size of 23. This one's at 31. Really? That's the same size? No way. It's gotta just be the button that's like making it look bigger. It's so weird. Align that in the center. I think it should have the same outline width, but it's gonna be kind of hard. You're just gonna have to eyeball it, because it might not even be the same. Anyway. Outline size. Smaller. Okay, and I'll worry about designing all this more later. Not gonna obsess over it. I'm gonna add a horizontal separator, even though we're kind of running out of space here. A little bit. Okay. I think we could even stand to have one in here. I mean, at this point, you might as well just use, here, get rid of those. You might as well just do the V-box separation if you're just gonna put it between all of them. Right? Okay. Why do I want to put it above it? I just do. I just think it looks better up there. That's not what Bloons TD-like does, but that's okay. I just think it looks better. Okay. Cool. Now, I think I am gonna set up the dictionary. I can't help it. So I'm gonna go into the globals. I'll try to ask for help from the other chat to do it quicker for me. You know, I'll just set up like one or something. Okay. So we have wave data. You could put it on the tower screen. You could put it in here. But no, but you need it to be accessed everywhere. But the tower, do we have a ref? We don't have a ref on the tower. Don't do that, because that's, just please don't. Please put it in globals. I beg you. Thank you. Okay, we're gonna make this, I think this can be a constant. I don't plan on this being data that gets updated. Constant tower data. I could also make wave data a constant. The reason why it's not is because I have debug wave data as well that I switch between. But I do have a message that appears every time I run the game that reminds me to change the save data or the wave data to a constant later. Okay. So in here, hey, what's up, Rezart? How you doing? Thanks for stopping in. It's going good. 11 hours, 20 minutes strong. That's too long. I need to set up a timer. I forgot to start this when I started, so I need to make one now. But it's going really good. I'm working on my Game-like Jam entry. This Game-like Jam theme is Bloons TD-1. So the challenge is to make a game similar to Bloons TD-1 and I have some work to do. Oh, yeah, I'm good. I'm glad you're doing good. Let's go. Good in the house. So I have to stop or YouTube's gonna get mad at me. I need to stop in 25 minutes. We'll say 24 minutes. This doesn't make me happy. Or not stop exactly at 24 minutes, but approximately. It doesn't make me happy, but I have to do what I have to do. Okay. So for the tower data, I want this to be a dictionary. So we have 5 different tower types. Tower 1. Can you just remind me? Equals... I don't just want it to be an array. So I want this to have a couple different properties. I want it to have... Well, I want to know what the viewport icon is. But in order to do that... That's just like the sub-viewport. I don't really know how I put that in a dictionary. Because right now, the side UI has a texture rect. And that texture rect's texture, I think you have to save... I guess I could like instance these. Because right now, on the bottom UI... I have these like unnamed sub-viewports. So I would say name them sub-viewport tower 1. And then I would recommend saving them as instances, which is probably acceptable, right? Tower 3. Save it as a scene. So viewport tower 1. I'll test it and make sure it's not broken. Sub viewport tower 2. Why are you making sub viewport a separate word? I know why, but could you not? Make sure that didn't break anything. So yeah, so my game is similar to Bloons TD. It's not finished yet. I still have a lot of work to do. But instead of balloons and monkeys, we've got toys and sweet treats. I still have a lot of work to do. Okay, we seem to not have any problems. It all is working just fine as an instant scene. However, I am not happy with the naming. I do not like that it has divided that up. It's irritating, and I'm gonna fix it. Because I want what I want. And that's what I want. Very good. Okay, so that means I'm gonna want these, but Liz, you have a problem, because what if I didn't put these in here? What if I didn't put them in there? What if I removed these? And we go to the button here. And we just drag these and drop them. No. Oh. Oh no, stop. Dang. So I can't put one in here. That's from a resource. It has to be pointing to a path that exists in here. Can I set, I mean, there's got to be a way to set this in code. So I guess, okay, I guess that's what we do. All right. There was no need to save those as instant scenes. I probably should have checked that first before I saved them. Oh well, probably doesn't hurt for them to be saved, right? But I am gonna need to change that now that I've renamed them and stuff. So I think what I'll do instead is we'll store the node name. I can make these all accessible as unique names, and we can just store those in the dictionary and say, go look for those somewhere. And those are the ones that you put in as the texture. There's gotta be a way to set that in code. It's gonna be a little hard. I think this is a bit of a time-consuming thing. I doubt I'm gonna get that done. Oh well. It was worth a shot. Okay, drag this in here. I do want to get that sell button working. It's just really bothering me that I can't see which one is the one that's selected. I can if I look at what has the radius around it. It's just not enough. I want more. Is it so bad? Okay. There's some game dev advice I would have given Alan. Is like, don't push your lifestyle boundaries. Don't stay up too late. Don't sacrifice sleep and well-being to work on your game jam entry, because that's really easy to do. Especially if you have ADHD, it's even easier to do. Okay. So I'll need some code. That's the viewport texture. Now you guys have definitely shown me how to do this before. I think it was Psychonic Joe forever ago. I might have gotten rid of that by now. Let's see if I can find it in my old project. Oh, there you go. It's right there. It's literally called add something to viewport. But we don't want to add something to viewport. We're actually setting a... This is not true. Why is a toy soldier moving and the others are not? Yeah. So that's just in the UI. That's on the editor. It doesn't actually do that in the game. I was also very irritated by that when I first was working on it. But yeah, so this is the actual game here, and you can see it isn't moving. The reason why it's moving in the editor is because I'm using an animation tree. I'm not sure how familiar you are with Godot, but I'm using an animation tree to handle the animations, which by default is playing in the editor, which is quite useful for setting up the animations and making sure that they work properly. So I want it to be playing in the editor so I can test it and set it up correctly. And then I actually have code that checks whether it is a normal tower that's placed, or is it a tower that's just meant to be shown in the viewport. And I'm trying to consolidate things as much as possible. So here, if it's just supposed to be the mesh only that shows up as a icon, then it's gonna set that animation player or animation tree activity to false. Yeah. So this is not the actual version that we're seeing here. Oh dear. This is the editor version. That's horrifying. But it's fine. No! Uh-oh. Path to node does not point to a viewport. Oh, is it because I changed the unique name? Might not have liked that I changed it to a unique name. So let's fix that. I don't like this song. This song stresses me out. It's like cool, but it's way too dramatic. I'm gonna get this one out of here. It's like a cool song, but every time it plays, I'm like, why are you making this seem like the most important moment of my entire life? Please don't do that. Please stop. Yeah, right, because exactly. I'm like, stop that. How dare you? How dare you punctuate this not too big of a deal moment? Okay, I'm gonna make a new folder for rejects. Rejected songs. So I don't lose it entirely. Get it out of here. Okay. Cool, so we have a problem. Let's fix that problem. Reset it. I have a feeling it's because I made them accessible as unique names. It's just a guess. That changed the path. Which that actually bodes well for being able to set this viewport path in code, because it's very receptive to the name of what something is. So in code, I just want to update this viewport path. Oh, and then we also have to change it, at least for the default. Technically, we don't really want that to be anything on the side. We want to be updating that programmatically. So maybe it's better that it is nothing, just to punctuate, hey, could you make this something, please? Matter of fact, I'm going to call this something else. This is texture rect tower preview, we'll say. Make that accessible as a unique name, because I am going to want code that changes that based on what's there. I'm not gonna, there's no way I can finish this in time. I actually can't finish this in time. Can't do it. I gotta save it. So we're gonna give it no viewport path at all. And let's go to the tower script. And on the tower script, well, here, let's first set it up in globals. So tower 1, we want to say icon. And we'll make that a string. And that string is going to be not that. Sub-viewport tower 1 with the %. So then tower 2 would be this, and tower 3 would be this. And then back on the tower script, we need to actually set that tower up. So we want to say, as soon as it gets placed, which happens right away, tower spawned. Well, we want to say when it gets placed, not when it's spawned, when it's placed. Once it's placed, if tower is set to self, we're gonna say set up tower UI. Func setup tower UI. And I think what we could do, because they're all gonna have like a enum that says what they are, I think we can actually benefit from naming the tower in the dictionary to be the same as this. So we've got dart, tac, freeze, bomb, super. So we want to actually call those the same things on global. That way we can just pipe that in there somehow, which is gonna be messy. This is just some effort. This is some effort. Dart, tac, freeze, and there's more, but we'll just do these for now. Set up tower UI. That's gonna be tricky. Globals, tower data. We want to access tower type. I don't know if this is gonna work. And we want that to go in there as a string? I actually have no idea. I think you want to do, so back where you did that on the debug, by the way, for the HUD, where we were showing the menu state, I think you have to do it like this. It's gonna be kind of chaos. Tower data string, tower types, keys, tower type, and then that will give us the name. Can you use idioms globally in GDScript? Yeah. So you can reuse it everywhere. Yes. Tower data string, tower types, keys. So in theory, this will put in Dart, if it's Dart, and it will fetch that from here. So just because we have that is not everything, right? So this is just the tower key, variable tower key, and we would want to get, I guess, a string out of this? I don't know about that. I don't think that's a string. This is not correct. 100%, this isn't correct. Guarantee it. Trying to assign value type of dictionary to string. Okay. Right, so we're just getting like the sub dictionary. So if I were to print this, it should print all of those keys. Assuming that I plugged it in correctly. I did. Nice. Great. So we have icon, Sub-viewport tower 1. Nice. Why does it say ampersand icon? I guess that's fine. Okay, good. So we have, really this is the tower dictionary, right? And so we need to make sure I set up. We actually want to be accessing this, right? This is hard. Because when I click on the tower, it has to pull it. I don't think you're setting this up in the right place. I don't think you want this to be on the towers. I want this to be on the HUD. So it goes and it fetches these things when we're clicking on it. There's really no reason for it to be on here. Truth be told, I don't think this is the right place for it. I think this goes on the HUD. And then whenever we are showing the menu, really just whenever we click on something, right? Whenever we select something. So in tower selected, which I believe we have right here, on tower selected, if it's an actual tower that's selected, that's when I would want to say, set up tower UI. Makes sense, it's on the HUD, that's where UI should happen. Now we need to know what tower it was. Luckily, this already calls with that, so we'll pipe that in. Setup tower UI tower. Feed that in there. Then we can do this. So we need to actually complexify this a bit. Instead of tower types.keys, we have to do tower.tower types, tower.tower type in order to get that. Chaos. Now that I have that, I want to fetch the icon. And I want to apply it to my texture rect preview. Tower types, tower type. I know, dude, like in Godot, like trying to reference dictionary keys is just chaos. This is real coding. It's getting easier. It's getting easier to wrap the old head around. Barely. And like, honestly, this is where using ChatGPT can really be very useful, or using a Gen AI chatbot, because, you know, for filling out, just being like, look, okay, here's my dictionary, here's what I need to access, can you please just do this for me? This is like very painful. I know I could do it, but man, you're gonna do it a lot faster. Okay, we're gonna unready the, we're just gonna call it tower preview. So we've set the tower dictionary. Now we want to fetch a very specific key, specifically the icon. So we're going to say tower preview. Not only that, we have to get viewport rect. What are you talking about? I don't know. I really want viewport path. Oh, so I should probably get texture first. I think that's what we actually want. So we're gonna say texture dot. What is it? What do you want? Viewport path. Texture. I mean, look, it's not auto-completing, but it sounds like it makes sense to me. So I'm gonna do equals, I could be wrong, equals tower dictionary, in this case icon, probably. I have a feeling this isn't gonna work for many reasons. It could be that the viewport path needs to be structured differently. It could be that I'm not accessing the viewport path correctly. So a couple different things. Oh, yeah, let's go. Look at the different towers. Let's go. All right, cool. Nice, baby. It's chaotic to the point I wonder if we should be placing its purpose first. Data tower instead of tower data. Whoa. It still reads right, the data of tower. You know, I've taken that into account. You know, that you make a solid point. As I continue in my career of naming things, I'm gonna check back in with if I care about that. All right, so I mean, my time is just about up, but I have no chill. So I'm going to, I really want the sell button. Dude, the sell button, it might be a whole can of worms. So like, I don't know. It might be unreasonable. Okay. Definitely might be unreasonable. Let's find out. Really, all I need to do is queue free it, right? Now, I don't have the money. I haven't set up any of the money stuff yet. So as long as we allow for that to be possible, we'll be fine. Okay, so cell button. I believe I have actually set up the cell button. We've got that referenced at least. And so we're going to want to check if it's been pressed. Button cell pressed, connect, on, button cell pressed. Set that up as a function. Func on button cell pressed. Okay, so we want stuff to happen. Specifically, really, I just wanted to destroy it. So it needs to check, and it needs to see what is currently the selected tower. Now, do we track that? Is that something we're tracking? I don't think it is. I don't think we're keeping track of that. Set up tower UI. Yeah, I don't think we're storing what tower is currently selected. But we're gonna want that. Definitely gonna want that. Okay. So let's do that. Variable tower selected. Really, it's last tower selected. I think this is a node 3D. So I actually need to make sure that when the selection occurs, if it's an actual tower, we want tower last selected to become the tower. And then tower last selected. Q free, baby. Just freaking destroy it. Just kill it. Burn it down. I don't care. That wasn't hard. Assuming I did it right. Which I might not have. Can I select more than one tower? Nah, just one tower at a time. Just one. Bam. Okay, cool. Now, it isn't forgetting. We would want it to also say, this goes away because it's gone now. It doesn't need. By the way, Razart, this is for the Game-like Jam. The Game-like Jam is based on a very specific game, and it's actually embedded on the Game-like Jam page if you'd like to try it out. So it's Bloons Tower Defense 1, and I'm trying to emulate it as closely as possible, but I am taking some artistic liberties. I'm kind of taking some like UI and visual inspiration from the more modern Bloons games, but I'm keeping it otherwise functionally the same. And so in that, you can only select one tower at a time. Because you can't move them or anything, so there's really no reason to select multiple. But that could be nice if you have like 1,000,000, you want to sell them all. But in this one, you can only do one at a time, and we're gonna go with that. Okay, now it would be nice if that thing went away. Yeah, I got you. Okay, so if I click on this, there that is. We could just say that it becomes deselected, whatever it is that makes deselecting happen. If it could just do that, that would be great. So I think it's setting it to the default state. Update menu state default. Oh, I gotta hurry. I gotta hurry. Tower placed, tower selected. If we select something else, then it goes to default. So it'd basically be this that we want to do. You want to hide the side UI and update the menu state to default when we sell. Should work. No, time is up. Time is so up. Time is super up. Okay. Alright guys, I think this is gonna be good. I think I've done the most I can do today. BAM! Beautiful. Alright! Today has been a day of great success, everybody. If you're here and you haven't hyper smashed that thumbs up button yet, like this stream, y'all. Give it a thumbs up. It helps so much. It helps so much. More people will find out about these streams and the channel, and we'll grow our community even bigger and have the greatest game jams ever known. Okay, that's maybe not that, but maybe. So thank you if you're willing to do that. Yes, 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 we did some things today. Now I can, the next stream in 10 minutes. I know, right? No, at least I was able to put a period at the end of the sentence. Basically, as long as I don't find a bug right away, then I won't keep working on it. Yes, look at that. We can place towers. We can run the wave. We can select those different towers. It shows a different icon. I mean, we can click and see the radius and click off of it and click on a different one. Like, all of this was today, was placing towers and being able to choose different ones. We can sell them. Like, yes, so much good done today. I'm so thankful to everyone who came through and helped. I'm of course so thankful to the members. You guys are the reason why I'm able to keep doing these, because I'm like, oh, look at that. I have money to use for the channel to make it better. Now we are here, and that is good. So thank you. Something like that. Thank you guys so much for supporting. It means the world. Join button is below the video if you're interested in learning about that. Wow, look at that. It works. Now, next week, oh gosh, I'm probably gonna have to schedule an emergency stream. I think next week I might be doing a couple extra streams because I think I have a lot of work to get done still. But this is good. This is really good progress. I'm actually very optimistic. So probably the next thing that I work on, either on the member stream on Monday, so if you do hit that join button and become a member, you'll get access to the next time I actually work on this game, which will be on Monday. No complaints? Okay, good. Which will be on Monday, probably. I probably won't wake up tomorrow and be like, oh crap, I have to suddenly stream. But who knows? So yeah, I'll probably fix the rest of the UI, like get all the UI set up more. I need to make the baby. Ooh, I'm probably gonna make the baby on Monday. The thing that is getting fed all these sweets. I need to make the rocket. So there's a couple things to do still. And then the next time I work on the code, I need to get projectiles, probably. I need to get them all damaging. I need to set up the supersonic. I need to set up game over. Game 1, the upgrades. Oh, I still gotta do the upgrades. So there's a lot left to do. But somehow it's gonna happen between now and 10 days from now. It's gonna happen. Hey, Kai Guy, thank you for supporting the channel. Goodbye, hi. Somehow it's gonna all happen, and I appreciate you all being here. If you wanna see the last time I worked on this, tap or click in the bottom left, assuming you're watching it after the stream. Tap or click in the bottom right to see the next time we're gonna work on it. And I hope I see you there, all right? Look at that, that's a game.